An American Wake by Rose A. Crow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An American Wake. This was the last night in the old home which had sheltered the family for 5 generations. The day had been full of excitement, as by a merciful ordinance last days usually are. The final packing had been done, the chests and boxes securely fastened and carefully labeled. This was all looked after by Margaret herself, amidst interruptions by her brood of young children. Visits from friends and relatives living at a distance occupied much of the day. Attending to countless minor things kept them all busy until nightfall. Even then, there was no time allowed to visit the shrine. Margaret had a fairy shrine, to which she carried the cares of the day and the hopes of the morrow. This charmed place was a stile over the ivy-clad walls of the garden. There she brought her childish joys and sorrows, and in the quiet received consolation. She had fought the fiercest battles of her womanhood, with her head resting against the ivy-colored pillar. Tonight, when she was parting from her country and friends, there was no time to commune with her silent friend. Shortly after dusk, in accordance with local etiquette, very stringent on such momentous occasions, the relatives, friends, and neighbors of a lifetime began to drop in by 2s and 3s until every inch of wall space was filled. Who of all this gathering was more welcome than John the Fiddler? He was a great favorite with young and old. The sight of him carrying his fiddle caused a feeling of emotion in the hearts of the older people. It recalled the tragic story of John's father, who years before left for America, intending to send for his wife and crippled son. A fever contracted on shipboard deprived them of a husband and father. It was then that John Doyle became John the Fiddler. John was beckoned into the room, where, with Father O'Connell and a few trusted friends, he was treated to a small measure of potchin. Dan Monahan had donated a very small jug for this special occasion. To be given the first shot from Dan Still was no small favor, as those present knew. Before taking his seat at the end of the room, John drank Margaret's health, wishing herself and family a safe voyage across the water and a happy home on the prairies of Iowa. Each guest realized the strain of parting and generously made an effort to conceal the gloom with a brave semblance of mirth. There was dancing, singing of songs, and elaborate drinking of healths. With persistent calls for Margaret's brother James, the dancing stopped. The floor was cleared, and he was borne in on the shoulders of the leaders, who had found him leaning against the ivy-covered wall, gazing at the moon, floating over his old home which, alas, he would never see again. James McNevin was a magnificent specimen of Irish manhood, and a charming singer. He was about 23 years old, tall and broad-shouldered, and a fine head of curly auburn hair. His clear blue eyes reflected the sadness of the group around him, while his white teeth flashed a smile. In one hand he crushed his handkerchief, while with the other he nervously twirled a sprig of ivy. A few measures of "Good night and joy be with you all" came from the violin. For an instant he wavered, then throwing back his head, he sang the song, not with full volume, but with intense feeling, emphasis, and a clear, ringing tone. The song seemed to voice his own feelings as his chest rose and fell. He was no longer just James McNevin, but a pilgrim traveling to a strange country. His whole soul was filled with a sentiment, and there was such pathos in its heart-throb that the whole company was moved to tears. The last verse ended. He stood a moment with gaze transfixed, then rousing himself, bowed, smiled, and with one hand in his sister Margaret's, the other clutching the sprig of ivy, he passed out of the home forever. End of An American Wake by Rose A. Crow. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Capture of Father Time by L. Frank Baum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Capture of Father Time. Jim was the son of a cowboy and lived on the broad plains of Arizona. His father had trained him to lasso a bronco or a young bull with perfect accuracy, and had Jim possessed the strength to back up his skill, he would have been as good a cowboy as any in all Arizona. When he was 12 years old, he made his first visit to the East, where Uncle Charles, his father's brother, lived. Of course Jim took his lasso with him, for he was proud of his skill in casting it and wanted to show his cousins what a cowboy could do. At first the city boys and girls were much interested in watching Jim lasso posts and fence pickets, but they soon tired of it, and even Jim decided it was not the right sort of sport for cities. But one day the butcher asked Jim to ride one of his horses into the country, to a pasture that had been engaged, and Jim eagerly consented. He had been longing for a horseback ride, and to make it seem like the old times he took his lasso with him. He rode through the streets demurely enough, but on reaching the open country roads, his spirits broke forth into a wild jubilation, and urging the butcher's horse to a full gallop, he dashed away in true cowboy fashion. Then he wanted still more liberty, and letting down the bars that led into a big field, he began riding over the meadow and throwing his lasso at an imaginary cattle, where he yelled and whooped to his heart's content. Suddenly, on making a long cast with his lasso, the loop caught upon something and rested about 3 feet from the ground, while the rope grew taut and nearly pulled Jim from his horse. This was unexpected. More than that, it was wonderful, for the field seemed bare for even a stump. Jim's eyes grew big with amazement, but he knew that he had caught something when a voice cried out, "Here, let go, I said. Can't you see what you've done?" No, Jim couldn't see, nor did he intend to let go until he found out what was holding the loop of the lasso. So he resorted to an old trick his father had taught him, and putting on the butcher's horse to a run, began riding in a circle around the spot where his lasso had caught. As thus he drew nearer and nearer his quarry, he saw the rope coil up, yet it looked to be coiling over nothing but air. One end of the lasso was made fast to a ring in the saddle, and while the rope was almost wound up, the horse began to pull away and snort with fear. Jim dismounted. Holding the reins of the bridle in one hand, he followed the rope, and an instant later saw an old man caught fast in the coils of the lasso. His head was bald and uncovered, but long white whiskers grew down to his waist. About his body was thrown a loose robe of fine white linen. In one hand he bore a great scythe, and beneath the other arm he carried an hourglass. While Jim gazed wonderingly upon him, this venerable old man spoke in an angry voice. "Now then, get that rope off as fast as you can. You've brought everything on earth to a standstill by your foolishness. Well, what are you staring at? Don't you know who I am?" "No," said Jim stupidly. "Well, I'm Time, Father Time. Now make haste and set me free if you want the world to run properly." "How did I happen to catch you?" asked Jim, without making a move to release his captive. "I don't know. I've never been caught before," growled Father Time. "But I suppose it was because you were foolishly throwing your lasso at nothing." "I didn't see you," said Jim. "Of course you didn't. I'm invisible to the eyes of human beings unless they get within 3 feet of me, and I take care to keep more than that distance away from them." That's why I was crossing this field where I supposed no one would be, and I should have been perfectly safe had it not been for your beastly lasso. Now then," he added crossly, "are you going to get that rope off?" "Why should I?" asked Jim. "Because everything in the world stopped moving the moment you caught me. I don't suppose you want to make an end of all business and pleasure and war and love and misery and ambition and everything else, do you? Not a watch has ticked since you tied me up here like a mummy." Jim laughed. It was really funny to see the old man wound round and round with coils of rope from his knees up to his chin. "It will do you good to rest," said the boy. "From all I've heard, you lead a rather busy life." "Indeed I do," replied Father Time with a sigh. "I am due in Kamchatka this very minute, and to think one small boy is upsetting all my regular habits." "Too bad," said Jim with a grin. "But since the world has stopped anyhow, it won't matter if it takes a little longer recess. As soon as I let you go, time will fly again. Where are your wings?" "I haven't any," answered the old man. "That is a story cooked up by someone who never saw me. As a matter of fact, I move rather slowly." "I see. You take your time," remarked the boy. "What do you use that scythe for?" "To mow down people," said the ancient one. "Every time I swing my scythe, someone dies." "Then I ought to win a life-saving medal by keeping you tied up," said Jim. "Some folks will live this much longer." "But they won't know it," said Father Time with a sad smile. "So it will do them no good. You may as well untie me at once." "No," said Jim with a determined air. "I may never capture you again, so I'll hold on to you for a while and see how the world wags without you." Then he swung the old man, bound as he was, up on the back of the butcher's horse, and, getting into the saddle himself, started back toward town, one hand holding his prisoner and the other guiding the reins. When he reached the road, his eye fell on a strange tableau. A horse and buggy stood in the middle of the road, the horse in the act of trotting, with his head held high and two legs in the air, but perfectly motionless. In the buggy a man and a woman were seated, but had they been turned into stone, they could not have been more still and stiff. "There's no time for them," sighed the old man. "Won't you let me go now?" "Not yet," replied the boy. He rode on until he reached the city, where all the people stood in exactly the same positions they were in when Jim lassoed Father Time. Stopping in front of a big dry goods store, the boy hitched his horse and went in. The clerks were measuring out goods and showing patterns to the rows of customers in front of them, but everyone seemed suddenly to have become a statue. There was something very unpleasant in the scene, and a cold shiver began to run up and down Jim's back, so he hurried out again. On the edge of the sidewalk sat a poor crippled beggar, holding out his hat, and beside him stood a prosperous-looking gentleman who was about to drop a penny into the beggar's hat. Jim knew this gentleman to be very rich but rather stingy, so he ventured to run his hand into the man's pocket and take out his purse, in which was a $20 gold piece. This glittering coin he put in the gentleman's fingers instead of the penny, and restored the purse in the rich man's pocket. "That donation will surprise him when he comes to life," thought the boy. He mounted the horse again and rode up the street. As he passed the shop of his friend, the butcher, he noticed several pieces of meat hanging outside. "I'm afraid that meat will spoil," he remarked. "It takes time to spoil meat," answered the old man. This struck Jim as being queer but true. "It seems like time meddles with everything," said he. "Yes, you've made a prisoner of the most important personage in the world," groaned the old man, "and you haven't enough sense to let him go again." Jim did not reply, and soon they came to his uncle's house, where he again dismounted. The street was filled with teams of people, but they were all motionless. His two little cousins were just coming out of the gate on their way to school, with their books and slates underneath their arms, so Jim had to jump over the fence to avoid knocking them down. In front of the room sat his aunt reading her Bible. She was just turning a page when time stopped. In the dining room was his uncle, finishing his luncheon. His mouth was open and his fork poised just before it, while his eyes were fixed upon the newspaper folded beside him. Jim helped himself to his uncle's pie, and while he ate it he walked out to his prisoner. "There's one thing I don't understand," said he. "What's that?" asked Father Time. "Why is it that I'm able to move around while everyone else is froze up?" "That is because I'm your prisoner," answered the other. "You can do anything you wish with time now, but unless you are careful, you'll do something you will be very sorry for." Jim threw the crust of his pie at a bird that was suspended in the air, where it had been flying when time stopped. "Anyway," he laughed, "I'm living longer than anyone else. No one will be able to catch up with me ever again." "Each life has its allotted span," said the old man. "When you have lived your proper time, my scythe will mow you down." "I forgot your scythe," said Jim thoughtfully. Then a spirit of mischief ran into the boy's head, and he happened to think of the present opportunity to have fun that would never occur again. He tied Father Time to his uncle's hitching post, that he might not escape, and then crossed the road to the corner grocery. The grocer had scolded Jim that very morning for stepping into a basket of turnips by accident, so the boy went to the back end of the grocery and turned on the faucet of the molasses barrel. "That'll make a nice mess when time starts the molasses running over the floor," said Jim with a laugh. A little further down the street was a barber shop, and sitting in the barber's chair, Jim saw the man that all the boys declared as the meanest man in town. He certainly did not like the boys, and the boys knew it. The barber was in the act of shampooing this person when time was captured. Jim ran to the drugstore, and getting a bottle of mucilage, he returned and poured it all over the ruffled hair of the unpopular citizen. "That'll probably surprise him when he wakes up," thought Jim. Nearby was a schoolhouse. Jim entered it and found that only a few of the pupils were assembled, but the teacher sat at his desk, stern and frowning as usual. Taking a piece of chalk, Jim marked upon the blackboard in big letters the following words: "Every scholar is requested to yell the minute he enters the room. He will also please throw his books at the teacher's head. Signed, Professor Sharp." "That ought to raise a nice rumpus," murmured the mischief maker as he walked away. On the corner stood Policeman Mulligan, talking with old Miss Scrapple, the worst gossip in town, who always delighted in saying something disagreeable about her neighbors. Jim thought this opportunity was too good to lose, so he took off the policeman's cap and brass-buttoned coat and put them on Miss Scrapple, while the lady's feathered and ribboned hat he placed jauntily upon the policeman's head. The effect was so comical that the boy laughed aloud, and as a good many of people were standing near the corner, Jim decided that Miss Scrapple and Officer Mulligan will create a sensation when time started upon his travels. Then the young cowboy remembered his prisoner, and walking back to the hitching post, he came within 3 feet of it and saw Father Time still standing patiently within the toils of the lasso. He looked angry and annoyed, however, and growled out, "Well, when do you intend to release me?" "I've been thinking about that ugly scythe of yours," said Jim. "What about it?" asked Father Time. "Perhaps if I let you go, you will swing it at me the first thing, to be revenged," replied the boy. Father Time gave him a severe look, but said, I've known boys for thousands of years, and of course I know they're mischievous and reckless, but I like boys because they grow up to be men and people my world. Now, if a man had caught me by accident, as you did, I would have scared him into letting me go instantly, but boys are harder to scare. I don't know as I blame you. I was a boy myself long ago when the world was new. But surely you've had enough fun with me by this time, and now I hope you'll show the respect that is due to old age. Let me go, and in return I promise to forget all about my capture. The incident won't do much harm, anyway, for no one will ever know that time has halted for the last 3 hours or so. All right, said Jim cheerfully. Since you've promised not to mow me down, I'll let you go. But he had the notion that some people in this town would suspect time had stopped when they returned to life. He carefully unwound the rope from the old man, who, when he was free, at once shouldered his scythe, rearranged his white robe, and nodded farewell. The next moment he disappeared, and with a rustle and rumble and roar of activity, the world came to life again, and jogged along as it always had before. Jim wound up his lasso, mounted the butcher's horse, and rode slowly down the street. Loud screams came from the corner, where a great crowd of people quickly assembled. From his seat on the horse, Jim saw Miss Scrapple, attired in the policeman's uniform, angrily shaking her fists in Mulligan's face, while the officer was furiously stamping upon the lady's hat, which he had torn from his own head amidst the jeers of the crowd. As he rode past the schoolhouse, he heard a tremendous chorus of yells, and knew Professor Sharp was having a hard time to quell the riot caused by the sign of the blackboard. Through the window of the barber shop he saw the mean man frantically belabouring the barber with a hairbrush, while his hair stood up stiff as bayonets in all directions. And the grocer ran out his door and yelled fire when his shoes left a track of molasses wherever he stepped. Jim's heart filled with joy. He was fairly reveling in the excitement he had caused when someone caught his leg and pulled him from the horse. "What are you doing here, you rascal?" cried the butcher angrily. "Didn't you promise to put that beast into Plymouth's pasture? And now I find ye riding the poor nag around like a gentleman of leisure." "That's a fact," said Jim with surprise. "I clean forgot about that horse." This story should teach us the supreme importance of time and the folly of trying to stop it. For you should succeed, as Jim did, in bringing time to a standstill, the world would soon become a dreary place and life decidedly unpleasant. End of The Capture of Father Time by L. Frank Baum. Recording by Prisha Goyal.
The City by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The City. In time, as well as in space, my fancy roams far from here. It led me once to the edge of certain cliffs that were low and red and rose up out of a desert. A little way off in the desert there was a city. It was evening, and I sat and watched the city. Presently I saw men by threes and fours come softly stealing out of that city's gate, to the number of about 20. I heard the hum of men's voices speaking at evening. "It is well they are gone," they said. "It is well they are gone. We can do business now. It is well they are gone." And the men that had left the city sped away over the sand, and so passed into the twilight. "Who are these men?" I said to my glittering leader. "The poets," my fancy answered, "the poets and artists." "Why do they steal away?" I said to him, "and why are the people glad that they have gone?" He said it must be some doom that is going to fall on the city. Something has warned them, and they have stolen away. Nothing may warn the people. I heard the wrangling voices, glad with commerce, rise up from the city, and then I also departed, for there was an ominous look on the face of the sky. And only 1,000 years later I passed that way, and there was nothing, even among the weeds, of what had been that city. End of The City by Lord Dunsany. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Day of the Pole, from A Dreamer's Tale by Lord Dunsany. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Day of the Pole, by Lord Dunsany. In the town by the sea it was the Day of the Pole, and the poet regarded it sadly when he woke and saw the light of it coming in at his window between two small curtains of gauze. And the day of the pole was beautifully bright. Stray bird songs came to the poet at the window. The air was crisp and wintry, but it was the blaze of sunlight that had deceived the birds. He heard the sound of the sea, that the moon led up the shore, dragging the months over the pebbles and shingles, and piling them up with the years where the worn-out centuries lay. He saw the majestic downs stand facing mightily southward. He saw the smoke of the town float up to their heavenly faces. Column after column rose calmly into the morning, as house by house was waked by peering shafts of the sunlight and lit its fires for the day. Column by column went up toward the serene downs' faces, and failed before they came there, and hung all white over the houses. And every one in the town was raving mad. It was a strange thing that the poet did, for he hired the largest motor in the town, and covered it with all the flags he could find, and set out to save an intelligence. And he presently found a man whose face was hot, who shouted that the time was not far distant when a candidate, whom he named, would be returned at the head of the poll by a thumping majority. And by him the poet stopped and offered him a seat in the motor that was covered with flags. When the man saw the flags that were on the motor, and that it was the largest in town, he got in. He said that his vote should be given for that fiscal system that had made us what we are, in order that the poor man's food should not be taxed to make the rich man richer. Or else it was that he would give his vote for the system of tariff reform, which should unite us closer to our colonies, with ties that would long endure, and give employment to all. But it was not to the polling booth that motor went. It passed it and left town, and came by a small white winding road to the very top of the downs. There the poet dismissed the car, and led that wondering voter on to the grass, and seated himself on a rug. And for long the voter talked of these imperial traditions that our forefathers had made for us, and which he should uphold with his vote, or else it was of the people oppressed by a feudal system that was out of date and effete, and that should be ended or mended. But the poet pointed out to him small, distant, wandering ships on the sunlit strip of sea, and the birds far down below them, and the houses below the birds, with all the little columns of smoke that could not find the downs. And at first the voter cried for his polling booth like a child. but after a while he grew calmer, save when faint bursts of cheering came twittering up to the downs, when the voter would cry out bitterly against the misgovernment of the radical party. Or else it was, I forget what the poet told me, he extolled its splendid record. See, said the poet, those ancient beautiful things, the downs, and the old-time houses, and the morning, and the gray sea in the sunlight going mumbling around the world. And this is the place they have chosen to go mad in. And standing there, with all broad England behind him, rolling northward, down after down, and before him the glittering sea, too far for the sound of the roar of it, there seemed to the voter to grow less important the questions that troubled the town. Yet he was still angry. "Why did you bring me here?" he said again. "Because I grew lonely," said the poet, "when all the town went mad." Then he pointed out to the voter some old bent thorns, and showed him the way that a wind had blown for 1,000,000 years, coming up at dawn from the sea, and told him of the storms that visit the ships, and their names, and whence they come, and the currents they drive afield, and the way the swallows go. And he spoke of the down where they sat when the summer came, and the flowers that were not yet, and the different butterflies, and about the bats and the swifts, and the thoughts in the heart of man. He spoke of the aged windmill that stood on the down, and of how to children it seemed a strange old man who was only dead by day. And as he spoke, and as the sea wind blew on that high and lonely place, there began to slip away from the voter's mind meaningless phrases that had crowded it long: thumping majority, victory in the fight, terminologically inexactitudes, and the smell of paraffin lamps dangling in heated schoolrooms, and quotations taken from ancient speeches because the words were long. They fell away slowly, and slowly the voter saw the wider world and the wonder of the sea. And the afternoon wore on, and the winter evening came, and the night fell, and all black grew the sea. And about the time the stars came blinking out to look upon our littleness, the polling booth closed in town. Then they got back the turmoil that was on the wane in the streets. Night hid the glare of the posters, and the tide, finding the noise abated and beginning at the flow, told the old tale that he had learned in his youth about the depths of the sea, the same which he had told to coast-wise ships that brought it to Babylon by the way of Euphrates before the doom of Troy. I blame my friend the poet, however lonely he was, for preventing this man from registering his vote, the duty of every citizen. But perhaps it matters less, as it was a foregone conclusion, because the losing candidate, either through poverty or sheer madness, had neglected to subscribe to a single football club. The End of The Day of the Poll by Lord Dunsany.
Diogenes the Wise Man by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At Corinth in Greece there lived a very wise man whose name was Diogenes. Men came from all parts of the land to see him and hear him talk. But wise as he was, he had some very queer ways. He did not believe that any man ought to have more things than he really needed, and he said that no man needed much. And so he did not live in a house, but slept in a tub or barrel, which he rolled about from place to place. He spent his days sitting in the sun, and saying wise things to those who were around him. At noon one day Diogenes was seen walking through the streets with a lighted lantern, and looking all around as if in search of something. "Why do you carry a lantern when the sun is shining?" some one said. "I am looking for an honest man," answered Diogenes. When Alexander the Great went to Corinth, all the foremost men in the city came out to see him and to praise him. But Diogenes did not come, and he was the only man for whose opinions Alexander cared. And so, since the wise man would not come to see the king went to see the wise man. He found Diogenes in an out-of-the-way place, lying on the ground by his tub. He was enjoying the heat and the light of the sun. When he saw the king and a great many people coming, he sat up and looked at Alexander. Alexander greeted him and said, "Diogenes, I have heard a great deal about your wisdom. Is there anything that I can do for you?" "Yes," said Diogenes, "you can stand a little on one side, so as not to keep the sunshine from me." This answer was so different from what he expected that the king was much surprised. But it did not make him angry, it only made him admire the strange man all the more. When he turned to ride back, he said to his officers, "Say what you will, if I were not Alexander, I would like to be Diogenes." End of Diogenes the Wise Man, by Anonymous.
The Experience of Hannah Prime by Alice Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Experience of Hannah Prime. Tiverton Hollow had occasionally an evening meeting. This came about naturally when religious zeal burned high, or when the congregation felt, with some uneasiness, that it had remained too long aloof from spiritual things. Tonight the schoolhouse had been designated for an assembling place, and the neighborhood trooped thither, animated by an excited importance, and doing justice to the greatness of the occasion by dressing up. Farmers had laid aside their ordinary mood, with overalls and jumpers, and donned an uncomfortable solemnity, an enforced attitude of theological reflection, with their stocks. Wives had urged their patient fingers into cotton gloves, and in cashmere shawls and bonnets, retrimmed with reference to this year's style, pressed into the uncomfortable chairs and folded their hands upon the desks before them in a sweet seriousness not unmingled with the desire of thriftily completing a duty no less exigent than pickle-making or the work of spring and fall. Last came the boys, clattering with awkward haste over the dusty floor which had known the touch of their bare feet on other days. They looked about the room with some awe and a puzzled acceptance of its being the same, yet not the same. It was their own. There were the maps of North and South America, the yellowed evergreens, relic of last days, still festooned the windows, and an intricate sum, there explained to the uncomprehending admiration of the village fathers, still adorned the blackboard. Yet the room had strangely transformed itself into an alien temple, invaded by theology and the breath of an unknown world. But though sobered, they were not cast down, for the occasion was enlivened, in their case, by a heaven-defying profligacy of intent. Every one of them knew that Sammy Forbes had in his pocket a pack of cards, which he meant to drop, by wicked but careless design, just when Deacon Pitts led in prayer, and that Tom Drake was master of a concealed pea-shooter, which he had sworn, with all the asseverations held sacred by boys, to use at some dramatic moment. All the band were aware that neither of these daring deeds would be done. The prospective actors themselves knew it, but it was a darling joy to contemplate the remote possibility thereof. Deacon Pitts opened the meeting, reminding his neighbors how precious a privilege it is for 2 or 3 to be gathered together. His companion had not been able to come. The entire neighborhood knew that Mrs. Pitts had been laid low by an attack of erysipelas, and that she was, at the moment, in a dark bedroom at home, helpless under elder blow. "She lays there on a bed of pain," said the deacon, "but she says to me, 'You go. Better the house of mourning than the house of feasting,' she says. Oh, my friends, what can be more blessed than the counsel of an aged and feeble companion?" The deacon sat down, and Tom Drake, his finger on the pea-shooter, assured himself in acute mental triumph that he had almost done it that time. Then followed certain incidents eminently pleasing to the boys. To their unbounded relief, Sarah Frances Giles rose to speak, weeping as she began. She always wept at prayer meeting, though at the very moment of asserting her joy that she cherished a hope, and her gratitude that she was so nearly at an end of this earthly pilgrimage, and ready to take her stand on the sea of glass mingled with fire. The boys reveled in her testimony. They were in a state of bitter uneasiness before she rose, and gnawed with a consuming impatience until she began to cry. Then they wondered if she could possibly leave out the sea of glass, and when it duly came, they gave a sigh of satiated bliss and sank into acquiescence in whatever might happen. This was a rich occasion to their souls, for Silas Marden, who was seldom moved by the Spirit, fell upon his knees to pray, but at the same unlucky instant his sister-in-law, for whom he cherished an unbounded scorn, rose, being nigh-eyed and ignorant of his priority, and began to speak. For a moment the two held on together, neck and neck, as the happy boys afterwards remembered, and then Silas got up, dusted his knees, and sat down, not to rise again at any spiritual call. "And a madder man you never see," cried all the hollow next day, in shocked but gleeful memory. Taking it all in all, the meeting had thus far mirrored others of its class. If the droning experiences were devoid of all human passion, it was chiefly because they had to be expressed in the phrases of strict theological usage. There was an unspoken agreement that feelings of this sort should be described in a certain way. They were not the affairs of the hearth and market. They were matters pertaining to that awful entity called the soul, and must be dressed in the fine linen which she had herself elected to wear. Suddenly, in a wearisome pause, when minds had begun to stray toward the hayfield and tomorrow's churning, the door was pushed open, and the widow Prime walked in. She was quite unused to seeking her kind, and the little assembly at once awoke, under the stimulus of surprise. They knew quite well where she had been walking, to Sudley jail, to visit her only son lying there for the 3rd time, not, as usual, for drunkenness, but for housebreaking. She was a wiry woman, a mass of muscles animated by an eager energy. Her very hands seemed knotted with clenching themselves in nervous spasms. Her eyes were black, seeking, and passionate, and her face had been scored by fine wrinkles, the marks of anxiety and grief. Her chocolate calico was very clean, and her palm-leaf shawl and black bonnet were decent in their poverty. The vague excitement created by her coming continued in a rustling like that of leaves. The troubles of Hannah Prime's life had been very bitter, so bitter that she had, as Deacon Pitts once said, after undertaking her conversion, turned from me in the house of God. A quickening thought sprang up now in the little assembly that she was under conviction, and that it had become the present duty of every professor to lead her to the throne of grace. This was an exigency for which none were prepared. At so strenuous a challenge, the old conventional ways of speech fell down and collapsed before them like creatures filled with air. Who should minister to one set outside their own comfortable lives by bitter sorrow and wounded pride? What could they offer a woman who had, in one way or another, sworn to curse God and die? It was Deacon Pitts who spoke, but in a tone hushed to the key of the unexpected. Has any one an experience to offer? Will any brother or sister lead in prayer? The silence was growing into a thing to be recognized and conquered, when, to the wonder of her neighbors, Hannah Prime herself rose. She looked slowly about the room, gazing into every face as if to challenge an honest understanding. Then she began speaking in a low voice, thrilled by an emotion not yet explained. Unused to expressing herself in public, she seemed to be feeling her way. The silence, pride, endurance which had been her armor for many years were no longer apparent. She had thrown down all her defenses with a grave composure, as if life suddenly summoned her to higher issues. "I don't know's I got an experience to offer," she said. "I don't know's it's religion. I don't know what 'tis. Maybe you'd say it don't belong to a meeting. When I come by and see y'all sitting here, it come over me I'd like to tell somebody. 2 weeks ago I was most crazy." She paused of necessity, for something broke in her voice. "That's the afternoon Jim was took," whispered a woman to a neighbor. Hannah Prime went on. "I'd just as soon tell it now. I can tell you altogether what I couldn't say to one on you alone. And if anybody speaks to me about it afterwards, I wish they hadn't. I was all by myself in the house. I sat down in my clock room about 3 in the afternoon, and there I sat. I didn't get no supper. I couldn't. I sat there, and I heard the clock tick. By and by it struck 7, and that waked me up. I thought I'd gone crazy. The figures on the wallpaper provoked me most to death, and that red and white tidy I made the winter I was laid up seemed to be talking out loud. I got up and run outdoor just as fast as I could go. I run out behind the house and down the cart path to that pile of rocks that overlooks the lake, and there I got out of breath and dropped down on a big rock, and there I sat just as still as I'd been settin' when I was in the house. Here a little girl stirred in her seat, and her mother leaned forward and shook her with alarming energy. "I never was so hard with Mary L. afore," she explained the next day, "but I was as nervous as a witch. I thought if I heard a pin drop I should scream." "I don't know how long I sat there," went on Hannah Prime, "but by and by it begun to come over me how still the lake was. 'Twas like glass, and way over where it runs in 'tween them islands, it burnt like fire. Then I looked up a little further to see what kind of a sky there was. 'Twas light green with clouds in it, all fire, and it begun to seem to me as if it was a kind of land and water up there, like ourn, only not solid. I sat there and looked at it, and I picked out islands and marshlands and p'ints running out into the yellow-green sea, and everything grew stiller and stiller. The loons struck up down on the lake with that kind of a lonesome whiner, but that only made the rest of it seem quieter. And it begun to grow dark all round me. I don't know's I ever noticed before just how the dark comes. It sifted down like snow, only couldn't see it. Well, I sit there, and I tried to keep stiller and stiller, like everything else. Seemed as if I must. And pretty soon I knew something was walking towards me over the lot. I kept my eyes on the sky, for I knew 'twould break something if I turned my head, and I felt as if I couldn't bear to. And it come walking without taking any steps or making any noise, till it come right up side of me and stood still. I didn't turn round. I knew I mustn't. I don't know whether it touched me. I don't know whether it said anything, but I know it made me a new creature. I knew then I shouldn't be afraid of things no more, nor sorry. I found out 'twas all right. I'm glad to be alive, I said. I'm thankful. Seemed to me I'd been dead for the last 20 years. I'd come alive. So I sat there and held my breath, for fear 'twould go. I don't know how long, but the moon rose up over my left shoulder, and the sky began to fade, and then it come over me 'twas going. I knew 'twas terrible tender of me, and sorry and loving, and so I said, 'Don't you mind, I won't forget.' And then it went. But that broke something, and I turned and see my own shadow on the grass, and I thought I see another side of it. Somehow that scared me, and I jumped up and whipped it home without looking behind me. Now that's my experience," said Hannah Prime, looking her neighbors again in the face with dauntless eyes. "I don't know what 'twas, but it's going to last. I ain't afraid no more, and I ain't going to be. There ain't nothing to worry about. Everything's bigger'n we think." She folded her shawl more closely about her and moved toward the door. There she again turned to her neighbors. "Good night," she said. and was gone. They sat quite still until the tread of her feet had ceased its beating on the dusty road. Then by one consent they rose and moved slowly out. There was no prayer that night, and Lord dismiss us was not sung. End of the Experience of Hannah Prime by Alice Brown. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hoop by Fyodor Sologub. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Hoop, Chapter 1. A woman was taking her morning stroll in a lovely suburban street. A boy of 4 was with her. She was young and smart, and she was smiling brightly. She was casting affectionate glances at her son, whose red cheeks beamed with happiness. The boy was bowling a hoop, a large, new, bright yellow hoop. He ran after his hoop awkwardly, laughing uproariously with joy, thrust forward his plump little legs bare at the knee, and flourished his stick. He needn't have raised his stick so high above his head, but what of that? What happiness! He had never had a hoop before. How briskly it made him run! And nothing of this had existed for him before. Everything was new to him, the streets in early morning, the merry sun, and the distant din of the city. Everything was new to the boy, and joyous and pure. Chapter 2. A shabbily dressed old man with coarse hands stood at the street crossing. He pressed close to the wall to let the woman and the boy pass. The old man looked at the boy with dull eyes and smiled stupidly. Confused, sluggish thoughts struggled within his almost bald head. "A little gentleman," said he to himself, "quite a small fellow, and simply bursting with joy. Just look at him cutting his paces." He could not quite understand it, how it seemed strange to him. Here was a child, a thing to be pulled about by the hair. Play is mischief. Children, as everyone knows, are mischief makers. And there was the mother. She uttered no reproach, she made no fuss, she did not scold, she was smart and bright. It was quite easy to see that they were used to warmth and comfort. On the other hand, when he, the old man, was a boy, he lived a dog's life. There was nothing particularly rosy in his life even now, though to be sure he was no longer thrashed, and he had plenty to eat. He recalled his younger days, their hunger, their cold, their drubbings. He had never had fun with a hoop, or other playthings of well-to-do folks. Thus passed all his life, in poverty, in care, in misery, and he could recall nothing, not a single joy. He smiled with his toothless mouth at the boy, and he envied him. He reflected, what a silly sport! But envy tormented him. He went to work, to the factory where he had worked from childhood, where he had grown old. And all day he thought of the boy. It was a fixed, deep-rooted thought. He simply could not get the boy out of his mind. He saw him running, laughing, stamping his feet, bowling the hoop. What plump little legs he had, bared at the knee. All day long, amid the din of the factory wheels, the boy with the hoop appeared to him, and at night he saw the boy in a dream. Chapter 3. Next morning his reveries again pursued the old man. The machines were clattering, the labor was monotonous, automatic, the hands were busy at their accustomed tasks, the toothless mouth was smiling at a diverting fancy. The air was thick with dust, and under the high ceiling, strap after strap, with hissing sound, glided quickly from wheel to wheel, endless in number. The far corners were invisible for the dense escaping vapors. Men emerged here and there like phantoms, and the human voice was not heard for the incessant din of the machines. The old man's fancy was at work. He had become a little boy for the moment. His mother was a gentlewoman, and he had his hoop and his little stick. He was playing, driving the hoop with a little stick. He wore a white costume. His little legs were plump, bare at the knee. The days passed. The work went on. The fancy persisted. Chapter 4. The old man was returning from work one evening when he saw the hoop of an old barrel lying in the street. It was a rough, dirty object. The old man trembled with happiness, and tears appeared in his dull eyes. A sudden, almost irresistible desire took possession of him. He glanced cautiously around him. Then he bent down, picked up the hoop with trembling hands, and smiling shamefacedly carried it home with him. No one noticed him. No one questioned him. Whose concern was it? A ragged old man was carrying an old battered, useless hoop. Who cared? He carried it stealthily, afraid of ridicule. Why he picked it up and why he carried it, he himself could not tell. Still, it was like the boy's hoop, and this was enough. There was no harm in it lying about. He could look at it, he could touch it. It would stimulate his reveries. The whistle and turmoil of the factory would grow fainter, the escaping vapors less dense. For several days the hoop lay under the bed in the old man's poor, cramped quarters. Sometimes he would take it from its place and look at it. The dirty gray hoop soothed the old man, and the sight of it quickened his persistent thoughts about the happy little boy. Chapter 5. It was a clear, warm morning, and the birds were chirping away in the consumptive urban trees somewhat more cheerfully than usual. The old man rose early, took his hoop, and walked a little distance out of town. He coughed as he made his way among the old trees and the thorny bushes in the woods. The trees, covered with their dry, blackish, bursting bark, seemed to him incomprehensibly and sternly silent. The odors were strange, the insects astonishing, the ferns of gigantic growth. There was neither dust nor din here, and the gentle, exquisite morning mist lay behind the trees. The old feet glided over the dry leaves and stumbled across the old gnarled roots. The old man broke off a dry limb and hung his hoop upon it. He came upon an opening full of daylight and of calm. The dewdrops, countless and opalescent, gleamed upon the green blades of newly mown grass. Suddenly the old man let the hoop slide off the stick. He struck with the stick and sent the hoop rolling across the green lawn. The old man laughed, brightened at once, and pursued the hoop like that little boy. He kicked up his feet and drove the hoop with his stick, which he flourished high over his head, just as that little boy did. It seemed to him that he was small, beloved, and happy. It seemed to him that he was being looked after by his mother, who was following close behind and smiling. Like a child on his first outing, he felt refreshed on the bright grass and on the still mosses. His goat-like, dust-gray beard, that harmonized with his sallow face, trembled, while his cough mingled with his laughter, and raucous sounds came from his toothless mouth. Chapter 6. And the old man grew to love his morning hour in the woods with the hoop. He sometimes thought he might be discovered and ridiculed, and this aroused him to a keen sense of shame. This shame resembled fear. He would grow numb, and his knees would give way under him. He would look round him with fright and timidity. But no, there was no one to be seen or to be heard, and having diverted himself to his heart's content, he would return to the city, smiling gently and joyously. Chapter 7. No one had ever found him out, and nothing unusual ever happened. The old man played peacefully for several days, and one very dewy morning he caught cold. He went to bed and soon died. Dying in the factory hospital among strangers, indifferent people, he smiled serenely. His memory soothed him. He too had been a child. He too had laughed and scampered across the green grass among the dark trees. His beloved mother had followed him with her eyes. End of The Hoop by Fyodor Sologub. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Huldrefish by Jonas Lai. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Huldrefish. Preliminary note. Huldre, a name for anything elfin or gnomish. Compare Icelandic hulda, a hiding, covering. It implies the invisibility of the elfin race. End of preliminary note. It was such an odd trout that Nona hauled in at the end of his fishing line. Large and fat, red-spotted and shiny, it sprawled and squirmed with its dirty yellow belly above the water to wriggle off the hook. And when he got it into the boat and took it off the hook, he saw that it had only 2 small slits where the eyes should have been. "It must be a Huldrfish," thought one of the boatmen, for rumor had it that that lake was one of those which had a double bottom. But Nona didn't trouble his head very much about what sort of a fish it was, so long as it was a big one. He was ravenously hungry, and bawled to them to row as rapidly as possible ashore, so as to get it cooked. He had been sitting the whole afternoon with empty lines out in the mountain lake there, but as for the trout, it was only an hour ago since it had been steering its way through the water with its rudder of a tail, and allowed itself to be fooled by a hook. And already it lay cooked red there on the dish. But now Nona recollected about the strange eyes, and felt for them, and pricked away at its head with his fork. There was nothing but slits outside, and yet there was a sort of hard eyeball inside. The head was strangely shaped, and looked very peculiar in many respects. He was vexed that he had not examined it more closely before it was cooked. It was not so easy now to make out what it really was. It had tasted first rate, however, and that was something. But at night there was, as it were, a gleam of bright water before his eyes, and he lay half asleep, thinking of the odd fish he had pulled up. He was in his boat again, he thought, and it seemed to him as if his hands felt the fish wriggling and sprawling for its life, and shooting its snout backwards and forwards to get off the hook. All at once it grew so heavy and strong that it drew the boat after it by the line. It went along at a frightful speed, while the lake gradually diminished, as it were, and dried up. There was an irresistible sucking of the water in the direction the fish went, which was towards a hole at the bottom of the lake like a funnel, and right into this hole went the boat. It glided for a long time in a sort of twilight along a subterranean river, which dashed and splashed about him. The air that met him was at first chilly and cellar-like. Gradually, however, it grew milder and milder, and warmer and warmer. The stream now flowed along calmly and quietly, and broadened out continually, till it fell into a large lake. Beyond the borders of this lake, but only half visible in the gloom, stretched swamps and morasses, where he heard sounds as of huge beasts wading and trampling. Serpent-like they rose and writhed, with a crashing and splashing and snorting amidst the tepid mud and mire. By the phosphorescent gleams he saw various fishes close to his boat, but all of them lacked eyes. And he caught glimpses of the outlines of gigantic sea serpents stretching far away into the darkness. He now understood that it was from down here that they pop up their heads off the coast in the dog days when the sea is warm. The lintworm, with its flat head and duck's beak, darted after fish and crept up to the surface of the earth through the slimy ways of mire and marsh. Through the warm and choking gloom there came from time to time a cooling, chilling blast from the cold curves and winds of the slimy and slippery greenish lichworm, which bores its way through the earth and eats away the coffins that are rotting in the churchyards. Horrible, shapeless monsters with streaming manes, such as are said to sometimes appear in mountain tarns, writhed and wallowed and seized their prey in the fens and marshes. And he caught glimpses of all sorts of human-like creatures, such as fishermen and sailors meet and marvel at on the sea, and landsmen see outside the elfin mounds. And besides that, there was a soft whizzing, and an endless hovering and swarming of beings whose shapes were nevertheless invisible to the eye of man. Then the boat glided into miry, pulpy water, where her course tended downwards, and where the earth vault above darkened as it sank lower and lower. All at once a blinding strip of light shot down from a bright blue slit high above him. A stuffy vapor stood round about him. The water was as yellow and turbid as that which comes out of steam boilers, and he called to mind the peculiar tepid undrinkable water which bubbles up by the side of artesian wells. It was quite hot. Up there they were boring down to a world of warm water courses and liquid strata beneath the earth's crust. Heat as from an oven rose up from the huge abysses and dizzying clefts, whilst mighty steaming waterfalls roared and shook the ground. All at once he felt as if his body were breaking loose, freeing itself and rising in the air. He had a feeling of infinite lightness, of a wondrous capability for floating in higher atmospheres and recovering equilibrium. And before he knew how it was, he found himself up on the earth again. End of The Huldrefisch by Jonas Lai. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Magic Shop. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owen Way. The Magic Shop by H.G. Wells. I had seen the magic shop from afar several times. I had passed it once or twice. A shop window of alluring little objects, magic balls, magic hens, wonderful cones, ventriloquist dolls, the material of the basket trick, packs of cards that looked all right, and all that sort of thing. But never had I thought of going in until one day, almost without warning, Gip hauled me by my finger right up to the window, and so conducted himself that there was nothing for it but to take him in. I had not thought the place was there, to tell the truth. A modest-sized frontage in Regent Street, between the picture shop and the place where the chicks run about just out of patent incubators, but there it was, sure enough. I had fancied it was down nearer the circus, or round the corner in Oxford Street, or even in Holborn, always over the way, and a little inaccessible it had been, with something of the mirage in its position. But here it was now quite indisputably, and the fat end of Gip's pointing finger made a noise upon the glass. "If I was rich," said Gip, dabbing a finger at the disappearing egg, "I'd buy myself that, and that," which was the crying baby, very human, "and that," which was a mystery, and called, so a neat card asserted, "Buy one and astonish your friends." "Anything," said Gip, "will disappear under one of those cones. I have read about it in a book. And there, Dada, is the vanishing halfpenny, only they put it this way up so's we can see how it's done." Gip, dear boy, inherits his mother's breeding, and he did not propose to enter the shop or worry in any way. Only, quite unconsciously, he lugged my finger doorward, and he made his interest clear. "That," he said, and pointed to the magic bottle. "If you had that?" I said, at which promising inquiry he looked up with a sudden radiance. "I could show it to Jessie," he said, thoughtful as ever of others. "It's less than 100 days to your birthday, Gibbles," I said, and laid my hand on the door handle. Gip made no answer, but his grip tightened on my finger, and so we came into the shop. It was no common shop, this. It was a magic shop, and all the prancing precedence Gip would have taken in the matter of mere toys was wanting. He left the burden of the conversation to me. It was a little, narrow shop, not very well lit, and the doorbell pinged again with a plaintive note as we closed it behind us. For a moment or so we were alone and could glance about us. There was a tiger in papier-mâché on the glass case that covered the low counter, a grave, kind-eyed tiger that waggled his head in a methodical manner. There were several crystal spheres, a china hand holding magic cards, a stock of magic fish bowls in various sizes, and an immodest magic hat that shamelessly displayed its springs. On the floor were magic mirrors, one to draw you out long and thin, one to swell your head and vanish your legs, and one to make you short and fat like a draft. And while we were laughing at these, the shopman, as I suppose, came in. At any rate, there he was behind the counter, a curious, sallow, dark man, with one ear larger than the other and a chin like the toe-cap of a boot. "What can we have the pleasure?" he said, spreading his long magic fingers on the glass case. And so, with a start, we were aware of him. "I want," I said, "to buy my little boy a few simple tricks." "Legerdemain?" he asked. "Mechanical? Domestic?" "Anything amusing," said I. Said the shopman, and scratched his head for a moment as if thinking. Then, quite distinctly, he drew from his head a glass ball. "Something in this way," he said, and held it out. The action was unexpected. I had seen the trick done at entertainments endless times before. It's part of the common stock of conjurers, but I had not expected it here. "That's good," I said, with a laugh. "Isn't it?" said the shopman. Gip stretched out his disengaged hand to take this object, and found merely a blank palm. "It's in your pocket," said the shopman, and there it was. "How much will that be?" I asked. "We make no charge for glass balls," said the shopman politely. "We get them," he picked one out of his elbow as he spoke, "free." He produced another from the back of his neck and laid it beside its predecessor on the counter. Gip regarded his glass ball sagely, then directed a look of inquiry at the two on the counter, and finally brought his round-eyed scrutiny to the shopman, who smiled. "You may have those two," said the shopman, "and, if you don't mind one from my mouth, so." Gip counselled me mutely for a moment, and then in a profound silence put away the 4 balls, resumed my reassuring finger, and nerved himself for the next event. "We get all our smaller tricks in that way," the shopman remarked. I laughed in the manner of one who subscribes to a jest. "Instead of going to the wholesale shop," I said. "Of course it's cheaper." "In a way," the shopman said, "though we pay in the end, but not so heavily as people suppose. Our larger tricks, and our daily provisions, and all the other things we want, we get out of that hat. And you know, sir, if you'll excuse my saying it, there isn't a wholesale shop, not for genuine magic goods, sir. I don't know if you noticed our inscription, the genuine magic shop." He drew a business card from his cheek and handed it to me. "Genuine," he said, with his finger on the word, and added, "There is absolutely no deception, sir." He seemed to be carrying out the joke pretty thoroughly, I thought. He turned to Gip with a smile of remarkable affability. You know, are the right sort of boy." I was surprised at his knowing that, because in the interests of discipline we kept it rather a secret even at home, but Gip received it in unflinching silence, keeping a steadfast eye on him. "It's only the right sort of boy gets through that doorway," and, as if by way of illustration, there came a rattling at the door, and a squeaking little voice could be faintly heard. "No, I want to go in there, Dada. I want to go in there. No!" And then the accents of a downtrodden parent, urging consolations and propitiations. "It's locked, Edward," he said. "But it isn't," said I. "It is, sir," said the shopman. "Always, for that sort of child." And as he spoke we had a glimpse of the other youngster, a little white face, pallid from sweet-eating and over-sapid food, and distorted by evil passions, a ruthless little egotist, pawing at the enchanted pane. "It's no good, sir," said the shopman, as I moved, with my natural helpfulness, doorward, and presently the spoilt child was carried off howling. "How do you manage that?" I said, breathing a little more freely. "Magic," said the shopman, with a careless wave of the hand, and behold, sparks of coloured fire flew out of his fingers and vanished into the shadows of the shop. "You were saying," he said, addressing himself to Gip, "before you came in, that you would like one of our buy one and astonish your friends boxes?" Gip, after a gallant effort, said, "Yes." "It's in your pocket." And leaning over the counter, he really had an extraordinary long body. This amazing person produced the article in the customary conjurer's manner. "Paper," he said, and took a sheet out of the empty hat with the springs. "String," and behold, his mouth was a string box, from which he drew an unending thread, which, when he had tied his parcel, he bit off, and, it seemed to me, swallowed the ball of string. And then he lit a candle at the nose of one of the ventriloquist dummies, stuck one of his fingers, which had become sealing wax red, into the flame, and so sealed the parcel. "Then there was the disappearing egg," he remarked, and produced one from within my coat breast and packed it, and also the crying baby, very human. I handed each parcel to Gip as it was ready, and he clasped them to his chest. He said very little, but his eyes were eloquent. The clutch of his arms was eloquent. He was the playground of unspeakable emotions. These, you know, were real magics. Then, with a start, I discovered something moving about in my hat, something soft and jumpy. I whipped it off, and a ruffled pigeon, no doubt a confederate, dropped out and ran on the counter, and went, I fancy, into a cardboard box behind the papier-mâché tiger. "Tut, tut," said the shopman, dexterously relieving me of my headdress. "Careless bird, and, as I live, nesting." He shook my hat, and shook out into his extended hand 2 or 3 eggs, a large marble, a watch, about half a dozen of the inevitable glass balls, and then crumpled, crinkled paper, more and more and more, talking all the time of the way in which people neglect to brush their hats inside as well as out, politely of course, but with a certain personal application. "All sorts of things accumulate, sir. Not you, of course, in particular. Nearly every customer. Astonishing what they carry about with them." The crumpled paper rose and billowed on the counter more and more and more, until he was very nearly hidden from us, until he was altogether hidden, and still his voice went on and on. "We none of us know what the fair semblance of a human being may conceal, sir. Are we all then no better than brushed exteriors, whitened sepulchres?" His voice stopped, exactly like when you hit a neighbour's gramophone with a well-aimed brick. The same instant silence, and the rustle of the paper stopped, and everything was still. "Have you done with my hat?" I said after an interval. There was no answer. I stared at Gip, and Gip stared at me, and there were our distortions in the magic mirrors, looking very rum and grave and quiet. "I think we'll go now," I said. "Will you tell me how much all this comes to?" "I say," I said, on a rather louder note, "I want the bill and my hat, please." It might have been a sniff from behind the paper pile. "Let's look behind the counter, Gip," I said. "He's making fun of us." I led Gip round the head-wagging tiger, and what do you think there was behind the counter? No one at all. Only my hat on the floor, and a common conjurer's lop-eared white rabbit lost in meditation, and looking as stupid and crumpled as only a conjurer's rabbit can do. I resumed my hat, and the rabbit lolloped a lollop or so out of my way. "Dada," said Gip, in a guilty whisper. "What is it, Gip?" said I. "I do like this shop, Dada." So should I said to myself, if the counter wouldn't suddenly extend itself to shut one off from the door. But I didn't call Gip's attention to that. "Pussy," he said, with a hand out to the rabbit as it came lolloping past us. "Pussy, do Gip a magic!" And his eyes followed it as it squeezed through a door I had certainly not remarked a moment before. Then this door opened wider, and the man with one ear larger than the other appeared again. He was smiling still, but his eye met mine with something between amusement and defiance. "You'd like to see our showroom, sir," he said, with an innocent suavity. Gip tugged my finger forward. I glanced at the counter and met the shopman's eye again. I was beginning to think the magic just a little too genuine. "We haven't very much time," I said, but somehow we were inside the showroom before I could finish that. "All goods of the same quality," said the shopman, rubbing his flexible hands together, "and that is the best. Nothing in the place that isn't genuine magic and warranted thoroughly rum. Excuse me, sir." I felt him pull at something that clung to my coat sleeve, and then I saw him held a little wriggling red demon by the tail. The little creature bit and fought and tried to get at his hand, and in a moment he tossed it casually behind a counter. No doubt the thing was only an image of twisted India rubber, but for the moment, and his gesture was exactly that of a man who handles some petty, biting bit of vermin. I glanced at Gip, but Gip was looking at a magic rocking horse. I was glad he hadn't seen the thing. "I say," I said in an undertone, and indicating Gip and the red demon with my eyes, "you haven't many things like that about, have you?" "None of ours. Probably brought it with you," said the shopman, also in an undertone, and with a more dazzling smile than ever. "Astonishing what people will carry about with them unawares." And then to Gip, "Do you see anything you fancy here?" There were many things that Gip fancied there. He turned to this astonishing tradesman with mingled confidence and respect. "Is that a magic sword?" he said. "A magic toy sword. It neither bends, breaks, nor cuts the fingers. It renders the bearer invincible in battle against anyone under 18. Half a crown to 7 and 6pence, according to size. These panoplies on cards are for juvenile knights errant and very useful. Shield of safety, sandals of swiftness, helmet of invisibility." "Oh, Dada!" gasped Gip. I tried to find out what they cost, but the shopman did not heed me. He had got Gip now. He had got him away from my finger. He had embarked upon the exposition of all his confounded stock, and nothing was going to stop him. Presently I saw with a qualm of distrust and something very like jealousy that Gip had hold of this person's finger, as usually he has hold of mine. No doubt the fellow was interesting, I thought, and had an interestingly faked lot of stuff, really good fake stuff. Still, I wandered after them, saying very little, but keeping an eye on this prestigital fellow. After all, Gip was enjoying it, and no doubt when the time came to go we should be able to go quite easily. It was a long, rambling place, that showroom, a gallery broken up by stands and stalls and pillars, with archways leading off to other departments, in which the queerest-looking assistants loafed and stared at one, and with perplexing mirrors and curtains. So perplexing indeed were these that I was presently unable to make out the door by which we had come. The shopman showed Gip magic trains that ran without steam or clockwork, just as you set the signals, and then some very, very valuable boxes of soldiers that all came alive directly you took off the lid and said, I myself haven't a very quick ear, and it was a tongue-twisting sound, but Gip, he has his mother's ear, got it in no time. "Bravo!" said the shopman, putting the men back into the box unceremoniously and handing it to Gip. "Now," said the shopman, and in a moment Gip had made them all alive again. "You'll take that box?" asked the shopman. "We'll take that box," said I, "unless you charge its full value, in which case it would need a trust magnate." "Dear heart, no!" And the shopman swept the little men back again, shut the lid, waved the box in the air, and there it was in brown paper, tied up, and with Gip's full name and address. on the paper. The shopman laughed at my amazement. "This is the genuine magic," he said. "The real thing." "It's a little too genuine for my taste," I said again. After that he fell to showing Gip tricks, odd tricks, and still odder the way they were done. He explained them, he turned them inside out, and there was the dear little chap nodding his busy bit of head in the sagest manner. I did not attend as well as I might. "Hey presto!" said the magic shopman, and then would come the clear, small "Hey presto!" of the boy, but I was distracted by other things. It was being borne in upon me just how tremendously rum this place was. It was, so to speak, inundated by a sense of rumness. There was something a little rum about the fixtures even, about the ceiling, about the floor, about the casually distributed chairs. I had a queer feeling that whenever I wasn't looking at them straight, they went askew and moved about and played a noiseless puss in the corner behind my back. And the corners had a serpentine design with masks altogether too expressive for proper plaster. Then abruptly my attention was caught by one of the odd-looking assistants. He was some way off and evidently unaware of my presence. I saw a sort of 3/4 length of him over a pile of toys and through an arch, and, he was leaning against a pillar in an idle sort of way, doing the most horrid thing with his features. The particular horrid thing he did was with his nose. He did it just as though he was idle and wanted to amuse himself. First of all, it was a short, blobby nose, and then suddenly he shot it out like a telescope, and then out it flew and became thinner and thinner until it was like a long, flexible whip, like a thing in a nightmare it was. He flourished it about and flung it forth as a fly fisher flings his line. My instant thought was that Gip mustn't see him. I turned about, and there was Gip quite preoccupied with the shopman, and thinking no evil. They were whispering together and looking at me. Gip was standing on a little stool, and the shopman was holding a sort of big drum in his hand. "Hide and seek, Dana!" cried Gip. "You're he!" And before I could do anything to prevent it, the shopman had clapped the big drum over him. I saw what was up directly. "Take that off!" I cried. "This instant! You'll frighten the boy. Take it off!" The shopman, with the unequal ears, did so without a word, and held the big cylinder towards me to show its emptiness, and the little stool was vacant. In that instant my boy had utterly disappeared. You know, perhaps, that sinister something that comes like a hand out of the unseen and grips your heart about. You know it takes your common self away and leaves you tense and deliberate, neither slow nor hasty, neither angry nor afraid. So it was with me. I came up to this grinning shopman and kicked his stool aside. "Stop this folly," I said. "Where is my boy?" "You see," he said, still displaying the drum's interior, "there is no deception." I put out my hand to grip him, and he eluded me by a dexterous movement. I snatched again, and he turned from me and pushed open a door to escape. "Stop!" I said, and he laughed, receding. I leapt after him into utter darkness. Thud! "Lord bless my heart, I didn't see you coming, sir." I was in Regent Street, and I had collided with a decent-looking working man, and a yard away, perhaps, and looking a little perplexed with himself, was Gip. There was some sort of apology, and then Gip had turned and come to me with a bright little smile, as though for a moment he had missed me. And he was carrying 4 parcels in his arm. He secured immediate possession of my finger. For the second I was rather at a loss. I stared round to see the door of the magic shop, and behold, it was not there. There was no door, no shop, nothing, only the common pilaster between the shop where they sell pictures and the window with the chicks. I did the only thing possible in that mental tumult. I walked straight to the curbstone and held up my umbrella for a cab. "Hansoms," said Gip, in a note of culminating exultation. I helped him in, recalled my address with an effort, and got in also. Something unusual proclaimed itself in my tailcoat pocket, and I felt and discovered a glass ball. With a petulant expression I flung it into the street. Gip said nothing. For a space, neither of us spoke. "Dada," said Gip, at last, "that was a proper shop." I came around with that to the problem of just how the thing had seemed to him. He looked completely undamaged. So far, good. He was neither scared nor unhinged. He was simply tremendously satisfied with the afternoon's entertainment, and there in his arms were the 4 parcels. Confound it, what could be in them? I said, "little boys can't go to shops like that every day." He received this with his usual stoicism, and for a moment I was sorry I was his father and not his mother, and so couldn't suddenly there, coram publico, in our hansom, kiss him. After all, I thought, the thing wasn't so very bad. But it was only when we opened the parcels that I really began to be reassured. 3 of them contained boxes of soldiers, quite ordinary lead soldiers, but of so good a quality as to make Gip altogether forget that originally these parcels had been magic tricks of the only genuine sort. And the 4th contained a kitten, a little living white kitten, in excellent health and appetite and temper. I saw this unpacking with a sort of provisional relief. I hung about in the nursery for quite an unconscionable time. That happened 6 months ago, and now I am beginning to believe it is all right. The kitten had only the magic natural to all kittens, and the soldiers seemed as steady a company as any colonel could desire, and Gip... The intelligent parent will understand that I have to go cautiously with Gip. But I went so far as this one day. I said, "How would you like your soldiers to come alive, Gip, and march about by themselves?" "Mine do," said Gip. "I just have to say a word I know before I open the lid." "Then they march about alone?" "Oh, quite, Dada. I shouldn't like them if they didn't do that." I displayed no unbecoming surprise, and since then I have taken occasion to drop in upon him once or twice, unannounced, when the soldiers were about, but so far I have never discovered them performing in anything like a magical manner. It's so difficult to tell. There's also a question of finance. I have an incurable habit of paying bills. I have been up and down Regent Street several times looking for that shop. I am inclined to think, indeed, that in that matter honour is satisfied, and that since Gip's name and address are known to them, I may very well leave it to these people, whoever they may be, to send in their bill in their own time. The End of the Magic Shop by H.G. Wells. Recording by Owen Way.
The Jutlander and His Stockings by Anonymous, from Danish Folk Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Jutlander and His Stockings. A well-dressed Jutlander once took a drop too much, and consequently lost command of his legs, landing at full length in the middle of the high road, where he fell asleep. While he was lying in this state, another wayfarer passed him. When he observed the Jutlander's fine stockings, and compared them with his own, which were old and worn, he saw his chance to draw the good stockings off the Jutlander's feet, and to replace them with his own. Upon doing this, he walked on. When the Jutlander had slept till he was somewhat more sober, a man came driving along, shouting, "Keep your legs by yourself, or I shall run over them." The Jutlander awoke, lifted his head, and looked at the legs. But when he noticed a pair of gray ragged stockings, and remembered that his own were pretty white and brand new, he lay quietly down again, answering, "Drive on, these are not my legs." End of The Jutlander and His Stockings by Anonymous, from Danish Folk Tales.
The Love of Clotilde by Armando Palacio Valdez. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Love of Clotilde. In the dressing room of Clotilde, leading actress of one of the most important theaters in the capital, there gathered every night about half a dozen of her male friends. The reception lasted almost always about as long as the performances, but it included a number of parentheses. Whenever the actress was obliged to change her costume, she would turn towards her visitors with a bewitching smile and beseeching eyes. "Gentlemen, will you withdraw for one little moment, not more than one little moment?" Thereupon they would all transfer themselves to the anteroom and remain there patiently waiting. No, I am mistaken, not quite all, because the youngest of them, a third-year student in the School of Medicine, would avail himself of the chance to take a turn in the wings, to stretch his legs, and snatch a fugitive kiss or so. At all events, the majority remained either seated or pacing up and down until the moment when Clotilde would reopen her door and, putting out her head, decked as queen or peasant girl according to the part she was playing, would call out, "Now you may come back, gentlemen. Have I been very long?" Don Hieronymo always lingered. He was the last to withdraw, grumbling, and the first to return to the dressing-room. He was never able to reconcile himself to that modest custom, and although he never allowed himself to say so openly, yet in the depths of his secret thoughts he regarded it as a lack of courtesy that he should be ejected from his seat merely because the silly child must change her dress. He who for 30 years had passed his life behind the scenes, and had been on intimate terms with every actor and actress, ancient and modern. He was 54 years of age, and had been attached to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs ever since he was 24. Each successive government had regarded him as one of the indispensable wheels in the machinery of colonial administration. Furthermore, he was a bachelor, and living at the mercy of his landlady. It was said that in his youth he once wrote a play which won him nothing but hisses and free entry for life behind the scenes of the theatres. Whether resigned or not to the verdict of the public, he ceased to write plays, and assumed instead the nobler role of patron to unrecognized authors and artists, and to ruined managers. Any youth from the provinces who arrived in Madrid with a drama in his pocket could take no surer road to seeing it produced than that which led to the home of Don Hieronymo. One and all he received them with open arms, the good and the bad alike. There is no denying that since he was rather brusque in his ways, he never spared the young authors who asked his advice and read him their productions, but criticized vigorously, even to the verge of insult. "The whole episode is sheer nonsense. Spill your inkwell on it. Why, look here, for the love of heaven, how do you suppose that a man who is on the point of committing murder is going to stand there for 16 seconds without drawing his breath? Lord, what tommy-rot, platonic love for a woman of that class! You must have tumbled out of the nest unfledged, my lad." But anyone possessed of a little tact refused to take offense, but went calmly on, and ended by entrusting his manuscript to the hands of Don Hieronymo, and he could rest assured that his drama would be produced. The veteran of the green rooms exercised a strong influence, akin to intimidation, over managers and actors alike. When he was displeased, he gave his tongue free rein. If a play had been hissed, he would protest, boiling with rage against the public verdict, and would continue to support the author more staunchly than ever. If, on the contrary, it scored a hit, he merely kept silent and smiled ecstatically, but never sought out the successful author in order to congratulate him. And if the latter should complain of his indifference, his answer was, "Now that you have been shown that you can use your wings, will you please, my friend, will you please leave me free to succor some other poor fellow?" His private life offered little of special interest. Every night, upon leaving the theatre, he betook himself to the Café Habanero, where he habitually consumed a beefsteak, together with a small measure of beer, and according to a certain friend who had watched him repeatedly, he always managed his repast so artfully as to finish at one and the same time the last mouthful of the meat, the last fragment of bread, and the last draught of beer. On this particular night, the little gathering was unwontedly animated. The actress's friends indulged more freely than usual in gossip and laughter. Don Hieronymo, muffled closely in his cape, one of his privileges, lounging at ease in the big corner chair, and with his inevitable cigar between his teeth, another special privilege, was giving utterance to rare and racy stories, which, from time to time, caused his hearers to cast a glance in the direction of Clotilde, and brought a slightly heightened color to the latter's cheeks. Don Hieronymo took no notice of this. He had first known her as such a mere child that he considered he had the right to dispense with certain courtesies that are due to ladies, assuming that in the whole course of his life he had ever shown them to any woman, which is very doubtful. He had met her first as a mere child, and had opened the way for her to the stage. At the time that he ran across her, she was living wretchedly and trying to learn the art of making artificial flowers. Today, thanks to her talent, she earned enough to keep her mother and sisters in comfort. Clotilde's attraction lay in her charm of manner rather than her beauty. Her complexion was olive, her eyes large and black, the best of all her features, her mouth somewhat big, but with bright red lips and admirably even teeth. Tonight she was costumed as a lady of the time of Louis XV, with powdered hair which was marvelously becoming to her. She took almost no part in the conversation, but seemed satisfied to be merely a listener, constantly turning her serene gaze from one speaker to another, and often answering only with a smile when they addressed her. All at once there came the voice of the call-boy. "Senorita Clotilde, if you please." "Coming," she answered, rising. She crossed over to the mirror, gave a few final touches to her brows and lashes with a pencil, adjusted with somewhat nervous fingers the coils of her hair, the cross of brilliants which she wore at her throat, and the folds of her dress. Her friends became for the moment silent and abstractedly watched these last preparations. "Goodbye for the present, gentlemen," and she left the dressing-room, followed by her maid, carefully bearing her train, a magnificent train of cream-colored satin. "She grows lovelier every day, Clotilde does," said the medical student, allowing an imperceptible sigh to escape him. Don Hieronymo took an enormous pull at his cigar, and instantly became enveloped in a cloud of smoke. For this reason no one observed the smile of triumph with which he received the medical student's remark. "I agree with you that she grows prettier every day," said another of the visitors, "but it seems to me that her disposition has been undergoing a big change for some time back. You, my boy, have not known her as long as we have. She used to be a fascinating talker, so merry, so full of spirits. No one could ever remain out of temper in her company. But now I find her grave and sad almost all the time. It's a fact that I have wondered at the melancholy look in her eyes." Don Hieronymo took another enormous pull at the cigar. No one saw the swift flare of anger that passed over his face. "Changes like that, my boy, have only one cause, and that is love." "Was she engaged?" "Precisely. Don Hieronymo knows the story well." "Yes, and I am going to tell it to you," said the one referred to from the depths of his cloak, "though you may believe me that it is no pleasant task to relate such follies. But it concerns a girl whom we all of us love, and whatever affects her ought to interest us. Some 3 years ago, a young man faultlessly dressed, and with the manuscript of a play under his arm, called upon the director of this theatre. Now there is nothing in the world more impressive and awe-inspiring than a well-dressed young man who carries the manuscript of a play under his arm. The director did his best to dodge him, and held him off with a number of adroit moves, but he was finally cornered all the same. In other words, the young man invited him to breakfast one day, enticing him with the seductive prospect of several dozen oysters washed down with abundant sauterne, and for dessert he shut off his play at close range. As it turned out, the play was no good. Pepe did what you know one does in such cases. He expressed deep admiration for the versification. He said bravo over certain obscurely phrased thoughts, and finally he recommended a few changes in the second act, after which the work would be unexceptionable. The unwary poet returned home greatly pleased, and set to work zealously upon the revision. At the end of a fortnight he returned for another interview with Pepe. This time the latter found the first act somewhat slow, and advised him at any cost to put more action into it and make it somewhat shorter. It took the poet a month to rewrite the first act. When he once more presented himself, the director, while expressing great admiration for the excellence of the verse and for some of the ideas, manifested some doubt as to whether the play was actable. That it was literary he had none whatever. On the contrary, it seemed to him that from this point of view it compared favorably with the best of Ayala's plays. But actable, really actable, that was another matter. What is the difference, Don Hieronymo? I don't understand. Then I will explain, my boy. We who are behind the scenes mean by actable a good play, and by literary a bad one. I see. After expressing these doubts, the manager concluded by recommending certain additional alterations in the third act. At last the poet understood, a really marvelous occurrence, because poets who understand everything else and can tell you why the condor flies so high, who soar to the skies and descend into the abyss and penetrate the secret thoughts of all created things, are not capable of realizing that there are times when their works do not please those who hear them. Our young man, whom we will call Inocencio, received back his manuscript somewhat peevishly, and for a while nothing further was heard of him. But at last, doubtless after a good deal of profound meditation, he presented himself on a certain morning at the home of Clotilda. I hardly need tell you that he carried his manuscript under his arms. He waited patiently in the parlor while our young friend completed her toilette, and when at last she made her appearance, she saw before her a blushing and confused young man, who nevertheless was pleasant-mannered and fashionably dressed, and who besought with stammering lips that she would do him the favor of listening while he read his play. Women, you know, find a singular pleasure in playing the role of patroness, especially in regard to young men of pleasant manners and fashionable dress, so that it is not at all surprising that Clotilde listened patiently to the play and even pronounced it acceptable. The young man entrusted himself wholly to her guidance, deposited his manuscript in her pretty hands as though it were a newborn child, and she received it like a doting mother, took it under her protection, and promised to watch over its precious existence and introduce it to the world. The young man declared that such an intention was worthy of the noble heart whose fame had already reached his ears. Clotilde replied that it was no kindness on her part to work to have the play produced, but only an act of justice. The young man said that this idea was exceedingly flattering, because Clotilde's great talent and the accuracy of her judgments were well known to everyone, but that he dared not build upon such an illusion. Clotilde declared that there were many unmerited reputations in the world, and one of them was hers, but that on this occasion she felt that she was on firm ground. The young man replied that when the river roars, the water toils, and that when the whole world unites in admiring not only the exceptional beauty and artistic inspiration of a certain person, but also her splendid genius and brilliant intellect, it was necessary to bow one's head. Clotilde said that on this occasion she refused to bow hers, because she was quite convinced that the world was greatly mistaken regarding what it called her talent, which was nothing more nor less than pure instinct. The young man cried out to heaven against such mystification, for which there was absolutely no excuse. Then, promptly calming down, he declared himself profoundly moved by the modesty of his patroness, and swore by all the saints in heaven that he never had met her equal, with the result that the manuscript was momentarily gaining ground in the heart of our sympathetic friend, and that the young man, overwhelmed with emotion, took his leave of her until the following day. On the following day Clotilde called upon the manager, and by threatening to break her contract, forced from him a promise to produce Innocentio's play as soon as possible. That same afternoon the poet expressed his thanks to his patroness, and promptly took her into his confidence. He belonged to a distinguished provincial family, although without great financial resources. It was in the hope of bettering them that he had come to Madrid, relying solely upon his genius. In his native town they said that he had talent, that if the verses which he had contributed to the Tagus Echo had been published in Madrid, he would be talked of as the second Núñez de Arce Grillo. He did not know whether that was so, but he felt that his heart was full of noble sentiments, and he loved the theatre better than the apple of his eye. Would he succeed in being an Ayala or a Tamayo? Would he be rejected by the public? It was an insoluble mystery to him. During this interview Clotilde became convinced of two very important things, namely, that Inocencio possessed a talent so great that his head could scarcely hold it, and secondly, that there was no one else in all Madrid who could wear so conspicuous a necktie with such charming effect. I need not tell you that their confidential interviews increased in frequency, and that consequently Clotilde came day by day more completely under the fascinating influence of that supernatural necktie. In the end, she yielded herself vanquished, and surrendered herself to it, bound hand and foot. The necktie deigned to raise her from the ground and grant her the favor of its affection. "What about a necktie?" asked one of the company who had been nodding. Don Geronimo took an immense, an infernal pull at his cigar in testimony of his annoyance, then proceeded with no further notice. Meanwhile, the rehearsals of Inocencio's play had begun. It was called, if I am not mistaken, Stooping to Conquer. Excuse me, no, I believe it was just the reverse, conquering to stoop. Well, at all events, it contained a participle and an infinitive. Before long I became aware that the lover-like relations had been established between our fair friend and the author. And since, as a matter of fact, even if Inocencio was a bad poet, as Pepe insisted, he seemed like a good lad, I was very glad it had happened, and I helped it along as much as I could. Clotilde confided in me, and declared that she was desperately in love, that her ambitions no longer had anything to do with the art of the stage, which seemed to her an unbearable slavery, that her ideal was to live tranquilly, even if it were in a garret, united to the man whom she adored, that woman was born to be the guardian angel of the fireside and not to divert the public, and that she herself would rather be queen of a humble little apartment illuminated with love than to receive all the applause in the world. In short, gentlemen, our young friend was living in the midst of an idyllic dream. Inocencio was, to all appearance, no less in love than she. I frequently encountered them walking through the unfrequented bypaths of the Retiro, at a respectful distance from her mother, who lingered opportunely to examine the first opening buds of flowers or some curious insect. Mothers, at this critical period of courtship, are under an obligation to be admirers of the works of nature. The young pair of turtle-doves would pause when they caught sight of me, and greet me blushingly. I cannot conceal from you that however much I felt the loss to art, I was delighted that Clotilde was going to be married. A woman always needs the protection of a man, and there is no question that so far as outward appearance went, they were worthy of one another. Inocencio certainly was a most attractive young fellow. At the theatre they talked of nothing else than of this wedding, which was still in the bud. Everybody was delighted, because Clotilde is the only actress since the beginning of the world who took it into her head to attempt what until now was regarded as impossible, to make herself beloved by her companions. I observe, nevertheless, for you know that I am an observant person. It is the only quality that I possess, that of observation, a thing to which the authors of today attach no importance. Today, in the drama, everything is so much dried leaves, a lot of moonshine which they let filter down through the foliage of the trees, a lot of description of dawn and twilight, and a lot of similar pastry shop stuff. That's all there is to it. When any fledgling author comes to me with nonsense of that sort, I say to him, get down to the facts, get down to the facts. The facts are the drama, which doesn't exist in the great part of the above mentioned. Aren't you exciting yourself, Don Hieronymo? Well, as I was telling you, I observed that as the rehearsals progressed, the ascendancy of Innocencio over our young friend increased. The tone in which he addressed her was no longer the humble and courteous tone of earlier days. He corrected her frequently in her manner of delivery. He dictated the attitudes and gestures which she should adopt. And sometimes, when the actress did not quite understand his wishes, he allowed himself to address her publicly in rather severe terms, and the way he looked at her was severe still. Our poet was already thundering and lightning like a true lord and master. Clotilde accepted it with good grace. She, who had always been so haughty, even towards the most distinguished authors, stretched out and shrank back like soft wax in the hands of that insignificant jackanapes. You ought to have seen the humility with which she accepted his suggestions, and the distress which his censures caused her. All the time that the rehearsal lasted, she kept her eyes steadily fixed upon him, watching like a submissive slave to catch the wishes of her master. The poet, lolling at ease in an armchair with a brazier of hot coals before him, directed the action in as dictatorial a manner as either Garcia Gutierrez or Ayala could have done. A mere glance from him sufficed to make Clotilde flush crimson or turn pale. The other actors made no protest out of consideration for her. When she had finished her scene, she came eagerly to take her seat beside her betrothed, who sometimes deigned to welcome her with a haughty smile, and at other times with an Olympian indifference. I, meanwhile, looked on, scandalized. On one occasion I came upon them from behind, and overheard what they were saying. Clotilde was speaking, and hotly maintaining that Innocencio's stooping to conquer or conquering to stoop was better than a new drama. The young man protested feebly. On another occasion they were speaking of their future union. Clotilde was picturing in impassioned phrases the nook to which they would go to hide their happiness, some lofty spot on the hills of Salamanca, a dear little nest, bathed in sunlight, where Innocencio could work in his private study, writing plays, while she sat by his side and embroidered in absolute silence. When he was tired they could talk for a while, to let him rest, and then she would give him a kiss, and go back again to her work. In the evening they would go out, arm in arm, to take a short walk, and then home again. But no more of the theatre. She abhorred it with all her soul. In the spring they would go every morning to take a walk in the Retiro, and take chocolate under the trees. In the summer they would spend a month or two in Innocencio's birthplace, so as to bring back from the country a supply of good colour and health for the coming winter. The description of this tender idyll, which, even if I am a confirmed bachelor, set my heart beating within my breast, produced no other effect upon the new author than an insolent somnolence, which would not disappear until he suddenly raised his imperious voice to admonish some one of the actors. At last the opening night arrived. We were all anxious to see the result. The prevailing opinion was that the play offered little novelty, but since Clotilde had staked her whole soul upon the outcome, a big success was predicted. At the dress rehearsal our young friend had achieved genuine prodigies. There was a moment when the few of us, whom curiosity had brought to witness it, rose to our feet electrified, convulsed, making a most unseemly outcry. You have no conception how marvellously she rendered her part. Then and there, all of a sudden, an idea entered my head. Recalling all my observations of Clotilde's love affair, I felt convinced, in view of the evidence, that Innocentio had had no other purpose in winning her love than to assure an exceptional interpretation of the leading role of his play, and a flattering outcome of his venture. I decided not to communicate my suspicions to anyone. I kept silent and hoped, but there is no doubt that from that time on the young man was decidedly out of favor with me. The noise which Innocentio's friends had been making in regard to the theme of his play, the fact that Clotilde had chosen it for her benefit performance, and the widespread rumor that the celebrated actress was going to win a signal triumph in it, all worked together to help the speculators to dispose of every seat in the house at fabulous prices. I know a marquis who paid 11 duros for 2 orchestra stalls. This room, where we are now sitting, was filled, just as it is annually, with flowers and presents. It was impossible to move about in the midst of such a conglomeration of porcelain, books with costly bindings, ebony workboxes, picture frames, and no end of other fancy trifles. The audience room was unusually brilliant. The most resplendent ladies, the men most distinguished in politics, literature, and finance, in short, the high life, as the phrase goes, was all there. But even more brilliant and more radiant was Innocentio himself, radiant with glory and happiness, and graciously receiving the crowds of visitors who came to see the presents, dictating orders to the call boys and scene shifters regarding the proper setting of the scene, and multiplying his smiles and handshakings to the point of infinity. Clotilde also seemed more beautiful than ever, and her expressive face revealed the tender emotion which possessed her, as well as her deep anxiety to win laurels for her future husband. The curtain arose, and every one hurried to occupy his seat. In the wings there was no one save the author and 3 or 4 of his friends. The opening scenes were received as usual with indifference, the following ones with a little more cordiality. The versification was fluent and polished, and, as you know, the public appreciates sugar-coated phrases. At last the moment arrived for Clotilde's entrance, and a faint murmur of curiosity and expectation ran through the audience. She spoke her lines discreetly, but without much warmth. It was easy to see that she was afraid. The curtain fell in a dead silence. Immediately, the waiting room and passageway were filled by Innocentio's friends, who came eagerly to tell him that this first performance of his play was a great success. But what was the matter with Clotilde? She hardly put any movement into her part, and she was usually so much alive, so tremendously forceful. Our young friend acknowledged that, as a matter of fact, she had felt badly scared, and that this had hampered her seriously. The author, greatly alarmed for the fate of his work, endeavored to persuade her that there was nothing to be afraid of, that all she had to do was to be herself, and that she was not to think of him at all while she spoke her lines. "I can't help it," insisted Clotilde. "All the time that I am speaking, I keep thinking that you are the author, and imagining that the play is not going to succeed, and it makes me so frightened." Innocentio was in despair. He tried entreaties, advice, arguments. He embraced her without caring who saw him. He tried to infuse courage into her by appealing to her vanity as an artist. In short, he did everything imaginable to save his play. The second act began. Clotilde had a few pathetic scenes. In the beginning there was a certain slight disturbance in the audience, and this sufficed to disconcert her completely, and to make her acting irremediably bad, worse than she had ever acted in her whole life. A good deal of coughing was heard, and some loud murmurs of impatience. At the end of the second act, a few indiscreet friends tried to applaud, but the audience drowned them out with an immense and terrifying series of hisses. The author, who was standing by my side, pale as death, relieved his feelings with a flood of coarse words, and made his way to Pepe's room, which faces that of Clotilde, and where his friends consoled him, casting the whole blame for the failure upon her, and inflaming more and more the anger surging in his heart. Meanwhile our friend was utterly crushed and overcome, and continually calling for her Innocentio. In order to spare her further trouble, I told her that the author had accepted the situation resignedly, and had left the theatre to get a breath of air. The unhappy girl bitterly blamed herself, taking the entire failure on her own shoulders. The curtain rose for the third act, and we all gathered anxiously at the wings. Clotilde, by a powerful effort of will, showed herself at first more self-possessed than in the previous acts, but the audience was in a mood to have some sport, and nothing could have made them take the play seriously. When the public once scents a trail, it is like a wild beast that smells blood. There is no way of heading it off, and you have got to let it have its flesh at any cost. And there is no doubt that on this occasion it gorged itself full. Coughs, laughter, sneezes, stampings, hisses, there was a little of everything. Tears sprang to our poor friend's eyes, and she seemed upon the point of fainting. When the curtain finally fell, her eyes sought on all sides for her lover, but he had disappeared. In her dressing-room, where I followed her, she sobbed, groaned, gave way to despair, called herself a fool, said that she was going to hire herself out on some farm to tend the geese, and more to the same effect. It cost me some hard work to calm her down, but at last I succeeded, so that she sank into a sort of silent lethargy. In the sorrow which her eyes revealed, I saw that what tormented her horribly was the absence of Innocentio. The door of the room was suddenly flung open. The defeated poet made his appearance. He was quite pale, but apparently calm. Nevertheless, I perceived at the first glance that his calmness was assumed, and that the smile which contracted his lips closely resembled that of a condemned man who wishes to die bravely. A gleam of joy illuminated Clotilde's face. She rose swiftly and flung her arms around his neck, saying in a broken voice, "I have ruined you, my poor Innocentio. I have ruined you. How generous you are! But listen, I swear to you by the memory of my father that I will atone for the humiliation you have just suffered." "There is no need for you to atone, my dear girl," replied the poet, in a soft tone under which a disdainful anger could be felt. "My family has not achieved its illustrious name through the intercession of any actor. From this day henceforth, I gladly renounce the theatre and all that is connected with it. Accordingly, I wish you good day." And unclasping the arms that imprisoned his neck, and smiling sarcastically, he retreated a few steps and took his leave. Clotilde gazed at him in a stupor, then fell unconscious on the divan. At the sight of her in such a state, I felt my blood take fire, and I followed the young man out. I overtook him near the stairs, and grasping him by the wrist, I said to him, "A word with you. The first thing that a man has to be, before he can be a poet, is a gentleman, and that is something you are not. Your play was hissed because it lacks the same thing that you lack, and that is a heart. Here, sir, is my card." "And did you not send him your seconds, Don Hieronymo?" inquired the medical student. "Silence, silence!" exclaimed another of the group. "Here is Clotilde." And in fact, the charming actress at that moment appeared in the doorway, and her large and sad black eyes, all the more beautiful beneath her white Louis XV coiffure, smiled tenderly upon her faithful friends. End of The Love of Clotilde by Armando Palacio Valdez. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Mysterious Bride by James Hogg. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysterious Bride. A great number of people nowadays are beginning broadly to insinuate that there are no such things as ghosts or spiritual beings visible to mortal sight. Even Sir Walter Scott is turned renegade, and, with his stories made up of half and half, like Nathaniel Gow's toddy, is trying to throw cold water on the most certain, though most impalpable, phenomena of human nature. The bodies are daft. Heaven mend their wits. Before they had ventured to assert such things, I wish they had been where I have often been, or in particular where the Laird of Birkendelly was, on St. Lawrence's Eve in the year 1777, and sundry times subsequent to that. Be it known, then, to every reader of this relation of facts that happened in my own remembrance, that the road from Birkendelly to the great muckle village of Balmawhapple, commonly called the Muckle Town, in opposition to the little town that stood on the other side of the burn, that road, I say, lay between two thorn hedges, so well kept by the laird's hedger, so close and so high, that a rabbit could not have escaped from the highway into any of the adjoining fields. Along this road was the laird riding on the eve of St. Lawrence, in a careless, indifferent manner, with his hat to one side and his cane dancing a hornpipe before him. He was, moreover, chanting a song to himself, and I have heard people tell what song it was too. There was once a certain, or rather uncertain, bard, yclept Robert Burns, who made a number of good songs, but that this the laird sang was an amorous song of great antiquity, which, like all the said laird's best songs, was sung 150 years before he was born. It began thus: I am the Laird of Windy Wars. I come near here without a cause, and I hae gotten 40 fars in coming o'er the knowe of Joe. The night it is baith wind and weet, the morn it will be snow and sleet. My shoon are frozen to my feet. Oh, rise and let me in, Joe, let me in this ae night, etc. This song was the laird singing, while at the same time he was smudging and laughing at the catastrophe, when, ere ever aware, he beheld, a short way before him, an uncommonly elegant and beautiful girl walking in the same direction with him. Ay, said the laird to himself, here is something very attractive indeed. Where the deuce can she have sprung from? She must have risen out of the earth, for I never saw her till this breath. Well, I declare I have not seen such a female figure. I wish I had such an assignation with her as the Laird of Windy Wars had with his sweetheart. As the laird was half thinking, half speaking this to himself, the enchanting creature looked back at him with a motion of intelligence that she knew what he was half saying, half thinking, and then vanished over the summit of the rising ground before him, called the Birky Brow. Ay, go your ways, said the laird. I see by you, you'll not be very hard to overtake. You cannot get off the road, and I'll have a chat with you before you make the Deer's Den. The laird jogged on. He did not sing the Laird of Windy Wars any more, for he felt a stifling about his heart, but he often repeated to himself, she's a very fine woman indeed, and to be walking here by herself, I cannot comprehend it. When he reached the summit of the Birky Brow, he did not see her, although he had a longer view of the road than before. He thought this very singular, and began to suspect that she wanted to escape him, although apparently rather lingering on him before. I shall have another look at her, however, thought the laird, and off he set at a flying trot. No, he first came to one turn, then another. There was nothing of the young lady to be seen. Unless she takes wings and fly away, I shall be up with her, quoth the laird, and off he set at the full gallop. In the middle of his career he met with Mr. Macmurdy of Alton, who hailed him with, "Hullo, Birkendelly, where the deuce are you flying to at that rate?" "I was riding after a woman," said the laird, with great simplicity, reining in his steed. "Then I am sure no woman on earth can long escape you, unless she be in an air balloon." "I don't know that. Is she far gone?" "In which way do you mean?" "In this." nickered Macmurdy, misconstruing the laird's meaning. "What do you laugh at, my dear sir? Do you know her, then?" "How should I, or how can I know her, Birkendelly, unless you inform me who she is?" "Why, that is the very thing I want to know of you. I mean the young lady whom you met just now." "You are raving, Birkendelly. I met no young lady, nor is there a single person on the road I have come by, while you know that for a mile and a half forward your way she could not get out of it." "I know that," said the laird, biting his lip and looking greatly puzzled. "But confound me if I understand this, for I was within speech of her just now on the top of Berkey Brow there, and when I think of it, she could not have been even thus far as yet. She had on a pure white gauze frock, a small green bonnet and feathers, and a green veil, which hung back over her left shoulder, hung below her waist, and was altogether such an engaging figure that no man could have passed her on the road without taking some note of her. Are you not making game of me? Did you not really meet with her?" "On my word of truth and honour, I did not. Come, ride back with me, and we shall meet her still, depend on it. She has given you the go-by on the road. Let us go. I am only to call at the mill about some barley for the distillery, and will return with you to the big town." Birkendelly returned with his friend. The sun was not yet set, yet Macmurdy could not help observing that the laird looked thoughtful and confused, and not a word could he speak about anything save this lovely apparition with the white frock and the green veil. And lo, when they reached the top of Berkey Brow, there was the maiden again before them, and exactly at the same spot where the laird first saw her before, only walking in the contrary direction. "Well, this is the most extraordinary thing that I ever knew," exclaimed the laird. "What is it, sir?" said Macmurdy. "How that young lady could have eluded me," returned the laird. "See, here she is still." "I beg your pardon, sir, I don't see her. Where is she?" "There, on the other side of the angle. But you are short-sighted. See, there she is ascending the other eminence in her white frock and green veil, as I told you. What a lovely creature!" "Well, well, we have her fairly before us now, and shall see what she is like at all events," said Macmurdy. Between the Berkey Brow and this other slight eminence, there is an obtuse angle of the road at the part where it is lowest, and in passing this, the two friends necessarily lost sight of the object of their curiosity. They pushed on at a quick pace, cleared the low angle. The maiden was not there. They rode full speed to the top of the eminence, from whence a long extent of road was visible before them. There was no human creature in view. Macmurdy laughed aloud, but the laird turned pale as death and bit his lip. His friend asked him, good-humouredly, why he was so much affected. He said, because he could not comprehend the meaning of this singular apparition or illusion, and it troubled him the more, as he now remembered a dream of the same nature which he had, and which terminated in a dreadful manner. "Why, man, you are dreaming still," said Macmurdy. "But never mind, it is quite common for men of your complexion to dream of beautiful maidens with white frocks and green veils, bonnets, feathers, and slender waists. It is a lovely image, the creation of your own sanguine imagination, and you may worship it without any blame. Were her shoes black or green? And her stockings, did you note them? The symmetry of the limbs, I am sure you did. Good-bye, I see you are not disposed to leave the spot. Perhaps she will appear to you again." So saying, Macmurdy rode on toward the mill, and Birkendelly, after musing for some time, turned his beast's head slowly round, and began to move toward the great Muckle village. The laird's feelings were now in terrible commotion. He was taken beyond measure with the beauty and elegance of the figure he had seen, but he remembered with a mixture of admiration and horror that a dream of the same enchanting object had haunted his slumbers all the days of his life. Yet how singular that he should never have recollected the circumstance till now. But farther, with the dream there were connected some painful circumstances which, though terrible in their issue, he could not recollect so as to form them into any degree of arrangement. As he was considering deeply of these things, and riding slowly down the declivity, neither dancing his cane nor singing the lead of windy wars, he lifted up his eyes, and there was the girl on the same spot where he saw her first, walking deliberately up the Berkey Brow. The sun was down, but it was the month of August, and a fine evening, and the laird, seized with an unconquerable desire to see and speak with that incomparable creature, could restrain himself no longer, but shouted out to her to stop till he came up. She beckoned acquiescence and slackened her pace into a slow movement. The laird turned the corner quickly, but when he had rounded it, the maiden was still there, though on the summit of the brow. She turned round, and with an ineffable smile and curtsy, saluted him and again moved slowly on. She vanished gradually beyond the summit, and while the green feathers were still nodding in view, and so nigh that the laird could have touched them with a fishing rod, he reached the top of the brow himself. There was no living soul there, nor onward as far as his view reached. He now trembled in every limb, and without knowing what he did, rode straight on to the big town, not daring well to return and see what he had seen for 3 several times, and certain he would see it again when the shades of evening were deepening. He deemed it proper and prudent to decline the pursuit of such a phantom any farther. He alighted at the Queen's Head, called for some brandy and water, quite forgot what was his errand to the great muckle town that afternoon, there being nothing visible to his mental sight but lovely images with white gauze frocks and green veils. His friend Macmurdy joined him. They drank deep, bantered, reasoned, got angry, reasoned themselves calm again, and still all would not do. The laird was conscious that he had seen the beautiful apparition, and moreover, that she was the very maiden, or the resemblance of her, who, in the irrevocable decrees of Providence, was destined to be his. It was in vain that Macmurdy reasoned of impressions on the imagination, and of fancy moulding in the mind, like visions on the passing wind. Vain also was a story that he told him of a relation of his own, who was greatly harassed by the apparition of an officer in a red uniform that haunted him day and night, and had very nigh put him quite distracted several times, till at length his physician found out the nature of this illusion so well that he knew from the state of his pulse to an hour when the ghost of the officer would appear, and by bleeding, low diet, and emollients, contrived to keep the apparition away altogether. The laird admitted the singularity of this incident, but not that it was one in point; for the one, he said, was imaginary, the other real, and that no conclusions could convince him in opposition to the authority of his own senses. He accepted of an invitation to spend a few days with Macmurdy and his family, but they all acknowledged afterward that the laird was very much like one bewitched. As soon as he reached home he went straight to the Birky Brow, certain of seeing once more the angelic phantom, but she was not there. He took each of his former positions again and again, but the desired vision would in no wise make its appearance. He tried every day, and every hour of the day, all with the same effect, till he grew absolutely desperate, and had the audacity to kneel on the spot and entreat of heaven to see her. Yes, he called on heaven to see her once more, whatever she was, whether a being of earth, heaven, or hell. He was now in such a state of excitement that he could not exist. He grew listless, impatient, and sickly, took to his bed, and sent for Macmurdy and the doctor. And the issue of the consultation was that Birkendelly consented to leave the country for a season, on a visit to his only sister in Ireland, whither we must accompany him for a short space. His sister was married to Captain Bryan, younger, of Scoresby, and they two lived in a cottage on the estate, and the captain's parents and sisters at Scoresby Hall. Great was the stir and preparation when the gallant young laird of Birkendelly arrived at the cottage, it never being doubted that he came to forward a second bond of connection with the family, which still contained 7 dashing sisters, all unmarried, and all alike willing to change that solitary and helpless state for the envied one of matrimony, a state highly popular among the young women of Ireland. Some of the Misses Bryan had now reached the years of womanhood, several of them scarcely, but these small disqualifications made no difference to the estimation of the young ladies themselves. Each and all of them brushed up for the competition with high hopes and unflinching resolutions. True, the elder ones tried to check the younger in their good-natured, forthright Irish way, but they retorted and persisted in their superior pretensions. Then there was such shopping in the county town. It was so boundless that the credit of the hall was finally exhausted, and the old squire was driven to remark that, "Och, and to be sure, it was a dreadful and terrible concussion to be put upon the equipment of 7 daughters all at the same moment, as if the young gentleman could marry them all. Och, then, poor dear Shoal, he would be after finding that one was sufficient, if not one too many, and therefore there was no occasion, none at all, and that there was not, for any of them to rig out more than one." It was hinted that the laird had some reason for complaint at this time, but as the lady sided with her daughters, he had no chance. One of the items of his account was 37 buckling combs, then greatly in vogue. There were black combs, pale combs, yellow combs, and gilt ones, all to suit or set off various complexions, and if other articles bore any proportion at all to these, it had been better for the laird and all his family that Birkendelly had never set foot in Ireland. The plan was all concocted. There was to be a grand dinner at the hall, at which the damsels were to appear in all their finery, a ball to follow, and note be taken which of the young ladies was their guest's choice, and measures taken accordingly. The dinner and the ball took place, and what a pity I may not describe that entertainment, the dresses, and the dancers, for they were all exquisite in their way, and outré beyond measure. But such details only serve to derange a winter evening's tale such as this. Birkendelly having at this time but one model for his choice among womankind, all that ever he did while in the presence of ladies was to look out for some resemblance of her, the angel of his fancy. And it so happened that in one of old Brian's daughters, named Luna, or more familiarly Loony, he perceived, or thought he perceived, some imaginary similarity in form and air to the lovely apparition. This was the sole reason why he was incapable of taking his eyes off from her the whole of that night, and this incident settled the point, not only with the old people, but even the young ladies were forced, after every exertion on their own parts, to yield the point to their sister Loony, who certainly was not the Miss Genteelest nor Miss Handsomest of that good-looking family. The next day Lady Luna was dispatched off to the cottage in grand style, there to live hand in glove with her supposed lover. There was no standing all this. They were the two parrot together, like a ewe and a lamb, early and late, and though the laird really appeared to have, and probably had, some delight in her company, it was only in contemplating that certain indefinable air of resemblance which she bore to the sole image impressed on his heart. He bought her a white gauze frock, a green bonnet and feather, with a veil, which she was obliged to wear thrown over her left shoulder, and every day after, 6 times a day, was she obliged to walk over a certain eminence at a certain distance before her lover. She was delighted to oblige him, but still, when he came up, he looked disappointed, and never said, "Luna, I love you. When are we to be married?" No, he never said any such thing, for all her looks and expressions of fondest love. For, alas, in this dalliance he was only feeding a mysterious flame that preyed upon his vitals, and proved too severe for the prowess either of reason or religion to extinguish. Still, time flew lighter and lighter by, his health was restored, the bloom of his cheek returned, and the frank and simple confidence of Luna had a certain charm with it that reconciled him to his sister's Irish economy. But a strange incident now happened to him which deranged all his immediate plans. He was returning from angling one evening a little before sunset, when he saw Lady Luna awaiting him on his way home. But instead of brushing up to meet him as usual, she turned and walked up the rising ground before him. "Poor sweet girl, how condescending she is," he said to himself, "and how like she is in reality to the angelic being whose form and features are so deeply impressed on my heart. I now see it is no fond or fancied resemblance. It is real, real, real. How I long to clasp her in my arms and tell her how I love her, for, after all, that is the girl that is to be mine, and the former a vision to impress this the more on my heart." He posted up the ascent to overtake her. when at the top she turned, smiled, and curtsied. Good heavens! It was the identical lady of his fondest adoration herself, but lovelier, far lovelier than ever. He expected every moment that she would vanish, as was her wont. But she did not. She awaited him, and received his embraces with open arms. She was a being of real flesh and blood, courteous, elegant, and affectionate. He kissed her hand, he kissed her glowing cheek, and blessed all the powers of love who had thus restored her to him again, after undergoing pangs of love such as man never suffered. "But, dearest heart, here we are standing in the middle of the highway," said he. "Suffer me to conduct you to my sister's house, where you shall have an apartment with a child of nature having some slight resemblance to yourself." She smiled, and said, "No, I will not sleep with Lady Luna to-night. Will you please to look round you and see where you are?" He did so, and behold, they were standing on the Berkey brow, on the only spot where he had ever seen her. She smiled at his embarrassed look, and asked if he did not remember aught of his coming over from Ireland. He said he thought he did remember something of it, but love with him had long absorbed every other sense. He then asked her to his own house, which she declined, saying she could only meet him on that spot till after their marriage, which could not be before St. Lawrence's Eve, come 3 years. "And now," she said, "we must part. My name is Jane Ogilvy, and you were betrothed to me before you were born. But I am come to release you this evening, if you have the slightest objection." He declared he had none, and kneeling, swore the most solemn oath to be hers for ever, and to meet her there on St. Lawrence's Eve next, and every St. Lawrence's Eve, until that blessed day on which she had consented to make him happy by becoming his own for ever. She then asked him affectionately to change rings with her, in pledge of their faith and troth, in which he joyfully acquiesced, for she could not have then asked any conditions which, in the fulness of his heart's love, he would not have granted. And after one fond and affectionate kiss, and repeating all their engagements over again, they parted. Birkendelly's heart was now melted from within him, and all his senses overpowered by one overwhelming passion. On leaving his fair and kind one, he got bewildered, and could not find the road to his own house, believing sometimes that he was going there, and sometimes to his sister's, till at length he came, as he thought, upon the Liffey, at its junction with Loch Allen. And there, in attempting to call for a boat, he awoke from a profound sleep, and found himself lying in his bed within his sister's house, and the day's sky just breaking. If he was puzzled to account for some things in the course of his dream, he was much more puzzled to account for them now that he was wide awake. He was sensible that he had met his love, had embraced, kissed, and exchanged vows and rings with her, and in token of the truth and reality of all these, her emerald ring was on his finger, and his own away. So there was no doubt that they had met. By what means, it was beyond the power of man to calculate. There was then living with Mrs. Bryan an old Scotswoman, commonly styled Lucky Black. She had nursed Birkendelly's mother, and been dry nurse to himself and sister, and having more than a mother's attachment for the latter, when she was married, old Lucky left her country to spend the last of her days in the house of her beloved young lady. When the laird entered the breakfast parlour that morning, she was sitting in her black velvet hood, as usual, reading the fourfold state of man, and, being paralytic and somewhat deaf, she seldom regarded those who went or came. But chancing to hear him say something about the 9th of August, she quitted reading, turned round her head to listen, and then asked in a hoarse, tremulous voice, "What's that he's saying? What's the unlucky Callan saying about the 9th of August? Eh? To be sure it is St. Lawrence's Eve, although the 10th be his day. It's so true, true for him and his kin, poor man, eh? What was he saying then?" The men smiled at her incoherent earnestness, but the lady, with true feminine condescension, informed her in a loud voice that Alan had an engagement in Scotland on St. Lawrence's Eve. She then started up, extended her shrivelled hands, that shook like the aspen, and panted out, "Hey, hey! Lord preserve us! What an engagement was he on St. Lawrence's Eve! Bind him, shackle him with bands of steel, and of brass, and of iron. Oh, may he whose blessed will be pleased to leave him an orphan so soon, preserve him from the fate which I tremble to think on." She then tottered round the table, as with supernatural energy, and seizing the laird's right hand, she drew it close to her unstable eyes, and then perceiving the emerald ring chased in blood, she threw up her arms with a jerk, opened her skinny jaws with a fearful gape, and uttering a shriek that made all the house yell, and every one within it to tremble, she fell back, lifeless and rigid on the floor. The gentlemen both fled, out of sheer terror, but a woman never deserts her friends in extremity. The lady called her maids about her, had her old nurse conveyed to bed, where every means were used to restore animation. But alas, life was extinct. The vital spark had fled for ever, which filled all their hearts with grief, disappointment, and horror, as some dreadful tale of mystery was now sealed up from their knowledge, which, in all likelihood, no other could reveal. But, to say the truth, the laird did not seem greatly disposed to probe it to the bottom. Not all the arguments of Captain Bryan and his lady, nor the simple entreaties of Lady Luna, could induce Birkendelly to put off his engagement to meet his love on the Berkey Brow on the evening of the 9th of August; but he promised soon to return, pretending that some business of the utmost importance called him away. Before he went, however, he asked his sister if ever she had heard of such a lady in Scotland as Jane Ogilvy. Mrs. Bryan repeated the name many times to herself, and said that name undoubtedly was once familiar to her, although she thought not for good, but at that moment she did not recollect one single individual of the name. He then showed her the emerald ring that had been the death of Lucky Black, but the moment the lady looked at it, she made a grasp at it to take it off by force, which she had very nearly effected. "Oh, burn it!" cried she. "It is not a right ring. Burn it." "My dear sister, what fault is in the ring?" said he. "It is a very pretty ring, and one that I set great value by." "For heaven's sake, burn it, and renounce the giver," cried she. "If you have any regard for your peace here, or your soul's welfare hereafter, burn that ring. If you saw with your own eyes, you would easily perceive that that is not a ring befitting a Christian to wear." This speech confounded Birkendelly a good deal. He retired by himself and examined the ring, and could see nothing in it unbecoming a Christian to wear. It was a chased gold ring, with a bright emerald, which last had a red foil, in some lights giving it a purple gleam, and inside was engraven "Eligit," much defaced, but that his sister could not see. Therefore he could not comprehend her vehement injunctions concerning it. But that it might no more give her offence or any other, he sewed it within his vest, opposite his heart, judging that there was something in it which his eyes were withholden from discerning. Thus he left Ireland with his mind in great confusion, groping his way, as it were, in a hole of mystery, yet with the passion that preyed on his heart and vitals more intense than ever. He seems to have had an impression all his life that some mysterious fate awaited him, which the correspondence of his dreams and day visions tended to confirm; and though he gave himself wholly up to the sway of one overpowering passion, it was not without some yearnings of soul, manifestations of terror, and so much earthly shame, that he never more mentioned his love or his engagements to any human being, not even to his friend Macmurdy, whose company he forthwith shunned. It is on this account that I am unable to relate what passed between the lovers thenceforth. It is certain they met at the Berkey Brow that St. Lawrence's Eve, for they were seen in company together; but of the engagements, vows, or dalliance that passed between them, I can say nothing, nor of all their future meetings until the beginning of August 1781, when the laird began decidedly to make preparations for his approaching marriage; yet not as if he and his betrothed had been to reside at Birkendelly, all his provisions rather bespeaking a meditated journey. On the morning of the 9th he wrote to his sister, and then arraying himself in his new wedding suit, and putting the emerald ring on his finger, he appeared all impatience until toward evening, when he sallied out on horseback to his appointment. It seems that his mysterious inamorata had met him, for he was seen riding through the big town before sunset, with a young lady behind him, dressed in white and green, and the villagers affirmed that they were riding at the rate of 50 miles an hour. They were seen to pass a cottage called Muskilt, 10 miles farther on, where there was no highway, at the same tremendous speed. And I could never hear that they were any more seen until the following morning, when Birkendelly's fine bay horse was found lying dead at his own stable door. And shortly after, his master was likewise discovered lying, a blackened corpse, on the Birky Brow, at the very spot where the mysterious but lovely dame had always appeared to him. There was neither wound, bruise, nor dislocation in his whole frame, but his skin was of a livid colour, and his features terribly distorted. This woeful catastrophe struck the neighbourhood with great consternation, so that nothing else was talked of. Every ancient tradition and modern incident were raked together, compared, and combined, and certainly a most rare concatenation of misfortunes was elicited. It was authenticated that his father had died on the same spot that day 20 years, and his grandfather that day 40 years, the former, as was supposed, by a fall from his horse when in liquor, and the latter nobody knew how. And now this Alan was the last of his race, for Mrs. Bryan had no children. It was, moreover, now remembered by many, and among the rest by the Reverend Joseph Taylor, that he had frequently observed a young lady in white and green sauntering about the spot on a St. Lawrence's Eve. When Captain Bryan and his lady arrived to take possession of the premises, they instituted a strict inquiry into every circumstance. Nothing further than what was related to them by Mr. Macmurdy could be learned of this mysterious bride, besides what the laird's own letter bore. It ran thus: "Dearest sister, I shall before this time tomorrow be the most happy or most miserable of mankind, having solemnly engaged myself this night to wed a young and beautiful lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom it seems I was betrothed before I was born. Our correspondence has been of a most private and mysterious nature, but my troth is pledged and my resolution fixed. We set out on a far journey to the place of her abode on the nuptial eve, so that it will be long before I see you again. Yours till death, Alan George Sanderson. Birkendelly, August the 8th, 1781." That very same year an old woman named Marion Hall was returned upon that her native parish from Glasgow. She had led a migratory life with her son, who was what he called a bell-hanger, but in fact a tinker of the worst grade, for many years, and was at last returned to the muckle town in a state of great destitution. She gave the parishioners a history of the mysterious bride, so plausibly correct, but withal so romantic, that everybody said it was, as is often said of my narratives, with the same narrow-minded prejudice and injustice, that it was a made story. There were, however, some strong testimonies of its veracity. She said the first Alan Sanderson, who married the great heiress of Birkendelly, was previously engaged to the beautiful young lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom he gave everything but fair play, and, as she believed, either murdered her or caused her to be murdered in the midst of a thicket of birch and broom at a spot which she mentioned. And she had good reason for believing so, as she had seen the red blood and the new grave when she was a little girl, and ran home and mentioned it to her grandfather, who charged her, as she valued her life, never to mention that again, as it was only the nombles and hide of a deer which he himself had buried there. But then, 20 years subsequent to that, the wicked and unhappy Alan Sanderson was found dead on that very spot, and lying across the green mound, then nearly level with the surface, which she had once seen a new grave. She then for the first time ever thought of divine providence, and she added, "For my grandfather, Neddy Hall, he did too. There's nobody kens how, nor ever shall." As they were quite incapable of conceiving from Marian's description anything of the spot, Mr. Macmurdy caused her to be taken out to the Birky Brow in a cart, accompanied by Mr. Taylor and some hundreds of the town's folk. But whenever she saw it, she said, "Ah, Birkies, the hell's Kintra's altered now. There was no road here then. You get straight o'er the top of the hill. Let me see. There's the thorn where the cushat spigot, and there's the old birk that I ance fell off and left my shoes sticking in the cleft. I can tell ye, Birkies, either the deer's grave or Bonnie Jane Ogilvy's is na 12 yards off the place where that horse's hind feet are standing. So ye may howk and see if there be only remains." The minister and Macmurdy and all the people stared at one another, for they had purposely caused the horse to stand still on the very spot where both the father and son had been found dead. They digged, and deep, deep below the road they found part of the slender bones and skull of a young female, which they deposited decently in the churchyard. The family of the Sandersons is extinct. The mysterious bride appears no more on the eve of St. Lawrence, and the wicked people of the great Muckle village have got a lesson on divine justice written to them in lines of blood. End of The Mysterious Bride by James Hogg.
A Prisoner in the Caucasus by Leo Tolstoy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Prisoner in the Caucasus. Chapter 1. A Russian of rank was serving as an officer in the army of the Caucasus. His name was Zhilin. There came to him one day a letter from his home. His aged mother wrote him, "I am now getting along in years, and before I die I should like to see my beloved son. Come and bid me farewell, lay me in the ground, and then with my blessing return again to your service. And I have been finding a bride for you, and she is intelligent and handsome and has property. If you like, you can marry and settle down together." Jilin cogitated. "It is very true, the old lady has been growing feeble. Maybe I shall not have a chance to see her again. Let us go, and if the bride is pretty, then I might marry." He went to his colonel, got his leave of absence, took his farewell of his comrades, gave the soldiers of his command 9 gallons of vodka as a farewell treat, and made his arrangements to depart. There was war at that time in the Caucasus. The roads were not open for travel either by day or night. If any of the Russians rode or walked outside of the fortress, the Tartars were likely either to kill him or carry him off to the mountains, and it was arranged that twice a week an escort of soldiers should go from fortress to fortress. In front and behind marched the soldiers, and the travelers rode in the middle. It was now summer time. At sunrise the baggage train was made up behind the fortification. The guard of soldiery marched ahead, and the procession moved along the road. Jilin was on horseback, and his effects were on a cart that formed part of the train. They had 25 versts to travel. The train marched slowly. Sometimes the soldiers halted. Sometimes a wagon wheel came off, or a horse balked, and all had to stop and wait. The sun was already past the zenith, but the train had only gone halfway, so great were the dust and heat. The sun was baking hot, and nowhere was there shelter. A bald steppe, not a tree or shrub on the road. Jilin rode on ahead, occasionally stopping and waiting till the train caught up with him. He would listen and hear the signal on the horn to halt again. And Jilin thought, "Would I better go on alone without the soldiers? I have a good horse under me. If I fall in with the Tartars I can escape, or shall I wait?" He kept stopping and pondering, and just then another officer, also on horseback, rode up to him. His name was Kostulin, and he had a musket. He said, "Jilin, let us ride on ahead together. I am so hungry that I cannot stand it any longer, and the heat too. You could wring my shirt out." Kostulin was a heavy, stout, ruddy man, and the sweat was dripping from him. Jilin reflected and said, "And your musket is loaded?" "It is." "All right, let us go. Only one condition, not to separate." and they started on up the road. They rode along the steppe, talking and looking on each side. There was a wide sweep of view. As soon as the steppe came to an end, the road went into a pass between two mountains. And Gilles said, I must ride up on that mountain and reconnoitre. Otherwise, you see, they might come down from the mountain and surprise us. But Costulin said, What is there to reconnoitre? Let us go ahead. Gilles did not heed him. No, says he, you wait for me here below. I'll just glance around. And he spurred his horse up the mountain to the left. The horse that Gilles rode was a hunter. He had bought him out of a drove of colts, paying 100 rubles for him, and he had himself trained him. He bore him up the steep slope as on wings. He had hardly reached the summit when before him, less than 700 feet distant, mounted Tatars were standing, 30 men. He saw them and started to turn back, but the Tatars had caught sight of him. They set out in pursuit of him, unstrapping their weapons as they gallop. Gilles dashes down the precipice with all the speed of his horse and cries to Costulin, Fire your gun! And to his horse he says, though not aloud, Little mother, carry me safely, don't stumble. If you trip, I am lost. If we get back to the gun, we won't fall into their hands. But Costulin, instead of waiting for him, as soon as he saw the Tatars, galloped on with all his might toward the fortress. With his whip he belabored his horse, first on one side, then on the other. All that could be seen through the dust was the horse swishing her tail. Gilles saw that his case was desperate. The gun was gone. Nothing was to be done with a saber alone. He turned his horse back toward the train. He thought he might escape that way. But in front of him he sees that 6 are galloping down the steep. His horse is good, but theirs are better, and besides, they have got the start of him. He started to wheel about and was going to dash ahead again, but his horse had got momentum and could not be held back. He flew straight down toward them. He sees a red-bearded Tatar approaching him on a grey mare. He is gaining on him. He gnashes his teeth. He is getting his gun ready. Well, thinks Gilles, I know you devils. If you should take me prisoner, you would put me in a hole and flog me with a whip. I won't give myself up alive. Now Gilles was not of great size, but he was an Uhlan. He drew his saber, spurred his horse straight at the red-bearded Tatar. He says to himself, either I will crush him with my horse or I will hack him down with my saber. Gilles, however, did not reach the place on horseback. Suddenly behind him, gunshots were fired at the horse. The horse fell headlong and pinned Gilles' leg to the ground. He tried to arise, but already ill-smelling Tatars were sitting on him and pinioning his hands behind his back. He burst from them, knocking the Tatars over, but 3 others had dismounted from their horses and began to beat him on the head with their gun stocks. His sight failed him, and he staggered. The Tatars seized him, took from their saddles extra saddle girths, bent his arms behind his back, fastened them with a Tatar knot, and lifted him up. They took his saber from him, pulled off his boots, made a thorough search of him, pulled out his money and his watch, tore his clothes all to pieces. Gilles glanced at his horse. The poor beast lay as he had fallen on his side, and was kicking, vainly trying to rise. In his head was a hole, and from the hole the black blood was pouring. The dust for an arshin around was wet with it. A Tatar went to the horse to remove the saddle. He was still kicking, so the man took out his dagger and cut his throat. The throat gave a whistling sound, a trembling ran over the body, and all was over. The Tatars took off the saddle and the other trappings. The one with the red beard mounted his horse, and the others lifted Gilles behind him to keep him from falling. They fastened him with the reins to the Tatar's belt, and thus they carried him off to the mountains. Gilles sat behind, swaying and bumping his face against the stinking Tatar's back. All that he could see before him was the healthy Tatar back and the sinewy neck, and a smooth-shaven nape, showing blue beneath the cap. Gilles' head ached. The blood trickled into his eyes, and it was impossible for him to get a more comfortable position on the horse or wipe away the blood. His arms were so tightly bound that his collarbones ached. They rode along from mountain to mountain. They forded a river, then they entered a highway and rode along a valley. Gilles tried to follow the route that they took him, but his eyes were glued together with blood, and it was impossible for him to turn around. It began to grow dark. They crossed still another river and began to climb a rocky mountain. There was an odor of smoke. The barking of dogs was heard. They had reached an owl. Footnote: Owl is a Tartar village. End of footnote. The Tartars dismounted. The Tartar children came running up and surrounded Jeline, whistling and exulting. Finally they began to fling stones at him. The Tartar drove away the children, lifted Jeline from the horse, and called a servant. A Nogai with prominent cheekbones came at the call. He wore only a shirt. The shirt was torn. His whole breast was bare. The Tartar said something to him. The servant brought a footstock. It consisted of 2 oaken blocks, provided with iron rings, and in one of the rings was a clamp with a lock. They unfastened Jeline's arms, put on the stock, and took him to a barn, pushed him in, and shut the door. Jeline fell on the manure. As he lay there, he felt round in the darkness, and when he found a place that was less foul, he stretched himself out. Chapter 2. Jeline scarcely slept that night. The nights were short. He saw through a crack that it was growing light. Jeline got up, widened the crack, and managed to look out. Through the crack he could see a road leading down from the mountain. At the right, a Tartar saklia with 2 trees near it. Footnote: a saklia is a mountain hut in the Caucasus. End of footnote. A black dog was lying on the road. A she-goat with her kids was walking by, all of them shaking their tails. He saw coming down the mountain a young Tatar girl in a variegated shirt, ungirdled, in pantalettes and boots. Her head was covered with a kaftan, and on it she bore a great tin water jug. She walked along, swaying and bending her back, and holding by the hand a little Tartar urchin with shaven head who wore a single shirt. After the Tartar maiden had passed with her water jug, the red-bearded Tartar of the evening before came out, wearing a silk beshmet, a silver dagger in his belt, and sandals on his bare feet. On his head was a high cap of sheepskin, dyed black, and with a point hanging down. He came out, stretched himself, stroked his beard. He paused, gave some order to the servant, and went off somewhere. Then 2 children on horseback came along on their way to the watering trough. The hind quarters of the horses were wet. Other shaven-headed youngsters, with nothing but shirts on, and nothing on their legs, formed a little band, and came to the barn. They got a dry stick, and stuck it through the crack. Jeline growled "Ugh!" at them. The children began to cry and scatter in every direction as fast as their legs would carry them. Only their bare knees glistened. But Jeline began to be thirsty. His throat was parched. He said to himself, "I wonder if they won't come to look after me." Suddenly the barn doors are thrown open. The red Tartar came in, and with him another, of slighter stature and of dark complexion. His eyes were bright and black, his cheeks ruddy, his little beard well trimmed, his face jolly and always enlivened with a grin. The dark man's clothing was still richer, a silk beshmet of blue silk, embroidered with gold lace. In his belt a great silver dagger, handsome Morocco slippers embroidered with silver, and over the fine slippers he wore a large pair of stout ones. His cap was tall, of white lamb's wool. The red Tartar came in, muttered something, gave vent to some abusive language, and then stood leaning against the wall, fingering his dagger, and scowling under his brow at Jeline like a wolf. But the dark Tartar, nervous and active and always on the go, as though he were made of springs, came straight up to Jeline, squatted down on his heels, showed his teeth, tapped him on the shoulder, began to gabble something in his own language, winked his eyes, and, clucking his tongue, kept saying, "A fine Russ, a fine Russ." Jeline did not understand him, and said, "Drink, give me some water." The dark one grinned, "A fine Russ," and all the time he kept babbling. Jeline signified by his hands and lips that they should give him water. The dark one understood, grinned, put his head out of the door, and cried, "Dina!" A young girl came running in, a slender, lean creature of 13, with a face like the dark man's. Evidently she was his daughter. She was dressed in a long blue shirt, with wide sleeves and without a belt. On the bottom, on the breast, and on the cuffs it was relieved with red trimmings. She wore on her legs pantalettes and slippers, and over the slippers another pair with high heels. On her neck was a necklace wholly composed of half-ruble pieces. Her head was uncovered. She had her hair in a black braid, and on the braid was a ribbon, and to the ribbon were attached various ornaments and a silver rouble. Her father gave her some command. She ran out and quickly returned, bringing a little tin pitcher. After she had handed him the water, she also squatted on her heels in such a way that her knees were higher than her shoulders. She sits that way and opens her eyes and stares at Jeline while he drinks, as though he was some wild beast. Jeline offered to return the pitcher to her. She darted away like a wild goat. Even her father laughed. He sent her after something else. She took the pitcher, ran out, and brought back some unleavened bread on a small round board, and again squatted down and stared without taking her eyes from him. The Tartars went out and again bolted the door. After a while the Nogay also comes to Jeline and says, "Aida, kozyain, Aida," but he does not know Russian either. Jeline, however, perceived that he wished him to go somewhere. Jeline hobbled out with his clog. It was impossible to walk, so he had to drag one leg. The Nogay led the way for him. He sees before him a Tartar village of half a score of houses, and the native mosque with its minaret. In front of one house stood 3 horses saddled. Lads held them by the bridle. From this house came the dark Tartar, and waved his hand, signifying that Jeline was to come to him. He grinned and kept saying something in his own tongue, and went into the house. Jeline followed him. The room was decent. The walls were smoothly plastered with clay. Against the front wall were placed feather beds. On the sides hung costly rugs. On the rugs were guns, pistols, and sabers, all silver mounted. On one side a little oven was set in, on a level with the floor. The floor was of earth, clean as a threshing floor, and the whole of the front portion was covered with felt. Rugs were distributed over the felt, and on the rugs were down pillows. On the rugs were sitting some Tartars in slippers only, the dark Tartar, the red-bearded one, and 3 guests. Behind their backs down cushions were placed, and before them on wooden plates were pancakes of millet flour and melted butter in a cup, and the Tartar beer called buza in a pitcher. They ate with their fingers, and all dipped into the butter. The dark man leapt up, bade Jeline sit on one side, not on a rug but on the bare floor. Going back again to his rug, he handed his guests cakes and buza. The servant showed Jeline his place. He himself took off his shoes, placed them by the door in a row with the slippers of the other guests, and took his seat on the felt as near as possible to his master's. And while they eat, he looks at them, and his mouth waters. After the Tartars had finished eating, a Tartar woman entered, dressed in the same sort of shirt as the girl wore, and in pantalettes. Her head was covered with a handkerchief. She carried out the butter and the cakes, and brought a handsome finger bowl and a pitcher with a narrow nose. The Tartars finished washing their hands, then they folded their arms, knelt down, and puffed on all sides, and said their prayers. They talked in their own tongue. Then one of the guests, a Tartar, approached Jeline and began to speak to him in Russian. "Qazi Mohammed made you prisoner," said he, pointing to the red-bearded Tartar, "and he has given you to Abdul Murat," indicating the dark one. "Abdul Murat is now your master." Jeline said nothing. Abdul Murat began to talk, all the time pointing toward Jeline, and grinned as he talked. "Soldat Rus, Grosho Rus." The interpreter went on to say, "He commands you to write a letter home, and have them send money to ransom you. As soon as money is sent, he will set you free." Jeline pondered a little, and then said, "Does he wish a large ransom?" The Tartars took counsel together, and then the interpreter said, 3,000 silver roubles. "No," replied Jeline, "I can't pay that." Abdul leapt up, began to gesticulate, and talked to Jeline. He seemed all the time to think that Jeline understood him. The interpreter translated his words. "He means," says he, "how much will you give?" Jeline, after pondering a little, said, 500 roubles. Then the Tartars all began to talk at once. Abdul began to scream at the red-bearded Tartar. He grew so excited as he talked that the spittle flew from his mouth. But the red-bearded Tartar only frowned and clucked with his tongue. When all became silent again, the interpreter said, 500 roubles is not enough to buy you of your master. He himself has paid 200 for you. Qazi Mohammed was in debt to him. He took you for the debt. 3,000 roubles, it is no use to send less, but if you don't write, they will put you in a hole and flog you with a whip. Ugh, thinks Jeline, the more cowardly one is, the worse it is for him. He leapt to his feet and said, Now you tell him, dog that he is, that if he thinks he is going to frighten me, then I will not give him a single kopeck, nor will I write. I am not afraid of you, and you will never make me afraid of you, you dog. The interpreter translated this, and again they all began to talk at once. They gabbled a long time. Then the dark one got up and came to Jeline. Oros, says he, jigit oros. The word jigit among them signifies a brave young man, and he grinned, said something to the interpreter, and the interpreter said, Give 1,000 roubles. Jeline would not give in. I will not pay more than 500, but if you kill me, you will get nothing at all. The Tartars consulted together, sent out the servant, and they themselves looked first at the door, then at Jeline. The servant returned, followed by a rather stout man in bare feet and almost stripped. His feet also were in stocks. Jeline made an exclamation. He recognized Kostulin, and they brought him in and placed him next his comrade. The two began to talk together, and the Tartars looked on and listened in silence. Jeline told how it had gone with him. Kostulin told how his horse had stood stock still and his gun had missed fire, and that the same Abdul had overtaken him and captured him. Abdul listened, pointed to Kostulin, and muttered something. The interpreter translated his words to mean that they now both belonged to the same master, and that the one who paid the ransom first would be freed first. Now, says he to Jeline, you lose your temper so easily, but your comrade is calm. He has written a letter home. They will send 5,000 silver roubles, and so he will be well fed, and he won't be hurt. And Jeline said, Let my comrade do as he pleases. Maybe he is rich, but I am not rich. I will do as I have already told you. Kill me if you wish, but it would not do you any good, and I will not pay you more than 500 roubles. They were silent. Suddenly Abdul leapt up, brought a little chest, took out a pen, a sheet of paper, and ink, and pushed them into Jeline's hands, then tapped him on the shoulder and said by signs, Write. He had agreed to take the 500 roubles. Wait a minute, said Jeline to the interpreter. Tell him that he must feed us well, clothe us, and give us good decent footwear, and let us stay together. We want to have a good time. And lastly, that he take off these clogs. He looked at his Tatar master and smiled. The master also smiled, and when he learned what was wanted, said, I will give you the best clothes, a cherkeska, and boots, fit for a wedding. Footnote, a cherkeska, a sort of long Circassian cloak. End of footnote. And I will feed you like princes, and if you want to live together, why, you can live in the barn. But it won't do to take away the clogs. You would run away. Only at night will I have them taken off. Then he jumped up, tapped him on the shoulder. You good, me good. Jeline wrote his letter, but he put on it the wrong address, so that it might never reach its destination. He said to himself, I shall run away. They took Jeline and Kostulin to the barn, strewed cornstalks, gave them water in a pitcher, and bread, 2 old cherkeski, and some worn-out military boots. It was evident that they had been stolen from some dead soldier. When night came, they took off their clogs and locked them up in the barn. Chapter 3. Thus Jeline and his comrade lived a whole month. Their master was always on the grin. You, Ivan, good. Me, Abdul, good. But he gave them wretched food, unleavened bread made of millet flour, cooked in the form of cakes, but often not heated through. Kostulin wrote home again, and was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the money, and lost his spirits. Whole days at a time he sat in the barn and counted the days till his money should arrive, or else he slept. But Jeline had no expectation that his letter would reach its destination, and he did not write another. Where, he asked himself, where would my mother get the money for my ransom? And besides, she lived for the most part on what I used to send her. If she made out to raise 500 roubles, she would be in want to the end of her days. If God wills it, I may escape. And all the time he kept his eyes open and made plans to elude his captors. He walked about the owl, he amused himself by whistling, or else he sat down and fashioned things, either modeling dolls out of clay or plaiting baskets of osiers, for Jeline was a master at all sorts of handiwork. One time he had made a doll with nose and hands and feet and dressed in a Tartar shirt, and he set the doll on the roof. The Tartar women were going for water. Dina, the master's daughter, caught sight of the doll. She called the Tartar girls. They set down their jugs and looked and laughed. Jeline took the doll and offered it to them. They keep laughing but don't dare to take it. He left the doll, went to the barn, and watched what would take place. Dina ran up to the doll, looked around, seized the doll, and fled. The next morning at dawn he sees Dina come out on the doorstep with the doll, and she has already dressed it up in red rags, and was rocking it like a little child and singing a lullaby in her own language. An old woman came out, gave her a scolding, snatched the doll away, broke it in pieces, and sent Dina to her work. Jeline made another doll, a still better one, and gave it to Dina. One time Dina brought a little jug, put it down, took a seat, and looked at him. Then she laughed and pointed to the jug. What is she so gay about, thinks Jeline. He took the jug and began to drink. He supposed that it was water, but it was milk. He drank up the milk. Good, says he. How delighted Dina was. Good, Ivan, good. And she jumped up, clapped her hands, snatched the jug, and ran away. And from that time she began to bring him secretly fresh milk every day. Now sometimes the Tartars would make cheesecakes out of goat's milk and dry them on their roofs. Then she used to carry some of these cakes secretly to him, and another time, when her father had killed a sheep, she brought him a piece of mutton in her sleeve. She threw it down and ran away. One time there was a tremendous shower, and for a whole hour the rain poured as from buckets, and all the brooks grew royally. Wherever there had been a ford, the depth of the water increased to 7 feet, and boulders were rolled along by it. Everywhere torrents were rushing, the mountains were full of the roaring. Now, when the shower was over, streams were pouring all through the village. Jeline asked his master for a knife, whittled out a cylinder and some paddles, and made a water wheel, and fastened mannequins at the 2 ends. The little girls brought him some rags, and he dressed up the mannequins, one like a man, the other like a woman. He fastened them on, and put the wheel in a brook. The wheel revolved, and the dolls danced. The whole village collected. The little boys and the little girls, the women, and even the Tartars came and clucked with their tongues. Hey, Rus! Hey, Ivan! Abdul had a Russian watch, which had been broken. He took it and showed it to Jeline, and clucked with his tongue. Jeline said, "Let me have it, I will fix it." He took it, opened the penknife, took it apart, then he put it together again, and gave it back. The watch ran. The Tartar was delighted, brought him his old beshmet, which was all in rags, and gave it to him. Nothing else to be done. He took it and used it as a covering at night. From that time Jeline's fame went abroad, that he was a master. Even from distant villages they came to him. One brought him a gun lock or a pistol to repair, another a watch. His master furnished him with tools, a pair of pincers and gimlets, and a little file. One time a Tartar fell ill. They came to Jeline. "Come cure him." Jeline knew nothing of medicine. He went, looked at the sick man, said to himself, "Perhaps he will get well anyway." He went into the barn, took water and sand, and shook them up together. He whispered a few words to the water in presence of the Tartars, and gave it to the sick man to drink. Fortunately for him, the Tartar got well. Jeline had by this time learned something of their language, and some of the Tartars became accustomed to him. When they wanted him, they called him by name, "Ivan, Ivan," but others always looked at him as though he was a wild beast. The red-bearded Tartar did not like Jeline. When he saw him, he scowled and turned away, or else insulted him. There was another old man among them. He did not live in the owl, but came down from the mountain. Jeline never saw him except when he came to the mosque to pray. He was of small stature. On his cap he wore a white handkerchief as an ornament. His beard and mustaches were trimmed. They were white as wool, and his face was wrinkled and brick red. His nose was hooked like a hawk's, and his eyes were gray and cruel, and he had no teeth except 2 tusks. He used to come in his turban leaning on his staff and glare like a wolf. Whenever he saw Jeline, he would snort and turn his back. One time Jeline went to the mountain to see where the old man lived. He descended a narrow path and sees a little stone-walled garden. On the other side of the wall are cherry trees, peach trees, and a little hut with a flat roof. He went near. He sees beehives made of straw, and bees flying and humming around them, and the old man is on his knees before the hives, hammering something. Jeline raised himself up so as to get a better view, and his clog made a noise. The old man looked up, squealed. He pulled his pistol from his belt and fired at Jeline, who had barely time to hide behind the wall. The old man came to make his complaint to Jeline's master. Abdul called him in, grinned, and asked him, "Why did you go to the old man's?" "I didn't do him any harm. I wanted to see how he lived." Abdul explained it to the old man, but he was angry, hissed, mumbled something, showed his tusks, and threatened Jeline with his hands. Jeline did not understand it at all, but he made out that the old man wished Abdul to kill the two Russians and not have them in the owl. The old man went off. Jeline began to ask his master, "Who is that old man?" And the master replied, "He is a great man. He used to be our first Jigit. He has killed many Russians. He used to be rich. He had 3 wives and 8 sons. All lived in one village. The Russians came, destroyed his village, and killed 7 of his sons. 1 son was left, and surrendered to the Russians. The old man went and gave himself up to the Russians also. He lived among them 3 months, found his son, killed him with his own hand, and escaped. Since that time, he has stopped fighting. He went to Mecca to pray to God, and that's why he wears a turban. Whoever has been to Mecca is called a Haji and wears a chalma. But he does not love you Russians. He has bade me kill you, but I don't intend to kill you. I have paid out money for you, and besides Ivan, I have come to like you, and so far from wishing to kill you, I would rather not let you go from me at all, if I had not given my word." He laughed and began to repeat in Russian, "Tvoya Ivan, Khorosh, Moya Abdul, Khorosh." Chapter 4. Thus Jeline lived a month. In the daytime he walked about the owl or did some handiwork, but when night came and it grew quiet in the owl, he burrowed in his barn. It was hard work digging because of the stones, and he sometimes had to use his file on them, and thus he dug a hole under the wall big enough to crawl through. Only, he thought, I must know the region a little first, so as to escape in the right direction, and the Tartars wouldn't tell me anything. He waited till one time when his master was absent, and he went after dinner behind the owl to a mountain. His idea was to reconnoiter the country. But when Abdul returned, he commanded a small boy to follow Jeline, and not take his eyes from him. The little fellow tagged after Jeline, and kept crying, "Don't go there. Father won't allow it. I will call the men if you go." Jeline began to reason with him. "I am not going far," says he, "only to that hill. I must get some herbs. Come with me. I can't run away with this clog. Tomorrow I will make you a bow and arrows." He persuaded the lad. They went together. To look at, the mountain is not far, but it was hard work with the clog. He went a little distance at a time, pulling himself up by main strength. Jeline sat down on the summit and began to survey the ground. To the south behind the barn lay a valley through which a herd was grazing, and another owl was in sight at the foot of it. Back of the village was another hill still steeper, and back of that still another. Between the mountains lay a further stretch of forest, and then still other mountains, constantly rising higher and higher than all stood snow-capped peaks, white as sugar, and one snowy peak rose like a dome above them all. To the east and west also were mountains. In every direction the smoke of owls was to be seen in the ravines. "Well," he said to himself, "this is all their country." He began to look in the direction of the Russian possessions. At his very feet was a little river, his village surrounded by gardens. By the river some women, no larger in appearance than little dolls, were standing and washing. Behind the owl was a lower mountain, and beyond it 2 other mountains covered with forests. And between the 2 mountains a plain stretched far, far away in the blue distance, and on the plain lay what seemed like smoke. Jeline tried to remember in what direction, when he lived at home in the fortress, the sun used to rise, and where it set. He looked. "Just about there," says he, "in that valley our fortress ought to be. There between those two mountains I must make my escape." The little sun began to slope toward the west. The snowy mountains changed from white to purple. The wooded mountains grew dark. A mist arose from the valley, and the valley itself, where the Russian fortress must be, glowed in the sunset as though it were on fire. Jeline strained his gaze. Something seemed to hang waving in the air, like smoke arising from chimneys, and so it seemed to him that it must be from the fortress itself, the Russian fortress. It was already growing late. The voice of the mullah calling to prayer was heard. The herds began to return. The kine were lowing. The little lad kept repeating, "Let us go," but Jeline could not tear himself away. They returned home. "Well," thinks Jeline, "now I know the place. I must make my escape." He proposed to make his escape that very night. The nights were dark. It was the wane of the moon. Unfortunately, the Tartars returned in the evening. Usually they came in driving the cattle with them, and came in hilarious. But this time they had no cattle, but they brought a Tartar, dead on his saddle. It was Qazi Mohammed's brother. They rode in solemnly, and collected for the burial. Jeline also went out to look. They did not put the dead body in a coffin, but wrapped it in linen, and placed it under a plane tree in the village, where it lay on the sward. The mullah came. The old men gathered together, their caps bound around with handkerchiefs. They took off their shoes, and sat in rows on their heels before the dead. In front was the mullah, behind him 3 old men in turbans, and behind them the rest of the Tartars. The mullah lifted the dead man's head and said, "Allah," that means God. He said this one word, and let the head fall back. All were silent. They sat motionless. Again the mullah lifted the head, saying, "Allah," and all repeated it after him, "Allah." Then silence again. The dead man lay on the sward. He was motionless, and they sat as though they were dead. Not one made a motion. The only sound was the rustling of the foliage of the plane tree, stirred by the breeze. Then the mullah offered a prayer. All got to their feet. They took the dead body in their arms and carried it away. They brought it to a pit. The pit was not a mere hole, but was hollowed out under the earth like a cellar. They took the body under the armpits and by the legs, doubled it up, and let it down gently, shoved it forcibly under the ground, and laid the arms along the belly. The Nogay brought a green osier. They laid it in the pit, then they quickly filled it up with earth, and over the dead man's head they placed a gravestone. They smoothed the earth over, and again sat around the grave in rows. There was a long silence. "Allah, Allah, Allah." They sighed and got up. The red-bearded Tartar gave money to the old men, then he got up, struck his forehead 3 times with a whip, and went home. The next morning Jeline seized the red-haired Tartar leading a mare through the village, and 3 Tartars following him. They went behind the village. Qazi Mohammed took off his beshmet, rolled up his sleeves, his hands were powerful, took out his dagger, and sharpened it on a whetstone. The Tartars held back the mare's head. Qazi Mohammed approached and cut the throat. Then he turned the animal over and began to flay it, pulling away the hide with his mighty fists. The women and maidens came and began to wash the intestines and the lights. Then they cut up the mare and carried the meat to the hut, and the whole village collected at the Qazi Mohammed's to celebrate the dead. For 3 days they feasted on the mare and drank buza. Thus they celebrated the dead. All the Tartars were at home. On the 4th day, about noon, Jeline sees that they are collecting for some expedition. Their horses are brought out. They put on their gear and started off, 10 men of them, under the command of the Qazi Mohammed. Only Abdul stayed at home. There was a new moon, but the nights were still dark. Now, thinks Jeline, today we must escape. And he tells Kostulin. But Kostulin was afraid. How can we escape? We don't know the way. I know the way. But we should not get there during the night. Well, if we don't get there, we will spend the night in the woods. I have some cakes. What are you going to do? It will be all right if they send you the money, but you see, your friends may not collect so much, and the Tartars are now angry because the Russians have killed one of their men. They say they are thinking of killing us." Kostulin thought and thought. "All right, let us go." Chapter 5. Jeline crept down into his hole and widened it so that Kostulin also could get through, and then they sat and waited till all should be quiet in the all. As soon as the people were quiet in the all, Jeline crept under the wall and came out on the other side. He whispers to Kostulin, "Crawl under." Kostulin also crept under, but in doing so he hit a stone with his leg, and it made a noise. Now the master had a brindled dog as a watch, a most ferocious animal. They called him Ulyashin. Jeline had been in the habit of feeding him. Ulyashin heard the noise and began to bark and jump about, and the other dogs joined in. Jeline gave a little whistle, threw him a piece of cake. Ulyashin recognized him, began to wag his tail, and ceased barking. Abdul had heard the disturbance and cried from within the hut, "Hayit! Hayit, Ulyashin!" But Jeline scratched the dog behind the ears. The dog makes no more sound, rubs against his legs, and wags his tail. They wait behind the corner. All became silent again. The only sound was the bleating of a sheep in the fold, and far below them the water roaring over the pebbles. It is dark, but the sky is studded with stars. Over the mountain the young moon hung red, with its horns turned upward. In the valleys a mist was rising, white as milk. Jeline started up and said to his comrade in Tatar, "Well, brother, Aida." They set out again, but as they get under way, they hear the call of the mullah on the minaret, "Allah, Bismillah, Rahman." That means the people will be going to the mosque. Again they sat down and hid under the wall. They sat there long, waiting until the people should pass. Again it grew still. Now for our fate. They crossed themselves and started. They went across the Devor and down the steep bank to the stream, crossed the stream, proceeded along the valley. The mist was thick and closed in all around them, but above their heads the stars could still be seen. Jeline used the stars to guide him which way to go. It was cool in the mist. It was easy walking, only their boots were troublesome. They were worn at the heels. Jeline took his off, threw them away, and walked barefoot. He sprang from stone to stone and kept glancing at the stars. Kostulin began to grow weary. "Go slower," says he. "My boots chafe me. My whole foot is raw." "Then take them off. It will be easier." Kostulin began to go barefoot, but that was still worse. He kept scraping his feet on the stones and having to stop. Jeline said to him, "You may cut your feet, but you will save your life. But if you are caught, they will kill you, which would be worse." Kostulin said nothing, but crept along, groaning. For a long time they went down the valley. Suddenly they hear dogs barking at the right. Jeline halted, looked around, climbed up the bank, and felt about with his hands. "Ugh," says he, "we have made a mistake. We have gone too far to the right. Here's one of the enemy's villages. I could see it from the hill. We must go back to the left, up the mountain. There must be a forest there." But Kostulin objected. "Just wait a little while, let us get breath. My feet are still blood." Brother, they will get well. You should walk more lightly, this way." And Jeline turned back toward the left, and uphill toward the forest. Kostulin kept halting and groaning. Jeline tried to hush him up, and still hastened on. They climbed the mountain, and there they found the forest. They entered it. Their clothes were all torn to pieces on the thorns. They found a little path through the woods. They walked along it. Halt! There was the sound of hoofs on the path. They stopped to listen. It sounded like the tramping of a horse. Then it also stopped. They set out once more. Again the tramping hoofs. When they stopped, it stopped. Jeline crept ahead and investigated a light spot on the path. Something is standing there. It may be a horse or it may not. But on it there is something strange, not at all like a man. It snorted plainly. What a strange thing! Jeline gave a slight whistle. There was a dash of feet from the path into the forest, a crackling in the underbrush, and something rushed along like a hurricane with a crashing of dry boughs. Kostulin almost fell to the ground in fright, but Jeline laughed and said, "That was a stag. Do you hear how it crashes through the woods with its horns? We frightened him, and he frightened us." They went on their way. Already the great bear was beginning to set. The dawn was not distant, and they were in doubt whether they should come out right or not. Jeline was inclined to think that they were on the right track, and that it would be about 10 versts farther before they reached the Russian fortress. But there is no certain guide. You could not tell in the night. They came to a little clearing. Kostulin sat down and said, "Do as you please, but I will not go any farther. My legs won't carry me." Jeline tried to persuade him. "No," says he, "I won't go. I can't go." Jeline grew angry. He threatens him. He scolds him. "Then I will go on without you. Goodbye." Kostulin jumped up and followed. They went 4 versts farther. The fog began to grow thicker in the forest. Nothing could be seen before them. The stars were barely visible. Suddenly they hear the tramping of a horse just in front of them. They can hear his shoes striking on the stones. Jeline threw himself down on his belly and tried to listen by laying his ear to the ground. "Yes, it is someone on horseback coming in our direction." They slipped off to one side of the road, crouched down in the bushes, and waited. Jeline crept close to the path and looked. He sees a mounted Tartar riding along, driving a cow. The man is muttering to himself. When the Tartar had ridden by, Jeline returned to Kostulin. "Well, God has saved us. Up with you. Come along." Kostulin tried to rise and fell back. "I can't. By God, I can't. My strength is all gone." The man was as though he were drunk. He was all of a sweat, and as they were surrounded by the cold fog and his feet were torn, he was quite used up. Jeline tried to lift him by main force. Then Kostulin cried, "Aye, it hurt!" Jeline was frightened to death. "What are you screaming for? Don't you know that Tatar is near? He will hear you." But he said to himself, "Now he has really played out. What can I do with him? I can't abandon a comrade. Now," says he, "get up. Climb on my back. I will carry you if you can't walk any longer." He took Kostulin on his shoulders, holding him by the thighs, and went along the path with his burden. "Only," says he, "don't put your hands on my throat for Christ's sake. Lean on my shoulders." It was hard for Jeline. His feet were also bloody, and he was weary. He stopped and made it a little easier for himself by setting Kostulin down and getting him better mounted. Then he went on again. Evidently the Tatar had heard them when Kostulin screamed. Jeline caught the sound of someone following them and shouting in his language. Jeline put into the bushes. The Tatar aimed his gun. He fired it off, but missed, began to whine in his native tongue, and galloped up the path. "Well," says Jeline, "we are lost, brother. The dog, he will be right back with a band of Tartars on our track. If we don't succeed in putting 3 versts between us, we are lost." And he thinks to himself, "The devil take it that I had to bring this clod along with me. Alone I should have got there long ago." Kostulin said, "Go alone. Why should you be lost on my account?" "No, I will not go. It would not do to abandon a comrade." He lifted him again on his shoulder and started on. Thus he made a verst. It was forest all the way and no sign of outlet, but the fog was now beginning to lift, and seemed to be floating away in little clouds. Not a star could be seen. Jeline was tired out. A little spring gushed out by the road. It was walled in with stones. There he stopped and dropped Kostulin. "Let me rest a little," says he, "and get a drink. We will eat our cakes. It can't be very far now." He had just stretched himself out to drink when the sound of hoofs was heard behind them. Again they hid in the bushes at the right, under the crest, and crouched down. They heard Tatar voices. The Tatars stopped at the very spot where they had turned in from the road. After discussing a while, they seemed to be setting dogs on the scent. The refugees heard the sound of a crashing through the bushes. A strange dog comes directly to them. He stops and barks. The Tatars followed on their track. They are also strangers. They seized them, bound them, lifted them on horses, and carried them off. After they had ridden 3 versts, Abdul with 2 Tatars met them. He said something to their new captors. They were transferred to Abdul's horses, and were brought back to the aul. Abdul was no longer grinning, and he said not a word to them. They reached the village at daybreak. The prisoners were left in the street. The children gathered around them, tormenting them with stones and whips, and howling. The Tatars gathered around them in a circle, and the old man from the mountain was among them. They began to discuss. Jeline made out that they were deciding on what should be done with them. Some said that they ought to be sent farther into the mountains, but the old man declared that they must be killed. Abdul argued against it. Says he, "I have paid out money for them. I shall get a ransom for them." But the old man said, "They won't pay anything. It will only be an injury to us, and it is a sin to keep Russians alive. Kill them, and that is the end of it." They separated. Abdul came to Jeline and reported the decision. "If," says he, "the ransom is not sent in 2 weeks, you will be flogged, and if you try to run away again, I will kill you like a dog. Write your letter, and write it good." Paper was brought them. They wrote their letters. Clogs were put on their feet again. They were taken behind the mosque. There was a pit of 12 feet deep, and they were thrust down into this pit. Chapter 6. Life was made utterly wretched for them. Their clogs were not taken off even at night, and they were not let out at all. Unbaked dough was thrown down to them as though they were dogs, and water was let down in a jug. In the pit it was damp and suffocating. Costulin became ill and swelled up, and had rheumatism all over his body, and he groaned or slept all the time. Even Jeline lost his spirits. He sees that they are in desperate straits, and he does not know how to get out. He had begun to make an excavation, but there was nowhere to hide the earth. Abdul discovered it and threatened to kill him. He was squatting down one time in the pit and thinking about life and liberty, and he grew sad. Suddenly a cake fell directly into his lap, then another, and some cherries followed. He looked up, and there was Dina. She peered down at him, laughed, and then ran away. And Jeline began to conjecture, couldn't Dina help me? He cleared out a little place in the pit, picked up some clay, and made some dolls. He made men and women, horses and dogs. He said to himself, when Dina comes, I will give them to her. But Dina did not make her appearance on the next day, and Jeline hears the trampling of horses' hoofs. Men came riding up. The Tatars collected at the mosque, arguing, shouting, and talking about the Russians. The voice of the old man was heard. Jeline could not understand very well, but he made out that the Russians were somewhere near, and the Tatars were afraid that they would attack the aul, and they did not know what to do with the prisoners. They talked a while and went away. Suddenly Jeline heard a rustling at the edge of the pit. He sees Dina squatting on her heels, with her knees higher than her head. She leaned over, her necklace hung down and swung over the pit, and her little eyes twinkled like stars. She took from her sleeve 2 cheesecakes and threw them down to him. Jeline accepted them and said, "Why did you stay away so long? I have been making you some dolls. Here they are." He began to toss them up to her, one at a time. But she shook her head and would not look at them. "I can't take them," said she. She said nothing more for a time, but sat there. Then she said, "Ivan, they want to kill you." She made a significant motion across her throat. "Who wants to kill me?" "Father, the old man has ordered him to, but I am sorry for you." And Jeline said, "Well, then if you are sorry for me, bring me a long stick." She shook her head, meaning that it was impossible. He clasped his hands in supplication to her. "Dina, please, bring one to me, Danushka." "I can't," said she. "They would see me. They are all at home." And she ran away. Afterwards, Jeline was sitting there in the evening and wondering what he should do. He kept raising his eyes. He could see the stars, but the moon was not yet up. The mullah uttered his call. Then all became silent. Jeline began already to doze, thinking to himself, the little maid is afraid. Suddenly a piece of clay fell on his head. He glanced up. A long pole was sliding over the edge of the pit. It slid out, began to descend toward him. It reached the bottom of the pit. Jeline was delighted. He seized it, pulled it along. It was a strong pole. He had noticed it before on Abdul's roof. He gazed up. The stars were shining high in the heavens, and Dina's eyes at the edge of the pit gleamed in the darkness like a cat's. She craned her head over and whispered, "Ivan, Ivan," and she waved her hands before her face, meaning softly, please. "What is it?" said Jeline. "All have gone. There are only 2 at home." And Jeline said, "Well, Costulin, let us go. Let us make our last attempt. I will help you." Costulin, however, would not hear to it. "No," says he, "it is not meant for me to get away from here. How could I go when I haven't even strength to turn over? All right, then. Goodbye. Don't think me unkind." He kissed Costulin. He clasped the pole, told Dina to hold it firmly, and tried to climb up. Twice he fell back. His clogs so impeded him. Costulin boosted him. He managed to get to the top. Dina pulled on the sleeves of his shirt with all her might, laughing heartily. Jeline pulled up the pole and said, "Carry it back to its place, Dina, for if they found it, they would flog you." She dragged off the pole, and Jeline began to go down the mountain. When he had reached the bottom of the cliff, he took a sharp stone and tried to break the padlock of his clog, but the lock was strong. He could not strike it fairly. He hears someone hurrying down the hill with light, skipping steps. He thinks that is probably Dina again. Dina ran to him, took a stone, and says, "Let me try it." She knelt down and began to work with all her might, but her hands were as delicate as osiers. She had no strength. She threw down the stone and burst into tears. Jeline again tried to break the lock, and Dina squatted by his side and leaned against his shoulder. Jeline glanced up and saw at the left behind the mountain a red glow like a fire. It was the moon just rising. "Well," he says to himself, "I must cross the valley and get into the woods before the moon rises." He stood up and threw away the stone. No matter for the clog, he must take it with him. "Goodbye," says he. "Danushka, I shall always remember you." Dina clung to him, reached with her hands for a place to stow away some cakes. He took the cakes. "Thank you," said he. "You are a thoughtful darling. Who will make you dolls after I am gone?" And he stroked her hair. Dina burst into tears, hid her face in her hands, and scrambled up the hillside like a kid. He could hear in the darkness the jingling of the coins on her braids. Jeline crossed himself, picked up the lock of his clog so that it might not make a noise, and started on his way, dragging his leg all the time and keeping his eyes constantly on the glow where the moon was rising. He knew the way. He had 8 versts to go in a direct course, but he would have to strike into the forest before the moon came entirely up. He crossed the stream, and now the light was increasing behind the mountain. He proceeded along the valley. It was growing light. He walks along, constantly glancing around, but still the moon was not visible. The glow was now changing to white light, and one side of the valley grew brighter and brighter. The shadow crept away from the mountain till it reached its very foot. Jeline still hurried along, all the time keeping to the shadow. He hurries as fast as he can, but the moon rises still faster, and now at the right the mountain tops are illuminated. He struck into the forest just as the moon rose above the mountains. It became as light and white as day. On the trees all the leaves were visible. It was warm and bright on the mountainside. Everything seemed as though it were dead. The only sound was the roaring of a torrent far below. He walked along in the forest. He had met no one. Jeline found a little spot in the forest where it was still darker, and he began to rest. While he rested, he ate one of his cakes. He procured a stone and once more tried to break the padlock, but he only bruised his hands and failed to break the lock. He arose and went on his way. When he had gone a verst, his strength gave out. His feet were sore. He had to walk 10 steps at a time and then rest. "There's nothing to be done for it," says he to himself. "I will push on as long as my strength holds out. For if I sit down, then I shall not get up again. If I do not reach the fortress before it is daylight, then I will lie down in the woods and spend the day, and start on tomorrow night again." He walked all night. Once he passed 2 Tartars on horseback, but he heard them at some distance and hid behind a tree. Already the moon was beginning to pale. The dew had fallen. It was near dawn, and Jeline had not reached the end of the forest. "Well," says he to himself, "I will go 30 steps farther, strike into the forest, and sit down." He went 30 steps, and sees the end of the forest. He went to the edge. It was broad daylight. Before him, as on the palm of his hand, were the steps and the fortress. And on the left, not far away on the mountainside, fires were burning or dying out. The smoke rose, and men were moving around the watchfires. He looks and sees the gleaming of firearms. Cossacks! Soldiers! Jeline was overjoyed. He gathered his remaining strength and walked down the mountain. And he says to himself, "God help me if a mounted Tartar should get sight of me on this bare field. I should not escape him, even though I am so near." Even while these thoughts are passing through his mind, he sees at the left, on a hillock not 1,400 feet away, 3 Tartars on the watch. They caught sight of him, bore down upon him. Then his heart failed within him. Waving his arms, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Brothers, help! Brothers!" Our men heard him. Mounted Cossacks dashed out toward him. The Cossacks were far off, the Tartars near, and now Gilin collected his last remaining energies, seized his clog with his hand, ran toward the Cossacks, and without any consciousness of feeling, crossed himself and cried, "Brothers, brothers, brothers!" The Cossacks were 15 in number. The Tartars were dismayed. Before they reached him, they stopped short, and Gilin reached the Cossacks. The Cossacks surrounded him and questioned him. "Who are you? What is your name? Where did you come from?" But Gilin was almost beside himself. He wept and kept on shouting, "Brothers, brothers!" The soldiers hastened up and gathered around him. One brought him bread, another kasha gruel, another vodka, another threw a cloak around him, still another broke his chains. The officers recognized him. They brought him into the fortress. The soldiers were delighted. His comrades pressed into Gilin's room. Gilin told them what had happened to him, and he ended his tale with the words, "That's the way I went home and got married. No, I see that such is not to be my fate." And he remained in the service in the Caucasus. At the end of a month, Kostulin was ransomed for 5,000 rubles. He was brought home scarcely alive. End of A Prisoner in the Caucasus by Leo Tolstoy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Shot by Alexander Pushkin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Shot. Chapter 1. We were stationed in the little town of N. The life of an officer in the army is well known. In the morning, drill in the riding school, dinner with a colonel or at a Jewish restaurant in the evening, punch and cards. In N, there was not one open house, not a single marriageable girl. We used to meet in each other's rooms where, except our uniforms, we never saw anything. One civilian only was admitted into our society. He was about 35 years of age, and therefore we looked upon him as an old fellow. His experience gave him great advantage over us, and his habitual taciturnity, stern disposition, and caustic tongue produced a deep impression upon our young minds. Some mystery surrounded his existence. He had the appearance of a Russian, although his name was a foreign one. He had formerly served in the Hussars, and with distinction. Nobody knew the cause that had induced him to retire from the service and settle in a wretched little village, where he lived poorly and, at the same time, extravagantly. He always went on foot, and constantly wore a shabby black overcoat, but the officers of our regiment were ever welcome at his table. His dinners, it is true, never consisted of more than 2 or 3 dishes prepared by a retired soldier, but the champagne flowed like water. Nobody knew what his circumstances were, or what his income was, and nobody dared to question him about them. He had a collection of books, consisting chiefly of works on military matters and a few novels. He willingly lent them to us to read, and never asked for them back. On the other hand, he never returned to the owner the books that were lent to him. His principal amusement was shooting with a pistol. The walls of his room were riddled with bullets, and were as full of holes as a honeycomb. A rich collection of pistols was the only luxury in the humble cottage where he lived. The skill which he had acquired with his favorite weapon was simply incredible, and if he had offered to shoot a pear off someone's forage cap, not a man in our regiment would have hesitated to place the object upon his head. Our conversation often turned upon duels. Silvio, so I will call him, never joined in it. When asked if he had ever fought, he dryly replied that he had, but he entered into no particulars, and it was evident that such questions were not to his liking. We came to the conclusion that he had upon his conscience the memory of some unhappy victim of his terrible skill. Moreover, it never entered into the head of any of us to suspect him of anything like cowardice. There are persons whose mere look is sufficient to repel such a suspicion, but an unexpected incident occurred which astounded us all. One day, about 10 of our officers dined with Silvio. They drank as usual, that is to say, a great deal. After dinner, we asked our host to hold the bank for a game of faro. For a long time he refused, for he hardly ever played, but at last he ordered cards to be brought, placed 100 ducats upon the table, and sat down to deal. We took our places round him, and the play began. It was Silvio's custom to preserve a complete silence when playing. He never disputed, and never entered into explanations. If the punter made a mistake in calculating, he immediately paid him the difference or noted down the surplus. We were acquainted with this habit of his, and we always allowed him to have his own way. But among us on this occasion was an officer who had only recently been transferred to our regiment. During the course of the game, this officer absently scored 1 point too many. Silvio took the chalk and noted down the correct account according to his usual custom. The officer, thinking that he had made a mistake, began to enter into explanations. Silvio continued dealing in silence. The officer, losing patience, took the brush and rubbed out what he considered was wrong. Silvio took the chalk and corrected the score again. The officer, heated with wine, play, and the laughter of his comrades, considered himself grossly insulted, and in his rage he seized a brass candlestick from the table and hurled it at Silvio, who barely succeeded in avoiding the missile. We were filled with consternation. Silvio rose, white with rage, and with gleaming eyes said, "My dear sir, have the goodness to withdraw, and thank God that this has happened in my house." None of us entertained the slightest doubt as to what the result would be, and we already looked upon our new comrade as a dead man. The officer withdrew, saying that he was ready to answer for his offense in whatever way the banker liked. The play went on for a few minutes longer, but feeling that our host was no longer interested in the game, we withdrew one after the other, and repaired to our respective quarters, after having exchanged a few words upon the probability of there soon being a vacancy in the regiment. The next day, at the riding school, we were already asking each other if the poor lieutenant was still alive, when he himself appeared among us. We put the same question to him, and he replied that he had not yet heard from Silvio. This astonished us. We went to Silvio's house and found him in the courtyard shooting bullet after bullet into an ace pasted upon the gate. He received us as usual, but did not utter a word about the event of the previous evening. 3 days passed, and the lieutenant was still alive. We asked each other in astonishment, "Can it be possible that Silvio is not going to fight?" Silvio did not fight. He was satisfied with a very lame explanation, and became reconciled to his assailant. This lowered him very much in the opinion of all our young fellows. Want of courage is the last thing to be pardoned by young men, who usually look upon bravery as the chief of all human virtues and the excuse for every possible fault. But by degrees everything became forgotten, and Silvio regained his former influence. I alone could not approach him on the old footing. Being endowed by nature with a romantic imagination, I had become attached more than all the others to the man whose life was an enigma, and who seemed to me the hero of some mysterious drama. He was fond of me, at least with me alone did he drop his customary sarcastic tone and converse on different subjects in a simple and unusually agreeable manner. But after this unlucky evening, the thought that his honor had been tarnished, and that the stain had been allowed to remain upon it in accordance with his own wish, was ever present in my mind, and prevented me treating him as before. I was ashamed to look at him. Silvio was too intelligent and experienced not to observe this and guess the cause of it. This seemed to vex him. At least I observed once or twice a desire on his part to enter into an explanation with me. But I avoided such opportunities, and Silvio gave up the attempt. From that time forward I saw him only in the presence of my comrades, and our confidential conversations came to an end. The inhabitants of the capital, with minds occupied by so many matters of business and pleasure, have no idea of the many sensations so familiar to the inhabitants of villages and small towns, as, for instance, the awaiting the arrival of the post. On Tuesdays and Fridays, our regimental bureau used to be filled with officers, some expecting money, some letters, and others newspapers. The packets were usually opened on the spot. Items of news were communicated from one to another, and the bureau used to present a very animated picture. Silvio used to have his letters addressed to our regiment, and he was generally there to receive them. One day he received a letter, the seal of which he broke with a look of great impatience. As he read the contents, his eyes sparkled. The officers, each occupied with his own letters, did not observe anything. "Gentlemen," said Silvio, "circumstances demand my immediate departure. I leave tonight. I hope that you will not refuse to dine with me for the last time. I shall expect you too," he added, turning towards me. "I shall expect you without fail." With these words he hastily departed, and we, after agreeing to meet at Silvio's, dispersed to our various quarters. I arrived at Silvio's house at the appointed time, and found nearly the whole regiment there. All his things were already packed. Nothing remained but the bare, bullet-riddled walls. We sat down to table. Our host was in an excellent humor, and his gaiety was quickly communicated to the rest. Corks popped every moment, glasses foamed incessantly, and, with the utmost warmth, we wished our departing friend a pleasant journey and every happiness. When we rose from the table, it was already late in the evening. After having wished everybody good-bye, Silvio took me by the hand and detained me just at the moment when I was preparing to depart. "I want to speak to you," he said in a low voice. I stopped behind. The guests had departed, and we two were left alone. Sitting down opposite each other, we silently lit our pipes. Silvio seemed greatly troubled. Not a trace remained of his former convulsive gaiety. The intense pallor of his face, his sparkling eyes, and the thick smoke issuing from his mouth gave him a truly diabolical appearance. Several minutes elapsed, and then Silvio broke the silence. "Perhaps we shall never see each other again," said he. "Before we part, I should like to have an explanation with you. You may have observed that I care very little for the opinions of other people, but I like you, and I feel that it would be painful to me to leave you with a wrong impression upon your mind." He paused and began to knock the ashes out of his pipe. I sat gazing silently at the ground. "You thought it strange," he continued, "that I did not demand satisfaction from that drunken idiot R. You will admit, however, that, having the choice of weapons, his life was in my hands, while my own was in no great danger. I could ascribe my forbearance to generosity alone, but I will not tell a lie. If I could have chastised R. without the least risk to my own life, I should never have pardoned him." I looked at Silvio with astonishment. Such a confession completely astounded me. Silvio continued, "Exactly so. I have no right to expose myself to death. 6 years ago I received a slap in the face, and my enemy still lives." My curiosity was greatly excited. "Did you not fight with him?" I asked. "Circumstances probably separated you." "I did fight with him," replied Silvio, "and here's a souvenir of the duel." Silvio rose and took from a cardboard box a red cap with a gold tassel and embroidery, what the French call a bonnet de police. He put on a bullet had passed through it, about an inch above the forehead. "You know," continued Silvio, "that I served in one of the hussar regiments. My character is well known to you. I am accustomed to taking the lead. From my youth this has been my passion. In our time dissoluteness was the fashion, and I was the most outrageous man in the army. We used to boast of our drunkenness. I beat in a drinking bout the famous Burtzov, of whom Denis Davidoff has sung. Duels in our regiment were constantly taking place, and in all of them I was either second or principal. My comrades adored me, while the regimental commanders, who were constantly being changed, looked upon me as a necessary evil. I was calmly enjoying my reputation when a young man belonging to a wealthy and distinguished family, I will not mention his name, joined our regiment. Never in my life have I met with such a fortunate fellow. Imagine to yourself youth, wit, beauty, unbounded gaiety, the most reckless bravery, a famous name, untold wealth. Imagine all these, and you can form some idea of the effect that he would be sure to produce among us. My supremacy was shaken. Dazzled by my reputation, he began to seek my friendship, but I received him coldly, and without the least regret, he held aloof from me. I took a hatred to him. His success in the regiment and in the society of ladies brought me to the verge of despair. I began to seek a quarrel with him. To my epigrams he replied with epigrams which always seemed to me more spontaneous and more cutting than mine, and which were decidedly more amusing, for he joked while I fumed. At last, at a ball given by a Polish landed proprietor, seeing him the object of the attention of all the ladies, and especially of the mistress of the house, with whom I was upon very good terms, I whispered some grossly insulting remark in his ear. He flamed up, and gave me a slap in the face. We grasped our swords. The ladies fainted, we were separated, and that same night we set out to fight. The dawn was just breaking. I was standing at the appointed place with my 3 seconds. With inexplicable impatience I awaited my opponent. The spring sun rose, and it was already growing hot. I saw him coming in the distance. He was walking on foot, accompanied by 1 second. We advanced to meet him. He approached, holding his cap filled with black cherries. The seconds measured 12 paces for us. I had to fire first, but my agitation was so great that I could not depend upon the steadiness of my hand, and in order to give myself time to become calm, I ceded to him the first shot. My adversary would not agree to this. It was decided that we should cast lots. The first number fell to him, the constant favorite of fortune. He took aim, and his bullet went through my cap. It was now my turn. His life at last was in my hands. I looked at him eagerly, endeavoring to detect, if only the faintest shadow of uneasiness. But he stood in front of my pistol, picking out the ripest cherries from his cap, and spitting out the stones which flew almost as far as my feet. His indifference annoyed me beyond measure. What is the use, thought I, of depriving him of life, when he attaches no value whatever to it? A malicious thought flashed through my mind. I lowered my pistol. "You don't seem to be ready for death just at present," I said to him. "You wish to have your breakfast. I do not wish to hinder you." "You are not hindering me in the least," replied he. "Have the goodness to fire, or just as you please. The shot remains yours. I shall always be ready at your service." I turned to the seconds, informing them that I had no intention of firing that day, and with that the duel came to an end. I resigned my commission and retired to this little place. Since then, not a day has passed that I have not thought of revenge. Now my hour has arrived. Silvio took from his pocket the letter that he had received that morning, and gave it to me to read. Someone, it seemed to be his business agent, wrote to him from Moscow that a certain person was going to be married to a young and beautiful girl. "You can guess," said Silvio, "who the certain person is. I am going to Moscow. We shall see if he will look death in the face with as much indifference now, when he is on the eve of being married, as he did once with his cherries." With these words Silvio rose, threw his cap upon the floor, and began pacing up and down the room like a tiger in his cage. I had listened to him in silence. Strange conflicting feelings agitated me. The servant entered and announced that the horses were ready. Silvio grasped my hand tightly, and we embraced each other. He seated himself in his telega, in which lay 2 trunks, one containing his pistols, and the other his effects. We said good-bye once more, and the horses galloped off. Chapter 2. Several years passed, and family circumstances compelled me to settle in the poor little village of M. Occupied with agricultural pursuits, I ceased not to sigh in secret for my former noisy and careless life. The most difficult thing of all was having to accustom myself to passing the spring and winter evenings in perfect solitude. Until the hour for dinner I managed to pass away the time somehow or other, talking with the bailiff, riding about to inspect the work, or going round to look at the new buildings. But as soon as it began to get dark, I positively did not know what to do with myself. The few books that I had found in the cupboards and storerooms I already knew by heart. All the stories that my housekeeper, Kirillovna, could remember, I had heard over and over again. The songs of the peasant women made me feel depressed. I tried drinking spirits, but it made my head ache, and moreover, I confess, I was afraid of becoming a drunkard from mere chagrin, that is to say, the saddest kind of drunkard, of which I had seen many examples in our district. I had no near neighbors, except 2 or 3 topers, whose conversation consisted for the most part of hiccups and sighs. Solitude was preferable to their society. At last I decided to go to bed as early as possible and to dine as late as possible. In this way I shortened the evening and lengthened out the day, and I found that the plan answered very well. 4 versts from my house was a rich estate belonging to the Countess B., but nobody lived there except the steward. The Countess had only visited her estate once, in the first year of her married life, and then she had remained there no longer than a month. But in the second spring of my hermetical life, a report was circulated that the Countess, with her husband, was coming to spend the summer on her estate. The report turned out to be true, for they arrived at the beginning of June. The arrival of a rich neighbor is an important event in the lives of country people. The landed proprietors and the people of their household talk about it for 2 months beforehand, and for 3 years afterwards. As for me, I must confess that the news of the arrival of a young and beautiful neighbor affected me strongly. I burned with impatience to see her, and the first Sunday after her arrival I set out, after dinner, for the village of A., to pay my respects to the Countess and her husband, as their nearest neighbor and most humble servant. A lackey conducted me into the Count's study, and then went to announce me. The spacious apartment was furnished with every possible luxury. Around the walls were cases filled with books, and surmounted by bronze busts. Over the marble mantelpiece was a large mirror. On the floor was a green cloth covered with carpets. Unaccustomed to luxury in my own poor corner, and not having seen the wealth of other people for a long time, I awaited the appearance of the Count with some little trepidation, as a suppliant from the provinces awaits the arrival of the minister. The door opened, and a handsome-looking man of about 32 years of age entered the room. The Count approached me with a frank and friendly air. I endeavored to be self-possessed, and began to introduce myself, but he anticipated me. We sat down. His conversation, which was easy and agreeable, soon dissipated my awkward bashfulness, and I was already beginning to recover my usual composure, when the Countess suddenly entered, and I became more confused than ever. She was indeed beautiful. The Count presented me. I wished to appear at ease, but the more I tried to assume an air of unconstraint, the more awkward I felt. They, in order to give me time to recover myself and to become accustomed to my new acquaintances, began to talk to each other, treating me as a good neighbor and without ceremony. Meanwhile I walked about the room, examining the books and pictures. I am no judge of pictures, but one of them attracted my attention. It represented some view in Switzerland, but it was not the painting that struck me, but the circumstance that the canvas was shot through by 2 bullets, one planted just above the other. "A good shot that," said I, turning to the Count. "Yes," replied he, "a very remarkable shot. Do you shoot well?" he continued. "Tolerably," replied I, rejoicing that the conversation had turned at last upon a subject that was familiar to me. "At 30 paces I can manage to hit a card without fail. I mean, of course, with a pistol that I am used to." "Really?" said the Countess, with a look of great interest. "And you, my dear, could you hit a card at 30 paces?" "Some day," replied the Count, "we will try. In my time I did not shoot badly, but it is now 4 years since I touched a pistol." "Oh," I observed, "in that case, I don't mind laying a wager that your Excellency will not hit the card at 20 paces. The pistol demands practice every day. I know that from experience. In our regiment, I was once reckoned one of the best shots. It once happened that I did not touch a pistol for a whole month, as I had sent mine to be mended. And would you believe it, your Excellency, the first time I began to shoot again, I missed a bottle 4 times in succession at 20 paces. Our captain, a witty and amusing fellow, happened to be standing by, and he said to me, 'It is evident, my friend, that your hand will not lift itself against the bottle. No, your Excellency, you must not neglect to practice, or your hand will soon lose its cunning.' The best shot that I ever met used to shoot at least 3 times every day before dinner. It was as much his custom to do this as it was to drink his daily glass of brandy." The Count and Countess seemed pleased that I had begun to talk. "And what sort of a shot was he?" asked the Count. Well, it was this way with him, Your Excellency. If he saw a fly settle on the wall, you smile, Countess, but before heaven it is the truth. If he saw a fly, he would call out, Kuzka, my pistol. Kuzka would bring him a loaded pistol, bang, and the fly would be crushed against the wall. Wonderful, said the Count. And what was his name? Silvio, Your Excellency. Silvio? Exclaimed the Count, starting up. Did you know Silvio? How could I help knowing him, Your Excellency? We were intimate friends. He was received in our regiment like a brother officer, but it is now 5 years since I had any tidings of him. Then Your Excellency also knew him? Oh, yes, I knew him very well. Did he ever tell you of one very strange incident in his life? Does Your Excellency refer to the slap in the face that he received from some blackguard at a ball? Did he tell you the name of this blackguard? No, Your Excellency, he never mentioned his name. Ah, Your Excellency, I continued, guessing the truth. Pardon me, I did not know. Could it really have been you? Yes, I myself, replied the Count, with a look of extraordinary agitation. And that bullet-pierced picture is a memento of our last meeting. Ah, my dear, said the Countess, for heaven's sake do not speak of that. It would be too terrible for me to listen to. No, replied the Count, I will relate everything. He knows how I insulted his friend, and it is only right that he should know how Silvio revenged himself. The Count pushed a chair towards me, and with the liveliest interest I listened to the following story. 5 years ago I got married. The first month, the honeymoon, I spent here, in this village. To this house I am indebted for the happiest moments of my life, as well as for one of its most painful recollections. One evening we went out together for a ride on horseback. My wife's horse became restive. She grew frightened, gave the reins to me, and returned home on foot. I rode on before. In the courtyard I saw a travelling carriage, and I was told that in my study sat waiting for me a man who would not give his name, but who merely said that he had business with me. I entered the room, and saw in the darkness a man covered with dust, and wearing a beard of several days' growth. He was standing there near the fireplace. I approached him, trying to remember his features. You do not recognize me, Count, said he in a quivering voice. Silvio, I cried, and I confess that I felt as if my hair had suddenly stood on end. Exactly, continued he. There's a shot due to me, and I have come to discharge my pistol. Are you ready? His pistol protruded from a side pocket. I measured 12 paces, and took my stand there in that corner, begging him to fire quickly before my wife arrived. He hesitated, and asked for a light. Candles were brought in. I closed the doors, gave orders that nobody was to enter, and again begged him to fire. He drew out his pistol and took aim. I counted the seconds. I thought of her. A terrible minute passed. Silvio lowered his hand. I regret, said he, that the pistol is not loaded with cherry stones. The bullet is heavy. Seems to me that this is not a duel, but a murder. I am not accustomed to taking aim at unarmed men. Let us begin all over again. We will cast lots as to who shall fire first. My head went round. I think I raised some objection. At last we loaded another pistol, and rolled up 2 pieces of paper. He placed these latter in his cap, the same through which I had once sent a bullet, and again I drew the first number. You are devilish lucky, Count, said he, with a smile that I shall never forget. I don't know what was the matter with me, or how it was that he managed to make me do it, but I fired and hit that picture. The Count pointed with his finger to the perforated picture. His face glowed like fire. The Countess was whiter than her own handkerchief, and I could not restrain an exclamation. I fired, continued the Count, and thank heaven missed my aim. Then Silvio, at that moment he was really terrible, Silvio raised his hand to take aim at me. Suddenly the door opens. Masha rushes into the room, and with a loud shriek throws herself upon my neck. Her presence restored to me all my courage. My dear, said I to her, don't you see that we are joking? How frightened you are! Go and drink a glass of water, and then come back to us. I will introduce you to an old friend and comrade. Masha still doubted. Tell me, is my husband speaking the truth? Said she, turning to the terrible Silvio. Is it true that you are only joking? "He is always joking, Countess," replied Silvio. "Once he gave me a slap in the face, in a joke. On another occasion he sent a bullet through my cap, in a joke. And just now, when he fired at me and missed me, it was all in a joke. Now I feel inclined for a joke." With these words he raised his pistol to take aim at me, right before her. Masha threw herself at his feet. "Rise, Marcia! Are you not ashamed?" I cried in a rage. "And you, sir, will you cease to make fun of a poor woman? Will you fire or not?" "I will not," replied Silvio. "I am satisfied. I have seen your confusion, your alarm. I forced you to fire at me. That is sufficient. You will remember me. I leave you to your conscience." Then he turned to go, but pausing in the doorway and looking at the picture that my shot had passed through, he fired at it almost without taking aim, and disappeared. My wife had fainted away. The servants did not venture to stop him. The mere look of him filled them with terror. He went out upon the steps, called the coachman, and drove off before I could recover myself. The Count was silent. In this way I learned the end of the story, whose beginning had once made such a deep impression upon me. The hero of it I never saw again. It is said that Silvio commanded a detachment of Hetairists during the revolt under Alexander Ypsilanti, and that he was killed in the Battle of Skulana. End of The Shot by Alexander Pushkin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Silver Mine by Selma Lagerlöf. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Silver Mine. King Gustav III was making a hurried trip through Dalarna. Though the horses seemed to be fairly skimming the ground, the king was dissatisfied. He leaned out of the window continually urging the driver to make haste, and his courtiers expected any minute that the royal coach or harness would break. Finally the carriage tongue did indeed break. The courtiers leapt from the coach, and after a hasty inspection said that it would be impossible to continue the journey without repairs. Anxious for the king's entertainment, they asked him if he would not like to attend the services in a little church which could be seen a short distance ahead. The king agreed, and stepping into one of the other carriages, drove to the church. For hours he had been riding through large tracts of forest, so he was the more delighted to come out in view of green fields and small hamlets. The Dalelfin sparkled forth as it glided between masses of graceful willows. The king, however, was unable to attend the service, for just as he stepped from the carriage to the churchyard, the sexton was ringing the bell for the closing. The worshippers came filing out of the church. As they passed the king, where he stood with one foot on the carriage step, he was impressed with their stalwart bearing and sturdy, wholesome appearance. On the preceding day the king had remarked to his courtiers upon the poverty of the country they were passing through. "Apparently now," he said, "I am driving through the poorest section of my domain." When he saw these people, however, he forgot about the poverty of the country. His heart warmed within him, and he said to himself, "The Swedish king is not in such poor circumstances as some of his enemies would believe. As long as my subjects remain as fine and wholesome as these are, I shall be able to defend successfully my crown and my land." Then he commanded a courtier to tell the people that the stranger among them was their king, and that he wished them to gather around in order that he might address them. He spake to them standing upon the top step that led into the sanctuary, and the step upon which he stood may be found there to this day. The king first told his people how matters stood within the kingdom. Sweden had been attacked by both Russia and Denmark. Under ordinary circumstances this would not be alarming, but at the present the army was so filled with traitors that he could hardly depend on it. He saw, therefore, no alternative but to go out himself to the small towns and ask his subjects whether they wished to side with the traitors or were willing to help the king with soldiers and money to save the fatherland. While he was making this earnest appeal, the sturdy peasants stood attentively before him, making no comment nor giving any sign as to whether they agreed or not. Now the king had felt inwardly pleased at the forcefulness of his own appeal. So when the men stood silent, unable to give their answer, he frowned and showed his disappointment. The farmers understood that the king was impatient for their reply, and at length one stepped forward. "Now you must know, King Gustav," he said, "that we were not expecting a visit from our king here today. We are therefore not prepared to answer you immediately. I would suggest that you go into the sanctuary and speak with our minister while we discuss among ourselves this matter which you have presented to us." The king, perceiving that no better solution was possible, decided to take the farmer's advice. When he entered the study, he found no one there except an old farmer. He was tall and rough, with hands large and horny from hard work. He wore neither robe nor collar, but only leather breeches and a long white homespun coat like the other peasants. He arose and bowed as the king entered. "I believe that I should meet the minister here," said the king. The other reddened with embarrassment, for he realized that it might be annoying to the king to be told that he had mistaken the minister for a farmer. "Yes," he admitted, "the pastor is usually found here." The king seated himself in a large armchair that stood in the study at that time, and which still stands there with a single change. The congregation has placed upon the back a gold crown. "Have you a good minister here?" asked the king, wishing to show interest in the people's welfare. When the king questioned him thus, the pastor felt that it was impossible to admit who he was. He decided that it was better to let the king think he was only a farmer. So he answered, "The minister is fair. He preaches the clear word of God, and he tries to live as he preaches." The king thought this a good recommendation. His sharp ear, however, had detected a certain hesitation in the tone of the man. He said, therefore, "It sounds, though, as if you are not entirely satisfied with your pastor." "He may be a bit hard-headed," said the other, thinking inwardly, "if the king should later discover who I am, he will realize that I did not pour compliments over myself." He decided therefore to come out with a bit of criticism. "There be those who would say that the minister is inclined to want to be the ruler in this hamlet," he continued. "Then he has surely directed and managed everything in the best possible way," said the king. He was not pleased to have the farmer finding fault with some one placed over him. "It appears to me that everything here is ruled by good habit and old-fashioned simplicity." "The people are good," said the minister, "because they live in a remote place in isolation and poverty. The people here would probably be no better than others if the trials and temptations of the world came near to them." "There is little chance that this will happen," said the king with a shrug of his shoulder. He said nothing further, but began drumming on the table with his fingers. He felt that he had exchanged enough words with this farmer, and he wondered when the people would be ready with their answer. "Those peasants are not very eager about coming to their king with aid," he thought. "If my coach were only ready, I would drive away from them and their deliberations." The minister, deeply troubled, strove within himself as to how he should act on an important question that must be settled quickly. He felt glad that he had not told the king who he was, for now he could discuss matters that otherwise he would have been unable to bring forward. After a time he broke the embarrassing silence by asking the king if it really were true that enemies were besieging them and their kingdom was in danger. The king, feeling that this person should have sense enough to leave him undisturbed, looked at him for a time without reply. I asked the question because, standing within the study here, I could not hear clearly what you said to the people. But in case it is true, I should like to state that the pastor of this parish might possibly be in a position to furnish the king as much money as he would need. I thought you said that everyone here was poor, said the king, thinking that the farmer did not know what he was talking about. Yes, that is true, agreed the pastor, and the minister has no more than any other. But if the king will honor me by listening, I will explain how it is that the minister has power to help. You may speak, said King Gustav. You seem to find it easier to express yourself than your friends and neighbors outside, who never will be ready with their answer. It is not an easy matter to answer a king. I fear that in the end it will be necessary for their pastor to speak in their stead. The king crossed his knees, folded his arms, and dropped his head. You may begin, he said, with an air of preparing to fall asleep. Once upon a time the pastor and 4 men from his parish went elk hunting, began the minister. Besides the pastor, there were 2 soldiers, Olaf and Erik Svard, the landlord of the village, and a farmer named Israels Persons. Should not mention so many names, grumbled the king as he shifted his head a bit. The men were good hunters and usually had good luck, but this day they traveled far without getting any game. At last they gave up the hunt and sat down on the ground to talk. They remarked upon the strange fact that so large a section of the country should be unsuitable for cultivation. All was rocks, hills, or morass. Our Lord has not done right by us when he has given us such poor land to live in, said one of them. In other sections people have riches and plenty, but here, in spite of all our efforts, we can hardly get sufficient for our daily needs. The minister stopped a moment, as if uncertain whether the king had heard him. The king, however, moved his little finger as a sign that he was still awake. As the hunters were talking of their ill fortune, the minister noticed something glittering where he had overturned a bit of moss with his boot. This is a remarkable mountain, he thought, overturning more of the moss, and picking up a piece of stone that clung to it, he exclaimed, "Can it be possible that this is lead ore?" The others came eagerly over to the speaker, and began uncovering the rock with their rifle stocks. They thus exposed a broad mineral vein on the side of the mountain. "What do you suppose this is?" asked the minister. Each man broke loose a piece of the rock and, biting it as a crude test, said he thought it should be at least zinc or lead. "And the whole mountain is full of it," eagerly ventured the landlord. When the minister had reached this stage of the story, the king slightly raised his head and partly opened one eye. "Do you know if any of these persons had any knowledge of minerals or geology?" "No, they did not," answered the minister, whereupon the king's head sank and both eyes closed. "The minister and those with him were highly pleased," continued the pastor, undisturbed by the king's indifference. "They believed that they had found something which would enrich not only themselves, but their posterity as well. 'Never more shall I need to work,' said one of them. 'I can do nothing the whole week through, and on Sunday I shall ride to church in a gold chariot.' These were usually men of good sense, but their great discovery had gone to their heads, so that now they spoke like children. They had enough presence of mind, however, to lay the moss carefully back in place so as to hide the mineral vein. Then, after taking careful note of the location, they journeyed home. Before parting, they all agreed that the minister should go to Falun and ask the mineralogist there what kind of ore this might be. He was to return as soon as possible, and until then they all swore by a binding oath that they would not reveal to any person the location of the ore. The king slightly raised his head, but did not interrupt the narrative. He began to believe apparently that the man really had something important to tell, though he did not permit himself to be aroused out of his indifference. The minister started upon his journey with a few samples of ore in his pocket. He was just as happy in the thought of becoming wealthy as any of the others were. He mused upon how he would repair the parsonage that now was no better than a cottage, and how he could marry the daughter of the bishop as he had long desired. Otherwise he would be compelled to wait for her many years, for he was poor and obscure, and he knew it would be a long time before he would be assigned to a place that would enable him to marry the girl of his choice. The minister's journey to Falun took him 2 days. There he was compelled to wait a day for the return of the mineralogist. When he finally showed the samples of the ore, the man took them in his hand, looked at them, and then at the stranger. The minister told the story of how he had found these samples in the vicinity of his home, and asked if they might be lead. "No, it is not lead." "Zinc, then," faltered the minister. "No, neither is it zinc." All hope sank within the breast of the minister. He had not felt so downcast in many a day. "Do you have many stones like these in your country?" asked the mineralogist. "We have a whole mountain," answered the minister. Then the man advanced toward the minister and, slapping him on the shoulder, said, "Let us see that you make such use of it that will bring great good both to you and to our kingdom, for you have found silver." "Is that true?" said the minister, rather dazed. "So it is silver." The mineralogist explained to him what he should do in order to obtain legal rights to the mine, and gave him much good advice also. The minister, however, stood bewildered, and heard not a word that was said. He thought only of the wonderful news that back home in his poor neighborhood lay a whole mountain of silver ore waiting for him. The king raised his head so suddenly that the minister broke off the narrative. "I suppose when the minister came home and began working the mine, he found that the mineralogist had misinformed him?" "No," said the minister, "it was as the man had said." "You may continue," and the king settled himself again to listen. When the minister reached home, the first thing he did was to start out to tell his comrades of the value of their find. As he drove up to the landlord Stenson's place, where he had intended to go in and inform his friend that they had found silver, he paused at the gate, for he saw that white sheets had been hung before the windows, and a broad path of hemlock boughs led up to the doorstep. "Who has died here?" inquired the minister of a little boy who stood leaning against the fence. "It is the landlord himself." Then he told the minister that for a week past the landlord had been drinking ever and ever so much liquor until he was drunk all the time. "How can that be?" asked the pastor. "The landlord never before drank to excess." "Well, you see," said the boy, "he drank because he was possessed with the idea that he had found a mine. He was so rich, he said, that he would never need to do anything now but drink. Last night he drove out, drunk as he was, and fell out of the carriage and was killed." After the minister had heard all this, he started homeward, grieving over what he had learned, and only a moment before he had been so elated over the good news he had to tell his friends. When the minister had gone a short distance, he met Israel's person walking along the road. He appeared as usual, and the minister was glad that their good fortune had not turned his head. He would immediately gladden him with the news that he was now a rich man. "Good day," said the minister. "Do you come now from Falun?" "Yes, and I can tell you that things turned out better than we thought. The mineralogist said that it was silver ore." Person looked as if the earth had opened to engulf him. "What is it you say? Is it silver?" Yes, we shall all be rich men now, and able to live as royalty. Oh, is it silver? Repeated Pers Person in still greater dejection. It certainly is silver, said the minister. Don't think that I would deceive you. You should not be afraid of being glad. Glad, said Pers Person. Should I be glad? I thought it was fool's gold, so it seemed better to take a certainty for an uncertainty. I sold my share in the mine to Olaf Svard for $100. He looked very downhearted, and the minister left him standing there with tears in his eyes. When the minister reached home, he sent a servant to Olaf Svard and his brother, asking them to come to the manse, that he might tell them the nature of their find. He felt that he had had enough of trying to spread the good news himself. But that evening, as the minister sat alone, joy again filled his heart. He went out and stood upon a hillock where he had decided to build the new parsonage. This, of course, should be very grand as the bishop's home itself. He was not satisfied, moreover, with the idea of repairing the old church. It occurred to him that, as there was so much wealth in the hamlet, many people would find their way to the place, until finally a large town would probably be built around the mine. He reasoned that it would be necessary then to build a large new church in place of the old one, which would require a great portion of his riches. Neither could he stop here in his dreams, for he thought that when the time came to dedicate this grand new church, the king and many bishops would be there. The king would be glad to see such a church, but he would remark that there was not fit accommodations to be had in the town. It would be necessary, therefore, to build a castle in the city. At this point, one of the king's courtiers opened the door of the study and announced that the king's coach had been repaired. The king thought at first that he would depart immediately, but, reconsidering, he said to the minister, "You may continue your story to the end, but make it shorter. We know how the man dreamed and thought. Now we want to know what he did." While the minister sat in the midst of his dreams, went on the speaker, word came to him that Israel's Pers Person had taken his life. He could not endure the thought of his folly in selling his share of the mine. He felt he would be unable to live and see from day to day another enjoy the wealth that might have been his. The king moved slightly in his chair. He now had both eyes wide open. "Methinks," said he, "that had I been this minister, I should have had enough of that mine." "The king is a rich man. At least he has plenty." It was not so with the minister, who owned nothing. This poor man, when he saw that God's blessing appeared not to be with his undertaking, thought, "I shall not dream further about making myself prosperous and useful with these riches. I cannot let the silver mine lie in the ground, however. I must take out the ore for the poor and needy. I will work the silver mine to help put the whole community on its feet." One day the minister went over to Olaf Svard's to talk with him and his brother about the best disposal of the mine. When he came near the soldier's home, he met a cart surrounded by all stricken farmers. Within the cart sat a man, his feet bound with a rope and his hands behind him. As the minister passed the cart stopped, giving the minister an opportunity to observe the prisoner more closely. His head was bound around so that it was hard to see him, but the minister thought he recognized Olaf Svard. He heard the prisoner pleading with the guards to let him speak with the minister. As he came closer to the cart, the prisoner turned towards him, saying, "You will soon be the only one who knows where the silver mine is." "What is that you say, Olaf?" "You see, minister, since we heard that it is a silver mine, we have found, my brother and I have not remained such good friends as formerly. We often have come to disputes, and last night we had an argument over which one of us five first found the mine. We came to blows, and I have killed my brother, and he has given me a deep mark on my forehead. I shall hang now, and you will then be the only one who knows the site of the mine. I should like to request something of you." "Speak up," said the minister. "I will do all in my power for you." "You know I shall leave several little children behind me," said the soldier. "So far as that is concerned," interrupted the minister, "you may rest easy. Whatever is your share, they shall have." "No," said Olaf, "it is another thing I wanted to ask of you. Do not let them have any part of that which comes out of the mine." The minister fell back a few steps, then remained motionless, unable to reply. "If you do not promise me this, I cannot die in peace." The minister at last promised reluctantly, and the cart continued on its way, bearing the murderer to his doom. The minister stood there in the road, deliberating on how he should keep the promise he had just given. All the way home he thought over the riches which he had expected would bring such joy. If it should prove, he mused, that the people of this parish are unable to endure wealth, since already 4 have died who had been strong practical men, ought I not to give up the idea of working the mine? He pictured his whole parish going to destruction because of the silver. Would it be right that he, who was placed as a guardian over the souls of these poor people, should put into their hands something which might be the cause of their ruin? The king raised himself upright in his chair and stared at the speaker. "I might say that you give me to understand that the pastor of this isolated community must be a real man. But this that I have related was not all," continued the minister, "for as soon as the news of the mine spread over the neighboring parishes, workers ceased to labor and went about light-heartedly, awaiting the time when the great riches should pour in on them. All idlers in that section roamed into the hamlet. Drunkenness, quarreling, and fighting became constant problems for the minister's solution. Many people did nothing but wander around through fields and forest looking for the mine. The minister noted also that as soon as he left home, men spied upon him to see whether he visited the silver mine, so that they might steal the secret of its location from him. When things had come to this pass, the minister called the farmers to a meeting. He reminded them of the many tragedies that the discovery of the silver mine had brought to their community, and asked if they were going to allow themselves to be ruined, or if they wished to save themselves. And then he asked if they wanted him, who was their pastor, to contribute to their ruin. He himself had decided that he would not reveal to anyone the location of the mine, nor would he ever attempt to derive any wealth therefrom. He then asked the farmers how they would vote for the future. If they desired to continue seeking after the mine and awaiting riches, he intended to go so far from them that no news of their misery would ever reach him. If, on the other hand, they would give up thinking of the silver mine, he would remain among them. "But however you choose," repeated the minister, "remember that no one will ever hear from me any information about the location of the silver mine." "Well," said the king, "what did the farmers decide?" They did as the minister desired of them. They understood that he meant well for them when he was willing to remain in poverty for their sake. They urged him to go to the forest and take every precaution to conceal the vein so that no one would ever find it. "Since then, the minister has remained here, as poor as the others?" "Yes, as poor as the others." "Has he, in spite of this, married and built a new parsonage?" "No, he has not had the means. He lives in the same old place." "That is a beautiful story," said the king, bending his head. The minister stood silent before the king. In a few minutes the latter continued, Was it of the silver mine that you were thinking, when you said that the minister here could furnish me with as much money as I should need?" "Yes," said the other, "but I can't put thumbscrews on him, and how otherwise could I bring a man like him to show me the mine? A man who has forsaken his beloved and all material blessings." "That is another matter," said the minister. "If it is the fatherland that needs help, he will undoubtedly give up the secret." "Do I have your assurance for that?" "Yes, I will answer for it." "Does he not care, then, how it goes with his parishioners?" "That shall stand in God's hands." The king arose from his chair and walked over to the window. He stood for a moment, observing the people outside. The longer he stood, the clearer his large eyes glistened. His whole stature seemed to expand. "You may present my compliments to the minister of this parish," said the king, "and say to him that there is given no more beautiful sight to Sweden's king than to see such a people as these." Thereupon the king turned from the window and looked smilingly at the minister. "Is it true that the minister of this parish is so poor that he takes off his black robe as soon as the service is over and dresses as one of the peasants?" "Yes, he is as poor as that," said the minister, and a flush of embarrassment spread over his rough but noble face. The king again stepped to the window. He apparently was in his best mood. All that was great and noble within him had been awakened. He shall let the silver mine rest in peace, since through all his life he has starved and worked to perfect a people such as these. He shall be permitted to keep them as they are. "But if the kingdom is in danger, the kingdom is better served with men than with money." When he had said these words, the king shook hands with the minister and stepped out of the study. Outside stood the people, as impassive as when he went in. But when the king came down the steps, one of the farmers approached him. "Have you talked with our minister?" "Yes, I have talked with him." "Then you have also received answer from us," said the farmer. "Yes, I have received your answer." End of the Silver Mine by Selma Lagerlöf. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Socrates and His House by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. There once lived in Greece a very wise man whose name was Socrates. Young men from all parts of the land went to him to learn wisdom from him, and he said so many pleasant things, and said them in so delightful a way, that no one ever grew tired of listening to him. One summer he built himself a house, but it was so small that his neighbors wondered how he could be content with it. "What is the reason," said they, "that you, who are so great a man, should build such a little box as this for your dwelling house?" "Indeed, there may be little reason," said he, "but small as the place is, I shall think myself happy if I can fill even it with true friends." End of Socrates and His House by Anonymous.
Tickets, Please by D.H. Lawrence. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Tickets, please. There is in the Midlands a single-line tramway system which boldly leaves the county town and plunges off into the black industrial countryside, up hill and down dale, through the long, ugly villages of workmen's houses, over canals and railways, past churches perched high and nobly over the smoke and shadows, through stark, grimy, cold little marketplaces, tilting away in a rush past cinemas and shops, down to the hollow where the collieries are, then up again, past a little rural church, under the ash trees, on in a rush to the terminus, the last little ugly place of industry, the cold little town that shivers on the edge of the wild, gloomy country beyond. There the green and creamy-colored tram car seems to pause and purr with curious satisfaction. But in a few minutes, the clock on the turret of the Cooperative Wholesale Society's shops gives the time. Away it starts once more on the adventure. Again there are reckless swoops downhill, bouncing the loops. Again the chilly wait in the hilltop marketplace. Again the breathless slithering round the precipitous drop under the church. Again the patient halts at the loops, waiting for the outcoming car. So on, for 2 long hours, till at last the city looms beyond the fat gasworks. The narrow factories draw near. We are in the sordid streets of the great town. Once more we sidle to a standstill at our terminus, abashed by the great crimson and cream-colored city cars, but still perky, jaunty, somewhat daredevil, green as a jaunty sprig of parsley out of a black colliery garden. To ride on these cars is always an adventure. Since we are in wartime, the drivers are men unfit for active service, cripples and hunchbacks. So they have the spirit of the devil in them. The ride becomes a steeplechase. Hooray! We have leapt in a clear jump over the canal bridges. Now for the 4-lane corner. With a shriek and a trail of sparks we are clear again. To be sure, a tram often leaps the rails, but what matter? It sits in a ditch till other trams come to haul it out. It is quite common for a car, packed with one solid mass of living people, to come to a dead halt in the midst of unbroken blackness, the heart of nowhere on a dark night, and for the driver and the girl conductor to call, "All get off, car's on fire." Instead, however, of rushing out in a panic, the passengers stolidly reply, "Get on, get on. We're not coming out. We're stopping where we are. Push on, George." So till flames actually appear. The reason for this reluctance to dismount is that the nights are howlingly cold, black, and windswept, and a car is a haven of refuge. From village to village the miners travel, for a change of cinema, of girl, of pub. The trams are desperately packed. Who is going to risk himself in the black gulf outside, to wait perhaps an hour for another tram, then to see the forlorn notice, "Depot only," because there is something wrong? Or to greet a unit of 3 bright cars, all so tight with people that they sail past with a howl of derision. Trams that pass in the night. This, the most dangerous tram service in England, as the authorities themselves declare, with pride, is entirely conducted by girls, and driven by rash young men, a little crippled, or by delicate young men who creep forward in terror. The girls are fearless young hussies. In their ugly blue uniform, skirts up to their knees, shapeless old peaked caps on their heads, they all have the sang-froid of an old non-commissioned officer. With a tram packed with howling colliers, roaring hymns downstairs and a sort of antiphony of obscenities upstairs, the lasses are perfectly at their ease. They pounce on the youths who try to evade their ticket machine. They push off the men at the end of their distance. They are not going to be done in the eye, not they. They fear nobody, and everybody fears them. "Hello, Annie." "Hello, Ted." "Oh, mind my corn, Miss Stone. It's my belief you've got a heart of stone, for you've trod on it again." "You should keep it in your pocket," replies Miss Stone, and she goes sturdily upstairs in her high boots. "Tickets, please." She is peremptory, suspicious, and ready to hit first. She can hold her own against 10,000. The step of that tram car is her Thermopylae. Therefore, there is a certain wild romance aboard these cars, and in the sturdy bosom of Annie herself. The time for soft romance is in the morning, between 10 o'clock and 1, when things are rather slack. That is, except market day and Saturday. Thus Annie has time to look about her. Then she often hops off her car and into a shop where she has spied something, while the driver chats in the main road. There is a very good feeling between the girls and the drivers. Are they not companions in peril, shipments aboard this careering vessel of a tram-car, forever rocking on the waves of a stormy land? Then, also, during the easy hours, The inspectors are most in evidence. For some reason, everybody employed in this tram service is young. There are no gray heads. It would not do. Therefore the inspectors are of the right age, and one, the chief, is also good-looking. See him stand on a wet, gloomy morning, in his long oilskin, his peaked cap well down over his eyes, waiting to board a car. His face is ruddy, his small brown mustache is weathered, he has a faint, impudent smile. Fairly tall and agile, even in his waterproof, he springs aboard a car and greets Annie. "Hello, Annie. Keeping the wet out?" "Trying to." There are only 2 people in the car. Inspecting is soon over. Then for a long and impudent chat on the footboard, a good, easy 12-mile chat. The inspector's name is John Thomas Rayner, always called John Thomas, except sometimes, in malice, Cotty. His face sets in fury when he is addressed, from a distance, with this abbreviation. There is considerable scandal about John Thomas in half a dozen villages. He flirts with the girl conductors in the morning, and walks out with them in the dark night, when they leave their tram car at the depot. Of course, the girls quit the service frequently. Then he flirts and walks out with the newcomer, always providing she is sufficiently attractive and that she will consent to walk. It is remarkable, however, that most of the girls are quite comely. They are all young, and this roving life aboard the car gives them a sailor's dash and recklessness. What matter how they behave when the ship is in port? Tomorrow they will be aboard again. Annie, however, was something of a Tartar, and her sharp tongue had kept John Thomas at arm's length for many months. Perhaps, therefore, she liked him all the more, for he always came up smiling, with impudence. She watched him vanquish one girl, then another. She could tell by the movement of his mouth and eyes, when he flirted with her in the morning, that he had been walking out with this lass or the other, the night before. A fine cock of the walk he was. She could sum him up pretty well. In this subtle antagonism they knew each other like old friends. They were as shrewd with one another almost as man and wife. But Annie had always kept him sufficiently at arm's length. Besides, she had a boy of her own. The Statutes Fair, however, came in November, at Bestwood. It happened that Annie had the Monday night off. It was a drizzling, ugly night, yet she dressed herself up and went to the fairground. She was alone, but she expected soon to find a pal of some sort. The roundabouts were veering round and grinding out their music. The sideshows were making as much commotion as possible. In the coconut shies there were no coconuts, but artificial wartime substitutes, which the lads declared were fastened into the irons. There was a sad decline in brilliance and luxury. None the less, the ground was muddy as ever. There was the same crush, the press of faces lighted up by the flares and the electric lights, the same smell of naphtha and a few fried potatoes, and of electricity. Who should be the first to greet Miss Annie on the showground but John Thomas? He had a black overcoat buttoned up to his chin, and a tweed cap pulled down over his brows. His face between was ruddy and smiling and handy as ever. She knew so well the way his mouth moved. She was very glad to have a boy. To be at the Statutes without a fellow was no fun. Instantly, like the gallant he was, he took her on the dragons, grim-toothed, roundabout switchbacks. It was not nearly so exciting as a tram-car, actually. But then, to be seated in a shaking, green dragon, uplifted above the sea of bubble faces, careering in a rickety fashion in the lower heavens, whilst John Thomas leaned over her, his cigarette in his mouth, was, after all, the right style. She was a plump, quick, alive little creature, so she was quite excited and happy. John Thomas made her stay on for the next round, and therefore she could hardly for shame repulse him when he put his arm round her and drew her a little nearer to him, in a very warm and cuddly manner. Besides, he was fairly discreet. He kept his movement as hidden as possible. She looked down, and saw that his red, clean hand was out of sight of the crowd, and they knew each other so well. So they warmed up to the fair. After the dragons they went on the horses. John Thomas paid each time, so she could but be complaisant. He, of course, sat astride on the outer horse, named Black Bess, and she sat sideways, towards him, on the inner horse, named Wildfire. But of course John Thomas was not going to sit discreetly on Black Bess, holding the brass bar. Round they spun and heaved, in the light, and round he swung on his wooden steed, flinging one leg across her mount, and perilously tipping up and down across the space, half lying back, laughing at her. He was perfectly happy. She was afraid her hat was on one side, but she was excited. He threw quoits on a table, and went for her 2 large, pale blue hat pins. And then, hearing the noise of the cinemas, announcing another performance, they climbed the boards and went in. Of course, during these performances pitch darkness falls from time to time when the machine goes wrong. Then there is a wild whooping and a loud smacking of simulated kisses. In these moments John Thomas drew Annie towards him. After all, he had a wonderfully warm, cozy way of holding a girl with his arm. He seemed to make such a nice fit. And, after all, it was pleasant to be so held, so very comforting and cozy and nice. He leaned over her and she felt his breath on her hair. She knew he wanted to kiss her on the lips. And, after all, he was so warm and she fitted into him so softly. After all, she wanted him to touch her lips. But the light sprang up. She also started electrically and put her hat straight. He left his arm lying nonchalantly behind her. Well, it was fun. It was exciting to be at the Statutes with John Thomas. When the cinema was over, they went for a walk across the dark, damp fields. He had all the arts of lovemaking. He was especially good at holding a girl, when he sat with her on a stile in the black, drizzling darkness. He seemed to be holding her in space, against his own warmth and gratification, and his kisses were soft and slow and searching. So Annie walked out with John Thomas, though she kept her own boy dangling in the distance. Some of the tram girls chose to be huffy. But there, you must take things as you find them, in this life. There was no mistake about it. Annie liked John Thomas a good deal. She felt so rich and warm in herself whenever he was near. And John Thomas really liked Annie, more than usual. The soft, melting way in which she could flow into a fellow, as if she melted into his very bones, was something rare and good. He fully appreciated this. But with a developing acquaintance there began a developing intimacy. Annie wanted to consider him a person, a man. She wanted to take an intelligent interest in him, and to have an intelligent response. She did not want a mere nocturnal presence, which was what he was so far, and she prided herself that he could not leave her. Here she made a mistake. John Thomas intended to remain a nocturnal presence. He had no idea of becoming an all-round individual to her. When she started to take an intelligent interest in him and his life and his character, he sheered off. He hated intelligent interest, and he knew that the only way to stop it was to avoid it. The possessive female was aroused in Annie, so he left her. It is no use saying she was not surprised. She was at first startled, thrown out of her count, for she had been so very sure of holding him. For a while she was staggered, and everything became uncertain to her. Then she wept with fury, indignation, desolation, and misery. Then she had a spasm of despair. And then, when he came, still impudently, onto her car, still familiar, but letting her see by the movement of his head that he had gone away to somebody else for the time being, and was enjoying pastures new, then she determined to have her own back. She had a very shrewd idea what girls John Thomas had taken out. She went to Nora Purdy. Nora was a tall, rather pale, but well-built girl, with beautiful yellow hair. She was rather secretive. "Hey," said Annie, accosting her, then softly, "Who's John Thomas on with now?" "I don't know," said Nora. "Why, that does," said Annie, ironically lapsing into dialect. "Thou knows as well as I do." "Well, I do then," said Nora. "It isn't me, so don't bother." "It's Sissy Meakin, isn't it?" "It is for all I know." "Hasn't he got a face on him?" said Annie. "I don't half like his cheek. I could knock him off the footboard when he comes round at me." "He'll get dropped on one of these days," said Nora. "Aye, he will, when somebody makes up their mind to drop it on him. I should like to see him taken down a peg or two, shouldn't you?" "I shouldn't mind," said Nora. "You've got quite as much cause to as I have," said Annie. "But we'll drop on him one of these days, my girl. What? Don't you want to?" "I don't mind," said Nora. But as a matter of fact, Nora was much more vindictive than Annie. One by one, Annie went the round of the old flames. It so happened that Sissy Meakin left the tramway service in quite a short time. Her mother made her leave. Then John Thomas was on the qui-vive. He cast his eyes over his old flock, and his eyes lighted on Annie. He thought she would be safe now. Besides, he liked her. She arranged to walk home with him on Sunday night. It so happened that her car would be in the depot at 9:30. The last car would come in at 10:15, so John Thomas was to wait for her there. At the depot the girls had a little waiting room of their own. It was quite rough, but cozy, with a fire and an oven and a mirror, and table and wooden chairs. The half-dozen girls who knew John Thomas only too well had arranged to take service this Sunday afternoon. So, as the cars began to come in, early, the girls dropped into the waiting room, and instead of hurrying off home, they sat around the fire and had a cup of tea. Outside was the darkness and lawlessness of wartime. John Thomas came on the car after Annie, at about 9:45. He poked his head easily into the girls' waiting room. "Prayer meeting?" he asked. "Aye," said Laura Sharp. "Ladies only." "That's me," said John Thomas. It was one of his favorite exclamations. "Shut the door, boy," said Muriel Bagley. "On which side of me?" said John Thomas. "Which thou likes," said Polly Birkin. He had come in and closed the door behind him. The girls moved in their circle to make a place for him near the fire. He took off his greatcoat and pushed back his hat. "Who handles the teapot?" he said. Nora Purdy silently poured him out a cup of tea. "Want a bit of my bread and drippin'?" said Muriel Bagley to him. "Aye, give us a bit." And he began to eat his piece of bread. "There's no place like home, girls," he said. They all looked at him as he uttered this piece of impudence. He seemed to be sunning himself in the presence of so many damsels. "Especially if you're not afraid to go home in the dark," said Laura Sharp. "Me? By myself I am." They sat till they heard the last tram come in. In a few minutes Emma Housley entered. "Come on, my old duck," cried Polly Birkin. "It is perishing," said Emma, holding her fingers to the fire. "But I'm afraid to go home in the dark," sang Laura Sharp, the tune having got into her mind. "Who are you going with tonight, John Thomas?" asked Muriel Bagley, coolly. "Tonight?" said John Thomas. "Oh, I'm going home by myself tonight, all on my lonely-o." "That's me," said Nora Purdy, using his own ejaculation. The girls laughed shrilly. "Me as well, Nora," said John Thomas. "Don't know what you mean," said Laura. "Yes, I'm toddling," said he, rising and reaching for his overcoat. "Nay," said Polly, "we're all here waiting for you." "We've got to be up in good time in the morning," he said, in the benevolent official manner. They all laughed. "Nay," said Muriel, "don't leave us all lonely, John Thomas. Take one." "I'll take the lot, if you like," he responded gallantly. "That you won't either," said Muriel. "Two's company. Seven's too much of a good thing." "Nay, take one," said Laura, "fair and square, all above board, and say which." "Aye," cried Annie, speaking for the first time. "Pick, John Thomas. Let's hear thee." "Nay," he said, "I'm going home quiet tonight. Feeling good for once." "Whereabouts?" said Annie. "Take a good un, then. But thou's got to take one of us." "Nay, how can I take one?" he said, laughing uneasily. "I don't want to make enemies." "You'd only make one," said Annie. "The chosen one," added Laura. "Oh my, who said girls?" exclaimed John Thomas, again turning, as if to escape. "Well, good night." "Nay, you've got to make your pick," said Muriel. "Turn your face to the wall, and say which one touches you. Go on, we shall only just touch your back, one of us. Go on, turn your face to the wall, and don't look, and say which one touches you." He was uneasy, mistrusting them. Yet he had not the courage to break away. They pushed him to a wall, and stood him there with his face to it. Behind his back they all grimaced, tittering. He looked so comical. He looked around uneasily. "Go on," he cried. "You're looking! You're looking!" they shouted. He turned his head away. And suddenly, with a movement like a swift cat, Annie went forward and fetched him a box on the side of the head that sent his cap flying and himself staggering. He started round. But at Annie's signal they all flew at him, slapping him, pinching him, pulling his hair, though more in fun than in spite or anger. He, however, saw red. His blue eyes flamed with strange fear as well as fury, and he butted through the girls to the door. It was locked. He wrenched at it. Roused, alert, the girls stood round and looked at him. He faced them, at bay. At that moment they were rather horrifying to him, as they stood in their short uniforms. He was distinctly afraid. "Come on, John Thomas, come on, choose," said Annie. "What are you after? Open the door," he said. "We shan't, not till you've chosen," said Muriel. "Chosen what?" he said. "Chosen the one you're going to marry," she replied. He hesitated a moment. "Open the blasted door," he said, "and get back to your senses." He spoke with official authority. "You've got to choose," cried the girls. "Come on," cried Annie, looking him in the eye. "Come on, come on." He went forward, rather vaguely. She had taken off her belt, and swinging it, she fetched him a sharp blow over the head with the buckle end. He sprang and seized her. But immediately the other girls rushed upon him, pulling and tearing and beating him. Their blood was now thoroughly up. He was their sport now. They were going to have their own back, out of him. Strange, wild creatures, they hung on him and rushed at him to bear him down. His tunic was torn right up the back. Nora had hold at the back of his collar, and was actually strangling him. Luckily, the button burst. He struggled in a wild frenzy of fury and terror, almost mad terror. His tunic was simply torn off his back. His shirt sleeves were torn away. His arms were naked. The girls rushed at him, clenched their hands on him, and pulled at him. Or they rushed at him and pushed him, butted him with all their might. Or they struck him wild blows. He ducked and cringed and struck sideways. They became more intense. At last he was down. They rushed on him, kneeling on him. He had neither breath nor strength to move. His face was bleeding with a long scratch. His brow was bruised. Annie knelt on him. The other girls knelt and hung on to him. Their faces were flushed, their hair wild. Their eyes were all glittering strangely. He lay at last quite still, with face averted, as an animal lies when it is defeated and at the mercy of the captor. Sometimes his eye glanced back at the wild faces of the girls. His breast rose heavily. His wrists were torn. "Now then, my fellow," gasped Annie at length. "Now then, now—" At the sound of her terrifying cold triumph, he suddenly started to struggle as an animal might, but the girls threw themselves upon him with unnatural strength and power, forcing him down. "Yes, now then," gasped Annie at length. And there was a dead silence in which the thud of heart-beating was to be heard. It was a suspense of pure silence in every soul. "Now you know where you are," said Annie. The sight of his white, bare arm maddened the girls. He lay in a kind of trance of fear and antagonism. They felt themselves filled with supernatural strength. Suddenly Polly started to laugh, to giggle wildly, helplessly, and Emma and Muriel joined in. But Annie and Nora and Lara remained the same, tense, watchful, with gleaming eyes. He winced away from these eyes. "Yes," said Annie, in a curious low tone, secret and deadly. "Yes, you've got it now. You know what you've done, don't you? You know what you've done." He made no sound nor sign, but lay with bright, averted eyes and averted, bleeding face. "You ought to be killed, that's what you ought," said Annie tensely. "You ought to be killed." And there was a terrifying lust in her voice. Polly was ceasing to laugh, and giving long-drawn ohs and sighs as she came to herself. "He's got to choose," she said vaguely. "Oh, yes, he has," said Laura, with vindictive decision. "Do you hear? Do you hear?" said Annie, and with a sharp movement that made him wince, she turned his face to her. "Do you hear?" she repeated, shaking him. But he was quite dumb. She fetched him a sharp slap on the face. He started, and his eyes widened. Then his face darkened with defiance, after all. "Do you hear?" she repeated. He only looked at her with hostile eyes. "Speak," she said, putting her face devilishly near his. "What?" he said, almost overcome. "You've got to choose," she cried, as if it were some terrible menace, and as if it hurt her that she could not exact more. "What?" he said, in fear. "Choose your girl, Cotty. You've got to choose her now, and you'll get your neck broken if you play any more of your tricks, my boy. You're settled now." There was a pause. Again he averted his face. He was cunning in his overthrow. He did not give in to them, really. No, not if they tore him to bits. "All right, then," he said. "I choose Annie." His voice was strange and full of malice. Annie let go of him as if he had been a hot coal. "He's chosen Annie," said the girls in chorus. "Me?" cried Annie. She was still kneeling, but away from him. He was lying prostrate, with averted face. The girls grouped uneasily around. "Me?" repeated Annie, with a terrible bitter accent. Then she got up, drawing away from him with strange disgust and bitterness. "I wouldn't touch him," she said. But her face quivered with a kind of agony. She seemed as if she would fall. The other girls turned aside. He remained lying on the floor, with his torn clothes and bleeding, averted face. "Oh, if he's chosen," said Polly. "I don't want him. He can choose again," said Annie, with the same rather bitter hopelessness. "Get up," said Polly, lifting his shoulder. "Get up." He rose slowly, a strange, ragged, dazed creature. The girls eyed him from a distance, curiously, furtively, dangerously. "Who wants him?" cried Laura, roughly. "Nobody," they answered, with contempt. Yet each one of them waited for him to look at her, hoped he would look at her. All except Annie, and something was broken in her. He, however, kept his face closed and averted from them all. There was a silence of the end. He picked up the torn pieces of his tunic, without knowing what to do with them. The girls stood about uneasily, flushed, panting, tidying their hair and their dress unconsciously, and watching him. He looked at none of them. He espied his cap in a corner, and went and picked it up. He put it on his head, and one of the girls burst into a shrill, hysteric laugh at the sight he presented. He, however, took no heed, but went straight to where his overcoat hung on a peg. The girls moved away from contact with him, as if he had been an electric wire. He put on his coat and buttoned it down. Then he rolled his tunic rags into a bundle and stood before the locked door, dumbly. "Open the door, somebody," said Laura. "Annie's got the key," said one. Annie silently offered the key to the girls. Nora unlocked the door. "Tit for tat, old man," she said. "Show yourself a man, and don't bear a grudge." But without a word or sign he had opened the door and gone, his face closed, his head dropped. "That'll learn him," said Laura. "Cotty," said Nora. "Shut up, for God's sake," cried Annie fiercely, as if in torture. "Well, I'm about ready to go, Polly. Look sharp," said Muriel. The girls were all anxious to be off. They were tidying themselves hurriedly, with mute, stupefied faces. End of Tickets, Please, by D.H. Lawrence. Recording by Scarbo.
The Vampire Maid by Hume Nisbet. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jackson Vallone from typicaljacks.com. It was the exact kind of abode that I had been looking after for weeks, for I was in that condition of mind when absolute renunciation of society was a necessity. I had become diffident of myself, and wearied of my mind. A strange unrest was in my blood, a barren dearth in my brains. Familiar objects and faces had grown distasteful to me. I wanted to be alone. This is the mood which comes upon every sensitive and artistic mind when the possessor has been overworked or living too long in one groove. It is nature's hint for him to seek pastures new, the sign that a retreat has become needful. If he does not yield, he breaks down and becomes whimsical and hypochondriacal, as well as hypercritical. It is always a bad sign when a man becomes overcritical and censorious about his own or other people's work, for it means that he is losing the vital portions of work, freshness and enthusiasm. Before I arrived at the dismal stage of criticism, I hastily packed up my knapsack, and taking the train to Westmoreland, I began my tramp in search of solitude, bracing air and romantic surroundings. Many places I came upon during that early summer, wandering that appeared to have almost the required conditions, yet some petty drawback prevented me from deciding. Sometimes it was the scenery that I did not take kindly to. At other places I took sudden antipathies to the landlady or landlord, and felt I would abhor them before a week was spent under their charge. Other places which might have suited me I could not have, and they did not want a lodger. Fate was driving me to this cottage on the moor, and no one can resist destiny. One day I found myself on a wide and pathless moor near the sea. I had slept the night before at a small hamlet, but that was already 8 miles in my rear, and since I had turned my back upon it, I had not seen any signs of humanity. I was alone with a fair sky above me, a balmy ozone-filled wind blowing over the stony and heather-clad mounds, and nothing to disturb my meditations. How far the moor stretched, I had no knowledge. I only knew that by keeping in a straight line, I would come to the ocean cliffs, then perhaps after a time arrive at some fishing village. I had provisions in my knapsack, and being young, did not fear a night under the stars. I was inhaling the delicious summer air, and once more getting back the vigor and happiness I had lost. My city-dried brains were again becoming juicy. Thus hour after hour slid past me with the paces, until I had covered about 15 miles since morning, when I saw before me in the distance a solitary stone-built cottage with roughly slated roof. "I'll camp there if possible," I said to myself as I quickened my steps toward it. To one in search of a quiet, free life, nothing could have possibly been more suitable than this cottage. It stood on the edge of lofty cliffs, with its front door facing the moor and the backyard wall overlooking the ocean. The sound of the dancing waves struck upon my ears like a lullaby as I drew near. How they would thunder when the autumn gales came on, and the sea-birds fled, shrieking to the shelter of the sedges. A small garden spread in front, surrounded by a dry stone wall, just high enough for one to lean lazily upon when inclined. The garden was a flame of color, scarlet predominating, with those other soft shades that cultivated poppies take on in their blooming, for this was all that the garden grew. As I approached, taking notice of the singular assortment of poppies and the orderly cleanliness of the windows, the front door opened, and a woman appeared who impressed me at once favorably as she leisurely came along the pathway to the gate and drew it back as if to welcome me. She was of middle age, and when young must have been remarkably good-looking. She was tall and still shapely, with smooth, clear skin, regular features, and a calm expression that at once gave me a sensation of rest. To my inquiries, she said that she could give me both a sitting and bedroom, and invited me inside to see them. As I looked at her smooth black hair and cool brown eyes, I felt that I could not be too particular about the accommodation. With such a landlady, I was sure to find what I was after here. The room surpassed my expectation. Dainty white curtains and bedding with the perfume of lavender about them. A sitting room, homely, yet cozy, without being crowded. With a sigh of infinite relief, I flung down my knapsack and clinched the bargain. She was a widow with one daughter, whom I did not see the first day, as she was unwell and confined to her own room, but on the next day she was somewhat better, and then we met. The fare was simple, yet it suited me exactly for the time. Delicious milk and butter with homemade scones, fresh eggs, and bacon. After a hearty tea, I went early to bed, in a condition of perfect content with my quarters. Yet happy and tired out as I was, I had no means a comfortable night. This I put down to a strange bed. I slept certainly, but my sleep was filled with dreams, so that I woke late and unrefreshed. A good walk on the moor, however, restored me. I returned with a fine appetite for breakfast. Certain conditions of mind, with aggravating circumstances, are required before a young man can fall in love at first sight, as Shakespeare has shown in his Romeo and Juliet. In the city were many fair faces passed me every hour. I had remained like a stoic. Yet no sooner did I enter the cottage after that morning walk than I succumbed instantly before the weird charms of my landlady's daughter, Ariadne Brunel. She was somewhat better this morning, and able to meet me at breakfast, for we had our meals together while I was their lodger. Ariadne was not beautiful in the strictly classical sense, her complexion being too lividly white, and her expression too set to be quite pleasant at first sight. Yet, as her mother had informed me, she had been ill for some time, which accounted for that defect. Her features were not regular. Her hair and eyes seemed too black with that strangely white skin, and her lips too red for any except the decadent harmonies of Aubrey Beardsley. Yet my fantastic dreams of the preceding night, with my morning walk, had prepared me to be enthralled by this modern poster-like invalid. The loneliness of the moor, with the singing of the ocean, had gripped my heart with a wistful longing. The incongruity of those flaunting and evanescent poppy flowers, dashing the giddy tints in the face of that sober heath, touched me with a shiver as I approached the cottage. And lastly, that weird embodiment of startling contrasts completed my subjugation. She rose from her chair, as her mother introduced her, and smiled while she held out her hand. I clasped that soft snowflake. As I did so, a faint thrill tingled over me and rested on my heart, stopping for the moment its beating. This contact seemed also to have affected her as it did me. A clear flush, like a white flame, lighted up her face, so that it glowed, as if an alabaster lamp had been lit. Her black eyes became softer and more humid as our glances crossed, and her scarlet lips grew moist. She was a living woman now, while before she had seemed half a corpse. She permitted her white, slender hand to remain in mine longer than most people do at an introduction, and then she slowly withdrew it, still regarding me with steadfast eyes for a second or two afterwards. Fathomless, velvety eyes those were. Yet before they were shifted from mine, they appeared to have absorbed all my willpower and made me her abject slave. They looked like deep, dark pools of clear water, yet they filled me with fire and deprived me of strength. I sank into my chair, almost as languidly as I had risen from my bed that morning. Yet I made a good breakfast, and although she hardly tasted anything, this strange girl rose much refreshed, and with a slight glow of color on her cheeks, which improved her so greatly that she appeared younger and almost beautiful. I had come here seeking solitude, but since I had seen Ariadne, it seemed as if I had came for her only. She was not very lively, indeed. Thinking back, I cannot recall any spontaneous remark of hers. She answered my questions by monosyllables and left me to lead in words. Yet she was insinuating and appeared to lead my thoughts in her direction, and speak to me with her eyes. I cannot describe her minutely. I only know that from the first glance and touch she gave me, I was bewitched and could think of nothing else. It was a rapid, distracting, and devouring infatuation that possessed me. All along I followed her about like a dog. Every night I dreamed of that white glowing face, those steadfast black eyes, those moist scarlet lips. Each morning I rose more languid than I had been the day before. Sometimes I dreamt that she was kissing me with those red lips, while I shivered at the contact of her silky black tresses as they covered my throat. Sometimes they were floating in the air, her arms about me and her long hair enveloping us both like an inky cloud, while I lay supine and helpless. She went with me after breakfast, on that first day to the moor. and before we came back I had spoken my love, and received her assent. I held her in my arms, and had taken her kisses in answer to mine, nor did I think it was strange that all this had happened so quickly. She was mine, or rather I was hers. Without a pause, I told her it was fate that had sent me to her, for I had no doubts about my love, and she replied that I had restored her to life. Acting upon Ariadne's advice, and also from a natural shyness, I did not inform her mother how quickly matters had progressed between us. Yet although we had acted as circumspectly as possible, I had no doubt Mrs. Bruno could see how engrossed we were in each other. Lovers are not unlike ostriches in their modes of concealment. I was not afraid of asking Mrs. Bruno for a daughter, for she already showed her partiality towards me, and had bestowed upon me some confidences regarding her own position in life, and therefore knew that, so far as social position was concerned, there would be no real objection to our marriage. They lived in this lonely spot for the sake of their health, and kept no servant because they could not get any to take service so far away from other humanity. My coming had been opportune, and welcome to both mother and daughter. For the sake of decorum, however, I resolved to delay my confession for a week or two, and trust to some favorable opportunity of doing it discreetly. Meantime, Ariadne and I passed our time in a thoroughly idle and lotus-eating style. Each night I retired to bed meditating, starting work next day. Each morning I rose languid from those disturbing dreams with no thought for anything outside my love. She grew stronger every day, while I appeared to be taking her place as the invalid. Yet I was more frantically in love than ever, and only happy when with her. She was my lone star, my only joy, my life. We did not go great distances, for I liked best to lie on the dry heath and watch her glowing face and intense eyes while I listened to the surging of the distant waves. It was love made me lazy, I thought, for unless a man has all he longs for beside him, he is apt to copy the domestic cat and bask in the sunshine. I had been enchanted quickly. My disenchantment came as rapidly, although it was long before the poison left my blood. One night, about a couple weeks after my coming to the cottage, I had returned after a delicious moonlight walk with Ariadne. The night was warm, and the moon at the full. Therefore, I left my bedroom window open to let in what little air there was. I was more than usually fagged out, so that I had only strength enough to remove my boots and coat before I flung myself wearily on the coverlet, and fell almost instantly asleep, without tasting the nightcap draught that was constantly placed on the table, and which I had always drained thirstily. I had a ghastly dream this night. I thought I saw a monster bat, with the face and tresses of Ariadne, fly into the open window and fasten its white teeth and scarlet lips on my arm. I tried to beat the horror away, but could not, for I seemed chained down and thralled also with drowsy delight as the beast sucked my blood with a gruesome rapture. I looked out dreamily and saw a line of dead bodies of young men lying on the floor, each with a red mark on their arms, on the same part where the vampire was then sucking me. And I remembered having seen and wondered at such a mark on my own arm for the past fortnight. In a flash I understood the reason for my strange weakness, and at the same moment a sudden prick of pain roused me from my dreamy pleasure, a little too deeply that night, unaware that I had not tasted the drugged draught. As I awoke, I saw her fully revealed by the midnight moon, with her black tresses flowing loosely, and with her red lips glued to my arm. With a shriek of horror, I dashed her backwards, getting one last glimpse of her savage eyes, glowing white face, and blood-stained red lips. That I rushed out to the night, moved on by my fear and hatred, nor did I pause in my mad flight until I had left miles between me and that accursed cottage on the moor. End of The Vampire Maid by Hume Nisbet. Recording by Jackson Vallone from typicaljacks.com.
A Very Short Story by Ernest Hemingway. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. A Very Short Story by Ernest Hemingway. One hot evening in Padua they carried him up onto the roof, and he could look out over the top of the town. There were chimney swifts in the sky. After a while it got dark, and the searchlights came out. The others went down and took the bottles with them. He and Luz could hear them below on the balcony. Luz sat on the bed. She was cool and fresh in the hot night. Luz stayed on night duty for 3 months. They were glad to let her. When they operated on him, she prepared him for the operating table, and they had a joke about friend or enema. He went under the anesthetic, holding tight to himself, so that he would not blab about anything during the silly, talky times. After he got on crutches, he used to take the temperatures, so Luz would not have to get up from the bed. There were only a few patients, and they all knew about it. They liked Luz, and as he walked back along the halls, he thought of Luz in his bed. Before he went back to the front, they went to the Duomo and prayed. It was dim and quiet, and there were other people praying. They wanted to get married, but there was not enough time for the banns, and neither of them had birth certificates. They felt as though they were married, but they wanted everyone to know about it, and to make it so they could not lose it. Luz wrote him many letters that he never got until after the armistice. 15 came in a bunch to the front, and he sorted them by dates and read them all straight through. They were all about the hospital, and how much she loved him, and how it was impossible to get along without him, and how terrible it was missing him at night. After the armistice, they agreed that he should go home and get a job, so they might be married. Luz would not come home until he had a good job, and could come to New York to meet her. It was understood that he would not drink, and he did not want to see his friends or anyone in the States, only to get a job and be married. On the train from Padua to Milan, they quarreled about her not being willing to come home at once. When they had to say goodbye in the station at Milan, they kissed goodbye, but were not finished with the quarrel. He felt sick about saying goodbye like that. He went to America on a boat from Genoa. Luz went back to Pordonime to open a hospital. It was lonely and rainy there, and there was a battalion of Arditi headquartered in the town. Living in the muddy, rainy town in the winter, the major of the battalion made love to Luz, and she had never known Italians before, and finally wrote to the States that theirs had only been a boy-girl affair. She was sorry, and she knew he would probably not be able to understand, but might someday forgive her, and be grateful to her, and she expected, absolutely, unexpectedly, to be married in the spring. She loved him as always, but she realized how it was only a boy-girl love. She hoped he would have a great career, and believed in him absolutely. She knew it was for the best. The major did not marry her in the spring, or any other time. Luz never got an answer to the letter to Chicago about it. A short time after, he contracted gonorrhea from a salesgirl in a Loop department store while riding in a taxicab through Lincoln Park. The end of A Very Short Story by Ernest Hemingway. How Watson Learned the Trick by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. How Watson Learned the Trick by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Watson had been watching his companion intently ever since he sat down to the breakfast table. Holmes happened to look up and catch his eye. Well, Watson, what are you thinking about? He asked. About you? Me? Yes, Holmes, I was thinking how superficial are these tricks of yours, and how wonderful it is that the public should continue to show interest in them. I quite agree, said Holmes. In fact, I have a recollection of having myself made a similar remark. Your methods, said Watson severely, are really easily acquired. No doubt, Holmes answered with a smile. Perhaps you yourself will give an example of this method of reasoning. With great pleasure, said Watson. I am able to say that you were greatly preoccupied when you got up this morning. Excellent, said Holmes. How could you possibly know that? Because you are usually a very tidy man, and yet you have forgotten to shave. Dear me, how clever, said Holmes. I had no idea, Watson, that you were such an apt pupil. Has your eagle eye detected anything more? Yes, Holmes, you have a client named Barlow, and you have not been successful with his case. Dear me, how could you know that? I saw the name on the outside of his envelope. When you opened it, you gave a groan and thrust it into your pocket with a frown on your face. Admirable. You are indeed observant. Any other points? I fear, Holmes, that you have taken to financial speculation. How could you tell that, Watson? You opened the paper, turned to the financial page, and gave a loud exclamation of interest. Well, that was very clever of you, Watson. Any more? Yes, Holmes. You have put on your black coat instead of your dressing gown, which proves that you are expecting some important visitor at once. Anything more? I have no doubt that I could find other points, Holmes, but I only give you these few in order to show you that there are other people in the world who can be as clever as you. And some not so clever, said Holmes. I admit that there are few, but I'm afraid, my dear Watson, that I must count you among them. What do you mean, Holmes? Well, my dear fellow, I fear your deductions have not been so happy as I should have wished. You mean that I was mistaken? Yes, just a little that way, I fear. Let us take the points in their order. I did not shave because I have sent my razor to be sharpened. I put on my coat because I have, worse luck, an early meeting with my dentist. His name is Barlow, and the letter was a confirmation of the appointment. The cricket page is beside the financial one, and I turned to it to find if Surrey was holding its own against Kent. But go on, Watson, go on. It's a very superficial trick, and no doubt you will soon acquire it. The end of How Watson Learned the Trick by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.